and welcome to beautiful Boulevard City, right smack in the middle of Riyadh. This place is quickly becoming the world boxing capital. This week, we're hosting the inaugural WBC Grand Prix. It's an innovative tournament that's gonna not only recognize, but also promote the next generation of boxing superstars.
They say champions are born, but in this world, they're made. This is the road to greatness. It's long, it's brutal, and only the strong survive. Every day, before the world wakes up, they grind. Every punch thrown, every mile ran. It's all for one purpose. No shortcuts, no excuses, just sacrifice. Because this game is about facing adversity.
It all comes down to this.
Doubt may creep in. The body might beg to quit. The dream keeps them going.
Who's gonna have more in the tank? Down in a heap.
This is the proving ground. This is the WBC Grand Prix.
And we're right here in Global Theater, and I'm in great company with the boxing bully himself, Barack Best, and of course a man that I assure you he would have loved an opportunity for a tournament like this in his heyday. The former super featherweight champion, Barry Jones.
You know, it's never too late.
Yes. Are you thinking about just changing up, getting gloved up?
I don't know if I can make heavyweight, and there's no weight category there. I really would love to be in a competition like this because it's the platform it gives you. In an era now of super fights and super cards, where all the fights are stacked of quality, these fighters are not getting the opportunity to be on cards like they used to before, on the undercards. No, just to make a name for themselves. So this tournament here thrusts you into the limelight. It gives you notice. It gets promoters interested in you, gives you opportunity to learn your trade, and more importantly, get a fan base.
I think the WBC is so innovative. This is an amazing idea. First of all, I heard about this in December. 4 months later, we're here with all of these people. And this is in the city of, now you see it, now you don't. 4 days ago, this arena did not exist, and now it's here. This is an amazing thing.
And we're definitely here, and this is actually the reflection. It's a World Cup-style tournament, the reflection of a long-held vision of former WBC president, Don Jose Sulaiman. And just to get a quick idea of what this tournament is about, take a quick look.
The WBC Grand Prix is split into 4 separate weight divisions: featherweight, super lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight. In total, 128 athletes will compete, 32 in each division, representing 41 countries. Fighters' age limit is restricted to 26, and they must not have a professional record of more than 15 bouts. There will be 5 major events hosted across 2025, culminating in the finals on December 20th. This first event will be held across 4 days, with each weight class dedicated its own day. There will be 16 fights taking place each day, with the 8 winners progressing to Phase 2. There are no draws, ensuring decisive outcomes in every bout. Every fight is set for 6 3-minute rounds. There will be open scoring at the end of round 2, 4, and 6 to enhance transparency. There will also be instant replay for accurate and fair officiating. The winner of each weight class will receive the Jose Sulaiman Trophy and the honor of being an inaugural WBC Grand Prix champion.
And now with me, the man behind the scenes, the man that's made it happen, the now president of the WBC, Mauricio Sulaiman. Always a pleasure, and of course, always making changes just to take the sport just a bit further.
Thank you, Claudia. We're so excited. This is a dream of my father that could not materialize 11 years ago. Now it's a reality. We're here in Riyadh, and it's gonna happen. So we're so excited about it.
So we were just saying it's a World Cup style elimination, and we have 4 divisions, but the most important thing that I've seen is the scoring. It's a little different. So we usually go for the 10-9 point, which is a must 10-9, but we added another line.
We have, it's a regular scoring by the judges, the 10-point mode system, but we have been working on a system to provide numerical, which is 10, 9, 8. Also, a system that tells how big the round was, whether it was close, moderate, decisive, or extreme decisive.
This would be the way it looks.
Each judge will score every round with a numerical, and then he will cross whether it was close, moderate, extreme, or decisive. If there is a draw, we go to that system in which it will show the fighter who won by more margin. He will be the winner of the fight.
So as we go along, how does this change the game itself?
It could become the new scoring system for boxing because it gives, let me give you an example. When you have a 4-round fight, one fighter wins the first 2 rounds by a jab, you know, very slow action. Then the other fighter comes very strong and wins 2 rounds, 3 and 4, almost knocking him down, and the fight is a draw.
Yes.
So now we're scoring the qualitative of the round with numbers. So it's a good experiment.
We've always said that 10-9, even though it's very practical, it doesn't tell the whole story. So I'm glad that we're going to tell a better story of what happened in each round. But we added something else, the instant replay.
Instant replay. Every controversial action is going to be reviewed. DAZN has done a tremendous work with the technology to provide the replay in case it is needed, and justice will prevail. If we go back to the scoring, we're doing open scoring as well. After the second and after the 4th round, the fighters, the crowd, the TV audience will know how the fight is being scored by the official judges.
This makes me very excited. And obviously, let's take a quick look at what the trophy is going to look like. And just real quick, how excited would Don Jose Sulaiman be today?
Oh, he is very excited looking down. My father went to heart surgery. While the first World Cup was going to happen, we had Victor Ortiz, we had Magomed, we had great fighters in the heavyweight division in Mexico City. They made the weight, but my father went into a coma, and the promoter decided to postpone the event, eventually cancel it, and now we're here, and it's a reality.
And this is the Jose Sulaiman Trophy.
The Jose Sulaiman Trophy for each of the winners in featherweight, super lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight.
Well, we're so excited, and we're about to start. So we're going to head on to the action because we have Barry Jones, Barack Best, and our very own boxing encyclopedia, Corey Erdman. Back to the comms table.
Thank you so much, Claudia. Well, for years, we've heard your cries that you wanted prospects to be match tougher. Well, what if we put 128 of them in a tournament and made them fight one another like these 32 featherweights that we'll see in phase 1 of the WBC Grand Prix here today. All of these fighters getting the biggest opportunity of their professional careers, in a lot of cases the biggest paydays as well, as they all vie for a spot in the grand finale in December, live here on DAZN. And we are ready to get the action started. The first of 16 bouts here tonight. And to meet our first 2 fighters, we're going to welcome in our MC for this evening and for all week long, Mr. Thomas Treiber.
Live worldwide on DAZN. Let's first welcome to the ring, Ihor Semonchuk. And now let's welcome to the ring, Muhammad Shamili Machine. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Riyadh Season WBC Boxing Grand Prix, live on DAZN from Boulevard City Global Theater in Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We would first like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and His Excellency, Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, JIA, Turkey, Al Sheikh. It is being brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, JIA, with the World Boxing Council President Mauricio Suleiman, OPI since '82, and Sella, along with their great sponsors. Ready to Fight, Arena Fitness Innovation, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, Saudi Airlines, Saudi Tourism Authority, and STC. A big thanks to those great sponsors. We now get day one started in the featherweight division, all bouts scheduled 6 rounds and sanctioned by the Middle East Professional Boxing Commission President Jose Mohan. The judges of our first bout are Yuji Fukuchi, Eddie Papu, and Daniel Vandeville. Our referee in charge will be Ali Ubali. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 126.3 pounds. Undefeated, he has 7 wins, 6 of those 7 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Ukraine, here is Ihor Semonchuk. And fighting out of the gold corner, wearing gold trunks, he weighed in officially at 127.5 pounds. Undefeated with 14 wins, 7 of those 14 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Italy, here is Mohammed Shamili Machine.
Okay, guys, I want a clean fight. Okay, listen to me when I talk to you. I say everything, so I want a clean fight. Have a good time. Touch the gloves.
So we are set to go. The very first fight of the WBC Grand Prix, Mohammed Shamili and Igor Semonchuk. Italy versus Ukraine, kicking things off. Shamili 14-0, Semonchuk 7-0. And we are officially underway. Of course, this one's scheduled for 6 rounds. Shamili coming into this one, coming off a 4th round TKO win over Andres Rubio in Italy in December of last year. Semonchuk scored a 4-round decision over Vladimir Krieger in August of last year. Shamili, a talented amateur, represented Albania at the 2018 Youth Olympic Games. Semonchuk, talented boxer, obviously, but also moonlights as an MMA fighter. He just landed a couple good right hands there, and another one, but he got caught with a good right hand from Shamili as well.
Yeah, just because Shamili's just a little bit more athletic, a little bit more lateral movement. I just think some of his shots just hit the target a little bit cleaner at the minute.
Yeah, he's definitely the one controlling the distance as well. He just switched to southpaw. Very skillful, athletic guy.
We were checking out the ring earlier, guys. We were told this is a 24 by 24 ring, so a lot of space, particularly for featherweights to move around in, and for an athletic fighter like Shamili, certainly making use of it.
We could have been in the ring calling the fight. That's how big this ring is.
As the day goes on, or the week goes on, it'll get dramatically smaller, that ring, once those big guys are in there.
Would you like to fight in a smaller ring or a bigger ring?
I was a mover, so always a bigger ring, more space to move, and gives you time to think and counter your attacks. And again, I just think the lateral movement here of Shamili just giving him the advantage for me.
Really doing some good body work here in the early going. Nice uppercut there as well, but there is some reddening on the nose of Shamili, perhaps due to some of those early right hands from Semenchuk. He's trying to flurry here on the inside, but again, back downstairs to the body goes Shamili.
Good jab there, though, from Semenchuk. He just needs to take a step to the right. When he's coming forward, the Ukrainian, just take that step to the right and then throw that right hand. That'll just square up the target for you a little bit.
I agree. You know, Semenchuk, his feet are in quicksand. He's not sitting down on his punches, though, even though his feet are planted, but he's not sitting down. So he's not landing a hard shots, it seems, on Shamili.
Big right hand again by Semenchuk, and there you hear the horn indicating 30 seconds remaining in the round.
And Semenchuk just stopping for a while. It's a good right hand there from Semenchuk, and again.
Another right hand from Semenchuk. Boy, you have to wonder if this late rally from Semenchuk might have stolen the round. And again, the innovative scoring system that we're using here during this tournament would at least be reflected, you'd have to say. This was not a wide round for either man.
Yes, this enhanced scoring system is something we got to get used to. I kind of like it, especially with fights where it's like 6 rounds. It kind of makes sense. Sometimes you got the guy who actually won the battle, didn't win, it's just a draw, and I hate that, so this is good.
Yeah, but this has been one of those fights where the rounds where it was close enough to give it to either one. I thought for me the lateral movement and just slightly better shot selection was from Shamili for me, but Semenchuk started fast and he finished fast. And I think that's quite important to go back to the corner, having a bit more success than you had in that middle part of the round, and hopefully he comes out a little bit stronger. And as you said, Barak, just to kind of quicken those feet up a little bit more.
Round 2 now underway. A reminder, we will be able to solve this scoring mystery at the end of this round, should we get to the end of this round, because we do have open scoring. Shamili just lands a nice sharp right hand right down the middle. He had an excellent training camp coming into this one, training alongside European featherweight champion Cristobal Lorente and top 140-pounder Sandor Martin.
I'm never a fan of switching, especially he was having success in the other stance, the orthodox stance we call it in the UK, and I would just stick with that. If it's working, no need to change it. Again, just the feet there of Shamili, just allowing it just to create that distance and throws the shots, take a little step back and either goes in a defensive mode or he can fire back. Gives him the option.
Credit to Semenchuk here, because this is almost a frantic kind of pressure he's applying here, Barry, that is getting a schooled amateur like Shamili to maybe make some decisions that normally he wouldn't.
When you want to force a guy who you might think a little bit technically better than you, oh, good shots. But to punch when he has to, not when he wants to. When you want to, you can if you relax, you can set yourself. But when you have to, or the necessity, you make mistakes and you tighten up a little bit. But there's pressure with the feet there from Semenchuk, but not really with the hands, I would say.
Good body work again there from Shamili, but back up Semenchuk with another right hand. That body work has been consistent from Shamili basically since the opening bell.
I agree with you saying about switching the stance, Barry, because I think Shamili is stronger in the right-handed stance, as right there with that right hook.
And I always think defensively you're worse when you switch. Some fighters can do it brilliantly, of course, but most of it, you know, you can be offensively just as good, but defensively you lack it. So I always tell people, if someone switches, you rush them. Again, you know, the work rate of Semenchuk is really, really good here, and a real good effort trying to push forward. But is he taking too many shots coming in?
This is a big step up in opposition for Semenchuk here tonight. He's only faced one fighter with a professional victory thus far. He's faced 2 straight debutants. This is good inside work here from Shamili. Again, it's the hustle of Semenchuk, the volume, but the cleaner work from Shamili, particularly there in that sequence.
And that's that good amateur background, isn't it? You know, that comes into play, especially in these shorter fights here, when you're just allowing yourself a bit more space. You haven't got time to walk a fighter down, you know, and do the work to get the benefit in the later rounds. You have to get really everything out of every round here.
I would say Semenchuk was more effective with that pressure in this round than the first round.
Пробив, нирнув, пробив, нирнув, пробив, помився. Не просто б'єш, б'єш і в ответ пропускаєш. Повні легені. Повні легені. Все, восстанавливай. Все нормально. Все nормale. Rimanere fermo sulle sue azioni. Non lo devi far partire te. Se parte lui, mezzo passo lo riprendi e vai via. Ok, col ghiaccio? No. Forza. Oh, devi far lavorare un pochino di più, Ok? No. Va bene, Antonio. Posso? Oh, capito? Adesso ti devi svegliare,
After 2 completed rounds, our judges have it. 2018 Shamili, and 19-19 by 2 of the other judges, a draw.
You heard Thomas Treiber announcing the open scores at this point, so Shamili ahead on 1 scorecard, dead even on the other 2.
And it just shows the effectiveness, maybe, of just effort and work rate. Everyone's going to be clean shots, as long as they're landing consistently, though I do agree with the first judge, in my opinion, that Shamili's quality of work is far superior here.
That's a really good point, Barry. I mean, in addition to this being a fantastic collection of prospect matchups, this is also going to be a brilliant case study for what do judges appreciate. We're going to hear it and see it in real time over the course of 128 fighters getting in the ring.
Exactly. When you talk about that first scorecard, okay, you got Shamili winning both rounds, but now we get to know whether the judges thought it was close, moderate, you know, or either extreme. So I like this system.
Good work here, though, from Shamili again. Every time he's able to create that space, he can get the punches off quite effectively.
Oh, wow. Straight right hand down the pipe there from Semenchuk.
But then he took a step back. He should have stayed there. You know,
right.
If you want to if you don't want to be a stationary target, roll. Keep your feet there, roll. Or take a little pivot to the side, and you can throw again.
I think even the activity rate is getting to Semenchuk a little bit. His mouth is wide open. He's a little bit gassed, maybe.
Swelling starting to develop underneath the right eye of Mohamed Shamili. He just ate another right hand and a good left hook on the inside there.
Oh, and again.
From Semenchuk.
Again, you know, the last third of the round, he's starting to do the better work here, isn't he, again?
I think this is where Shamili does better, is when he uses his legs and he controls the distance and moves like this. Keep the jab in his face, great 1-2.
As we talked about, he has a lot of space to utilize. Should he want to do that, or should he be able to? Because Semenchuk just keeps on coming.
You've got to use that 3-second rule when you're on the ropes. If the rope touches the back of your leg, it's 3 seconds, you've got to move. Otherwise, it gives your opponent a chance to bounce an attack, put the pressure on you.
Oh.
Great left hand by Simonchuk.
For the 32nd horn. It'll be interesting to see how this impacts fighter strategies as well. Do they hustle a little bit more in the final 30 seconds of the round when they know precisely when it is? There's the traditional 10-second marker of another good action round in the very first fight of the tournament.
Качай спиною, брат, качай спиною. Ну що ти йдеш на нього як баран? Спинкою, вліво, вправо. Quel lavoro di gambe, ce l'hai quel lavoro di gambe, perché ti fermi davanti a lui? Cerca di non fermarti davanti a lui, non stare fermo dopo la tua azione. Dopo la tua azione vai via, spostati, riprendi il centro ring, riorganizza l'azione. Da vicino invece lo devi martellare, corpo, corpo, viso. E poi se vuoi lo leghi, lo giri, riprendi il lavoro. Ma non far fare il lavoro. Дихай, 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 все хорошо. Все класно йде. Сегуй. Класно йде, тільки не пропускай лишніх ударів. Не пропускати лишнього. Спиною роботи. No, stiamo a vantaggio di un cartellino solo sul lato. Devi fare di più. Igorko, давай, ти молодець. Sempre di scatto poi, sempre di scatto.
Back to action here, Mohamed Shamili and Igor Simonchuk in our very first fight of the WBC Grand Prix. Do a little housekeeping before we get started in earnest. Round 4 underway.
It's been a really good fight so far as well, hasn't it? Some really good quality.
Nice right hand over the top there from Simonchuk.
Again, he just needs to bend those legs a little bit and just roll and come back. You can come back with the same shot. You can roll into it. Give you a little bit more momentum. But if you land with a good shot, you've got to keep the pressure on against a guy who's got fast feet and good hands.
I wonder how arm punches look to the judges. So Simonchuk is throwing more punches, but he's not turning them over. He's not really putting his hip into those shots. But he's throwing them, and some of them are landing.
Yeah, and he's coming forward as well. So, right. But what he does well, Shamili, is he lands with a good shot, and he moves his legs, and it sort of emphasises the quality of his work, like he's sort of old age sort of thing with the shots.
Yes. And in other words, he sells his shots a lot better.
That's what I wanted to say.
That's a good point, Barry. And when he stays in the pocket, the reality is that Simonchuk is going to continue moving his hands. So even if Shamili does a little bit of good work, the last thing the judge sees is Simonchuk just continuing to flurry the body.
And that's, for me, Shamili, just when he gets a bit of a good shot, when he gets a bit of space, you got to start using that feint. You've got a guy coming forward, a little bit tense. Use that feint, you draw the punches out, you half a step back, come in with a combination, and then you pivot off. You don't dance away, pivot off, close to the target, and you can get behind the opponent, or you can go again.
You know, I was never a fan of open scoring, but I think it's because of the open scoring is why they're both fighting with urgency right now. Or maybe Simonchuk is just making it.
Yeah, a little bit. I think they're a little bit of both.
One of the knocks against open scoring over the years, of course, is that fear that perhaps a fighter gets ahead, knows it, and then can get it, and can go into cruise control. The opposite side of that is this, where the fighters know that this is a close fight, and they have to pick up the tempo.
You don't box your natural style to try and win the fight, the round big, rather than just win the round.
Right.
But from a spectator's point of view, it's a good watch.
It's good work here from Shamili, just swimming underneath some of this work of Simonchuk. Trying to soak up this non-stop pressure from the Ukrainian.
And that right hook that Shamili just landed, that came from the orthodox stance. And he just switched from the southpaw stance, and that's the better stance, in my opinion, that he does. Even though he's great at both.
Все классно. Зараз надо ручки возле подбородка и возле ти поджимаєш і там не відпускай. Не трать, дивись, не трать на легкі удари. Ти прийняв і бам! Ти прийняв, бам! Він уже не...
Barry, can you translate that?
Водички.
Those two shots you just threw. Bow, bow.
Again, both landed with solid jabs there. Shimili's looking to come back after it, but I think that was a really good effort there from Sumachuk. I think he's really forced the place trying to implement his style onto Shimili and really put him under pressure.
Three of those, that 4-punch combination landed for Sumachuk.
It's round 5 underway. In just a moment, we'll hear the open scoring. We'll find out just where we're at in this fight.
It's a lovely right hand there from Shimili, just a little lean back and swinging it over the top. But there's a danger to fighting from the ropes from a different angle from where the judges sit. He looks like he might be getting under pressure, getting hit with shots and not actually landing on the target.
All right, we're going to send it over to Thomas Driver with the scores.
40-36, Shimili. 39-37, Shimili. 38-38, Israel.
So there you have it, Shimili ahead on 2 scorecards. In one case, a clean sweep, and one of the scorecards dead even right now.
But I can see a clean sweep, although I haven't got it a clean sweep. You can see it, every round is quite close. He's just maybe doing just enough, and the quality of work is slightly better from him.
Well said. I think it's the quality of work, and that's what we're talking about with this enhanced scoring system. The quality of work, because every round is a competitive round.
Well, and as the scores on 2 of the cards are suggesting, it seems, and Barry, maybe you could speak to this, that there's a repetition in the work of Simonchuk that a fighter as well-schooled as Shimili is maybe picking up on. That the patterns are recognizable right now, and Shimili is starting to pick up on it, and he's starting to counter with more regularity.
Yeah, you can, and because every time he throws a combination, he takes a little step back, and that allows Shimili an opportunity to land his shot. So long as he covers up and rides that 3-punch combination, then he knows he's going to have an opportunity and a target to hit.
This is a really good round for Shimili so far. I think he's seeing the shots better coming in, so his defense is better, and he's letting his hands go and landing those shots.
Well, and remember, Brock, we haven't talked about this as of yet, but the reality is that these fighters didn't know their matchup until, I think, 2 days ago. So there's an unfamiliarity with all of these fighters, really until they step in the ring. So for a guy like Simonchuk, who's just going to apply pressure early, there is maybe a little bit of an advantage because you can scoop up some of those early rounds.
That's a great point.
But that's, if you've been a schooled amateur, especially because most of these fighters are young, you come from that anyway, where tournaments are fighters you don't know. And also you lead up to the fights as a professional, unless you're a superstar, you don't know who you're fighting anyway.
Straight left hooks on the inside. Simonchuk gets there with another one. 20 seconds remaining in the round.
Yeah, you don't have the luxury of watching a long footage of tape on your opponent at this level.
Oh, good right hand there from Shimili.
I don't know why.
Beautiful
Shimili's
uppercut on the move as well. What a finish to the round for Shimili.
A lot more comfortable that round for Shimili.
I still think he could box better. Simonchuk's pushing him back, and you've got to give him his credit for that. His work rate is phenomenal. Shimili sits on the ropes. I know he feels comfortable, he's at being effective, but if he did that in the center of the ring, how clear it, that's a clear round. Again, talking about the scoring system now, if some of these rounds are closer, and the second and the third judge start to go the other way, then some of the rounds he wins close, he could have won them bigger.
Right, and it's just a gamble being on the ropes, because Corey, you've seen Brandon Adams on the ropes recently, and we actually had a vantage point. We're seeing that he was doing good work, and the judges were thinking that he was losing those rounds.
That's right, yeah, and that fight against Andreas Katsourakis you're referring to, yeah.
6th and final round.
So it can go either way, but if I was in the corner, I'd be saying stay off of the ropes, use your legs, fight at a distance like this.
Don't fight southpaw.
So Samochuk needs this round. You know, just doing the math in my head here, even if he were to have won the last round, he needs this right now. You can expect an all-out assault right now, and that right hand is certainly what he's looking for.
And you need that urgency, but with that urgency, there's an opportunity for you to get caught coming in, so you have to be smart with it, which is, you know, in a winner stays on style of tournament, it's very, very difficult. A rarity of bodywork there from Samochuk.
Good reply there from Shamili, stepping off the ropes to get his flurry off. Nice pot shot right hand there.
Samochuk is in shape, and he hasn't taken his foot off the gas yet. Maybe he should come in with the jab instead of just coming in head first, eating 2 shots before you even get to your guy.
Yeah, the double jab closes the distance all the time, and it's an underused weapon. But to be fair, he's getting close to range. He just, again, he either walks away and takes a shot, or just stops after a 3-punch combination. And I think he's just read his rhythm now, Shamili.
See, like right here, before you get in, if you get hit, that's a point score for your opponent, you know, for Shamili.
Shamili certainly soaked up a lot of pressure training in Mexico earlier this year, training with Alan Picasso, who of course was almost Naoya Inoue's opponent for his Riyadh season US debut. Nice left hook there from Shamili as he flows between stances again.
Good shot.
Beautiful chopping right hand as well.
Just to create that distance and let it go is really good work. Again, that just lateral movement, that body movement, he actually looking looser with his styles, allowing him to get the punches off. Just a little bit more fluid.
Shamili seemingly just with a few more tools at his disposal. Really started to pull away after the 3rd round.
Good shot there from Samochuk.
Final moments of the contest. An excellent way to kick off the tournament. And if this is the kind of fight we can expect all day long and all tournament long, sign me up. Well, I'm already signed up, but if I were a spectator.
Sign me up twice.
Well, Sheffield's newly crowned European champion Dalton Smith continues his assault on the 140-pound division as the Thunder faces my fellow Canadian Mathieu Germain live on DAZN this Saturday. So a valiant effort from Igor Semenchuk. Brought torrid pressure all night long, but Muhammad Kamili and that international amateur experience just seemed to be a little bit too much. And again, this is a 14-0 fighter as well, facing a guy in Semenchuk. 7-0, but as we mentioned, Barry, had only fought fighters that didn't have a professional win, so this is a gargantuan step up for him tonight.
It was a step up, but I think, you know, he did all you could ask. I think if you were his trainer, you'd be proud of him because he tried his best. You know, your skill set's your skill set. You know, we talk about what he should be doing, but if you don't do it in the gym or you can't do it, then you can't do it. So I think it was a solid effort, but for me, I think Shamili, you know, his quality of work, as we all, I think, agree, was far superior, and that should give him the win.
All right, let's get confirmation of that. Let's send it back up to our MC, Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Yuji Fukuchi scores it 58-57. Judge Daniel Vandeville scores it 59-55. And Judge Eddie Papu scores it 58-56. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. Muhammad Shamili Mashid.
Okay, so the one judge that was giving every round to Shamili gave that last round to Semenchuk.
Yeah, that's right. So Muhammad Shamili does advance to the second phase of the tournament, of course, hoping for a berth in the grand finale in December. An excellent way to kick off the tournament here in Riyadh.
And continuing with great boxing, we have huge fights coming up your way right here on DAZN. And no bigger than the showdown at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium next week when Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn finally face off after a long-awaited bout. We've been waiting for this for a long time.
We've walked a similar path in the shadows of legends.
That's mental, that is. You've got Eubanks to sign it as well. Yeah, let me quickly scribble a bit.
They say lightning never strikes twice. I knew that the chances of me ever being able to make it in boxing were so slim that it's like, it wasn't even really worth me trying. I guess the sickness inside of me, let me see how far I can get. But I've done that now.
Why do this to yourself?
Because I love the challenge, the drive, the goals, the ambition, the fighting. As long as I reach my full potential and I can look back and go, I've done everything I could.
I don't have to fight now. I could retire tomorrow and I would be okay. But I don't want to be fine. I want to be excellent.
Before I even turned pro, it got mentioned. Irrelevant of how far apart we were in our careers when we first started, the gap seems to have closed very quickly, mainly because of all the work I've been doing.
He doesn't worry me. He doesn't scare me. I don't see him as a threat.
What, you think I'm gonna be a walk in the park?
I mean, yeah, on a nice summer's day. You got to prove me wrong.
I rise to the occasion every single time. I'm ready for this.
Life's a coat of many colors. It is never black and white. Can't have one without the other.
In my opinion, I'd stop him inside 8 rounds.
I do fancy my son, Trooper in fashion.
I've said this and I believe I win by stoppage. Within 6.
If he's saying it's going to end in 6 rounds, then it will end in 6 rounds. He will end in 6 rounds.
This boy is in trouble. Yes! 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 Yes!
The dark without the light.
Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn is live next Saturday night. Fatal Fury is available to buy now on DAZN.com boxing, and this one is not to be missed.
Live on DAZN Worldwide, April 26th. Eubank Jr. versus Benn. Over 30 years of rivalry and hatred. I do hate him. 2 warriors, 2 wars. But the feud was left unfinished. Then, a bloodline born. Legacy, respect. The next generation.
My dad's my hero.
A new destroyer. Rivalry in their veins. Hatred in their blood.
This is going to be a bloodbath.
For family.
This is personal. I can't lose to this man.
History.
Eubank, Nigel Benn. This is a war.
Legacy.
This is the final chapter.
Eubank Jr. versus Benn. Live on DAZN Worldwide. April 26th. Buy now at DAZN.com/boxing.
We can't wait for that one, but we continue with the action right here in Riyadh for fight number 2. So we go back to the comps table. Corey?
And we are set for our second fight of the night. Yanni Valverde Jr. and Arunki Chu. And to meet the fighters, let's send it back up to Thomas Treiber.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Fist of Fury, Runchi Cho.
season and I'm ready to go. The shot's heavy, held steady, and I'm ready to throw. There's no stone unturned, now I'm ready to blow. You already know, it's time I put on a show. It's time to believe the way I dodge and I weave. I carry ace up my sleeve, with this face it's me. No matter the weather, I'm calm under pressure. I'm ready, whoever can come get this weather.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Yoni Valverde TT Lopez.
Je me déplace en jet gros, j'atterris à Riyad. Même les pilotes broliqués, ils ont fait les shows, on en a fait des grillades. Bonne, tu as tourné comme les tourniquets. C'est violent ici, faut que tu pèses tes mots. Ça va très vite pour te baisse, t'es mort. C'est méchant, la cité c'est chaud. Jamais on échoue, ils vont pleurer si on les chaud. Parle de cala, de pétard, mais tu sais pas tenir une arme, c'est chaud. On te les valise comme le Wu-Tang Clan. Ce soir on te fait payer ta dette, c'est chaud. Je vais monter la température, du canon j'ai un mauvais tempérament. On détaille les ennemis comme la pure. Tu payes pour ta pute sous tempérament. On l'a fait pour s'abriter, pas pour la célébrité. Estimer les vents, ça va vite, comme un moteur débridé. Le voisin de la nourrice, ça sentit la faim. Le produit décédé.
Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with 6 rounds in the featherweight division. The 3 judges assigned will be Junbei Lim, Juan Carlos Pelayo, and Alexic Predrag. Our referee in charge will be Jürgen Langos. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the green corner, wearing green trunks, he weighed in officially at 127 pounds. His professional record consists of 9 wins, 2 defeats, 1 draw, 3 of those 9 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Australia, here is Fist of Fury, Runchi Cho. And fighting out of the gold corner, wearing gold trunks, he weighed in officially at 126.6 pounds. Undefeated with 13 wins, 3 wins come by way of knockout. Representing France, here is Yoni Valverde TT Lopez.
Okay, gents, I expect a clean and fair fight. Listen at all time to my commands and protect yourself at any time, okay? Good luck and good advice.
So Yanni Valverde and Runchi Cho set for action in our second bout of the evening, the second bout of the featherweight bracket here at the WBC Grand Prix in Riyadh. Valverde, the former French super featherweight champion, as his undefeated record would suggest. He didn't lose that title, he simply moved up. Runchi Cho, you probably saw him on DAZN recently. He had a win over Tony Ingram on the Opataya Naika undercard. Cho was also involved in one of the best lower level fights of the year in 2024, a absolutely wild brawl against Richard Lockett, and you can see why. Cho, all pressure all the time as he's right in the face of Valverde, but eating some good shots here in the early going.
He just got caught in a whirlwind of shots right now. Like, hasn't gotten his footing yet.
Valverde all over Cho right now.
But Cho's just squaring his feet up and just leaning forward and inviting Valverde to let the shots go.
That's definitely his style. I mean, he's probably one of the most experienced fighters, you know, on the card tonight. He's fought in 7 different countries. Most of these fighters fought only in their home country.
Cho with a really remarkable story. He found himself fighting on the streets of China, but then met his wife April, moved to Australia to train with the Maloney brothers. And as his approach here in this fight would indicate, has been one of the most exciting fighters on the Australian circuit. The problem is he's running in to a guy in Yanni Valverde who's just a little bit more seasoned and is able to counter some of that pressure like that.
But also for Valverde, coming down from super featherweight, must be a struggle. He looks big in there for sure. So if he can hurt or stop Cho from advancing forward, 2-3 rounds time, if this pace, he might start to feel it.
Good uppercut there from Valverde, but back over the top of the right hand comes Cho.
Cho is eating these shots. How many shots like that can you take? These are flush shots coming from Valverde.
The ones that are going to get him are the whipping shots, rather than the clean, heavy shot. He's a whipping shot, a shot from around the curve, or whipping the uppercut through the middle. So reduced power, but more speed in the punch, I think, for Valverde, and that might start to have an effect.
Especially when you square it up like this, and you're putting all your body weight over your front foot. You're asking for an uppercut.
I mean, it's okay getting your chest over your front knee if you're going to roll and dip. If you're just going to stay there, then you're going to ask for it.
See, that was the 30-second
bell. The 30-second horn, a little confusing to Cho, who walked away thinking he was done. That was only 2 minutes and 30 seconds of work. But now he's back to work and right on the chest of Valverde again.
And that's new to Cho, even though back in China, Cho was a referee.
That is correct.
Fantastic work ethic, but he is walking onto a lot of shots here.
Nice body shot there from Valverde, and a left uppercut as well. All action in the opening round. I wonder what Cho's opinions are on these rule developments.
As a referee, right?
Ouais, je sens même lui.
I love the 30-second horn because if you think about it, the corner is always yelling 30 seconds to their guy anyway to pick up the pace, pick up the pace.
Again, solid effort here from Choi, but still Valverde finding the space, especially with that uppercut through the middle. Some quality work under pressure. And if he can maintain that fitness and he's happy with the pressure coming forward, then he'll do well. He looked like he was just puffing a little bit in that round there, Valverde, but sometimes, you know, that first round, you just have to get your breathing right. So you are sometimes you're looking a bit more despaired than you actually are.
Yes. I think as a pressure fighter, Cho needs to let his hands go a little bit more. He's letting Valverde beat him to the punch while he's getting inside.
Round 2 underway. And Cho is basically all the way over in Valverde's corner before Valverde can get off his stool.
Oh, good shots over from Valverde. Lovely uppercut in that little combination. It's the mirror image of the first fight.
Yes. You got the pressure fighting, you got the boxer puncher.
Listen, we've seen Cho in this type of situation in the past where he's been in there with a very skilled amateur and has been able to go rounds and absorb this kind of punishment. He went the distance against Mirzizbek and Mirzakhalilov, the world amateur champion, Uzbek champion, and that was in 2023 before he had some additional schooling in Australia.
Stop, break.
Valverde set his feet and threw a lovely looping right hand and it caught Cho flush and he never moved. And that's going to be a problem because Valverde's setting his feet a little bit now, getting a bit more weight on the punch, which takes more effort, which drains your tank. And that's why I say, you reduce the power a little bit, get a bit more speed and whip in the shots. Oh, good footwork there from Cho. See the little spin to the side?
It's good work from Cho, and Valverde maybe starting to feel this pressure a little bit. He's not responding quite as often. And Cho just keeps banging away to the body and really hitting anything.
But again, is Cho taking too many punches coming forward? That's going to be the scoring issue. Oh, lovely combination.
Beautiful right hand there from Valverde.
But it didn't move him.
I think the harder shots are coming from Valverde there.
Shots like that, nice left hook from Valverde.
Oh, look at that.
Big left hook there from Ruchi Cho. See blood coming from the mouth of Yanni Valverde.
Again, if Cho can just dip a little bit, he took a little step to the side on the far rope a few seconds ago, and he was really effective. But if you can just not be a stationary target moving forward, He'll cause Valverde plenty of problems.
Just give a little bit of head movement to change the whole dynamic.
But it takes the uppercut out of the play straight away.
Yep.
Here's the 30-second horn. I'll tell you, Valverde might have looked at the draw and said, okay, I'm facing a 9-2-1 guy. Maybe I got a nice draw. This is not an easy night's work, even if he's winning these rounds.
And he's put along to these shots as well, which are fantastic punches that would have an effect maybe on another opponent, but not on this absolute monster.
Iron chin and iron-willed Rune Cho making this a war through 2 rounds.
It's a little blood over the eye, the left eye of Cho. I'm wondering if it was caused by a punch or a head clash.
Breathe deep.
Big breath. Big breath.
Hey, look at me. You understand what towel means?
Yes.
Well, do fucking towel. Do you understand?
Yeah.
He's tired. You're gonna stop him if you keep working the body. Body and up. Body and up. Jab the body. Okay?
Yeah.
We gotta work. Breathe now.
Breathe.
Hey, good round.
Good round.
Much better.
Good.
Good round, brother.
After 2 rounds here in the scoring, all 3 judges have it the same, 20-18 in favor of Lopez.
So you just heard Thomas Treiber. All 3 judges scoring thus far in favor of Yanni Valverde. And just a quick word, apologies for the language in Rune Cho's corner. Obviously, trying to motivate their fighter.
So Valverde has a bunch of names, and it appears that Lopez is his last name.
Valverde, typically professionally known as Yanni Valverde Jr., but we're using all the names on the birth certificate in some cases here in this tournament.
Let's just call him Junior.
Again, just like the first fight, the guy coming forward doing all the work, but the quality of the punches that are landed are from the guy against the ropes, and that's Valverde. And that's why the judges have him 2 rounds ahead.
Yeah. Cho is not listening to his corner. His corner said, go to the body. Cho has not thrown a body punch yet. He just keeps headhunting. But I can understand if you're gonna, you know, be in front of your front foot and you're gonna be square like that, if you go to the body and you're not gonna move your head, it's just gonna leave you open for a whole bunch of shots.
Yeah, and I also think that some of it is the way that Valverde defends himself in close. He kind of has his hands underneath his chin tucked very tight. He's mostly worried about the body shots. He's almost accepting some of these shots up top. There you see it here.
Great point.
Got to punch off that roll, Valverde. When you make that movement, you got to punch off it.
Cho has a hell of a chin.
He just took 4 flush uppercuts there and is still plowing forward.
Body shots.
There we go. Now he's listening. Good shot.
Big right hand, and that one made Cho take a step back. A rarity in this fight.
But why didn't Valverde jump on him after that?
Conserving the energy. He's struggling for pace a little bit here, Valverde.
It's a great body shot by Valverde there.
Oh, lovely bit of work.
And as in the first fight, you know, when he uses his legs, he's very effective.
A smile on the face of Yanni Valverde now, starting to enjoy this, and why not when you land 2 straight right hands? Is there that point in a fight like this, Barry, where maybe it's harder than expected in the beginning, but it starts to get physical and you start to enjoy it?
It's like with big punches, you can get used to it. You know what I mean? You get used to the weight and used to the pattern or the pace of the fight. So that's why the first round he looked absolutely gassed, I thought, going back to the corner. But he's adapted, even though his mouth's open, he is tired, and I think he adapted to that pressure. But you will have fun. I mean, especially when you're landing quality shots.
I mean, it's definitely obvious that Verde is winning every single round, but I think the pressure of Cho is getting to him a little bit. I think he's a little windy.
Écoute bien ce qu'on va te dire. Écoute, tu vas écouter ce que tu dis. T'as vu tout ce que t'as fait là? Tu l'as fait à la salle.
May 2nd, live from Times Square in New York City. It's the return of Ryan Garcia as he takes on Rolly Romero. What a scene that's going to be. What are your thoughts on that one, Barack?
I think that's a historical event, kind of like this one. I don't know how it's going to happen in the middle of Times Square, but I think each fight, I wouldn't say 50-50, but they're very, very competitive fights on paper, and it's going to be a great night.
There we see Mohamed Shamili talking to the crowd. Our winner from our first fight. And that'll always be a trivia question. He was the first winner in the first fight of the WBC Grand Prix. Congratulations to Mohamed Shamili. That was a great action fight, and we've got another one right now here between Yanni Valverde and Ruchi Cho, excuse me. Cho right on top of Valverde again. Valverde, maybe a little bit of a footwork issue, but he is just sinking into the ropes right now. Now seems to have his bearings once again and back on the move. He stabs a couple of jabs to the body.
Yeah, solid jab as well. I really stepped behind that jab to the body there, Valverde.
Good right hand to the body by Cho. I think Cho is saying, I think he's realizing what his corner was saying, that his opponent is a little bit tight and I need to go to that body.
See, to be fair for Choi there, he took a step to the side, the right sort of thing, but he couldn't get the punches off in time.
I thought he lost his balance and just fell to the side.
Good work off the ropes again there from Valverde.
Valverde just rips the left hand to the body and runs right to the midsection. And just tosses Cho into the turnbuckle there, into the corner pad.
And then the referee tosses Valverde.
I'm not sure if Cho looked a little bit unsteady on his legs there for a second.
Definitely his balance is off.
Yeah.
You know, and that's because, you know, he's so square and he just leans forward.
Wicked uppercut there from Valverde again.
Tell you what, if Cho could punch.
Yeah. When you don't have the proper balance, it doesn't take you getting hurt to get dropped. It just takes a little bit of force.
Closing in on the final minute of the round. Cho goes downstairs to the body, but there's a better body shot from Valverde, and that illustrates exactly what you're talking about there, Barack. Both men landed body shots. The man with better technique. Which one do you remember from that exchange?
Yeah, and then which one do you hear? It's a much harder sound. Can Valverde keep up this work rate? We know this is what Cho was built for.
Yeah, this is just an otherworldly pace being demanded by Ruchi Cho.
Good work there for Valverde, a little side step to come back onto shape, and then his punches go. I think he's boxing well under pressure. Again, trying to take the rest when he can, but making sure that he's trying to get the last say in the exchanges.
Another fighter who can switch from orthodox to southpaw as well. Please don't switch in front of Barry, please.
Nobody's doing it effectively. He's switching and punching and coming back.
Yeah.
Just like that, another left hand to the body. You see Yanni Valverde loving this action so far.
Souffle bien. Denis, super. Super, ma gueule.
Prends ton temps, hein. D'accord? Là, c'est bien ce que tu fais. T'as vu, en fin de round, il a plus de jus, hein. Il a plus de fraîcheur.
Denis.
Ouais. Ça va venir tout seul. Ne cherche pas le temps.
Souffle bien. Denis, s'il te plaît. Fais l'ascenseur contre ton camp. Boum, boum. D'accord?
Remonte dans l'hypercute, il a raison.
N'oublie pas tes calages, creuse du droit, boum. Tu gagnes.
42-36, unanimous for
T'as des
Yanni
capounes pour toi.
Valverde.
T'as des capounes pour toi.
As round 5 begins, you heard Thomas Treiber announcing the scores. A shutout for Yanni Valverde. And again, even though that is true, I don't think there's really any dispute as to who's winning these rounds. Yanni Valverde is a guy who has been the 10-round distance 3 times. I don't know if those 10-round fights were as exhausting for him as what he's experiencing right now over 6 rounds against Rune Chi Cho.
No way. This is definitely a learning experience for him. Even though he's probably going to go away with a victory, this is a learning experience for him. How to conserve energy, how to control the pace of the fight, like a Floyd Mayweather who doesn't pressure the fighter, but he knows how to control the pace.
See that stance switch, a little stop and pivot there from Valverde. And Valverde says that he likes to implement a lot of techniques from the Cuban school of boxing. One of the trainers at his gym is Cuban and moved to France in the early 2020s. So he likes to implement a lot of that in his game plan. And you're seeing some flashes of those techniques here and there from Valverde.
I think he'd be quite happy because he's landing with some really quality shots that should make a dent in your opponent, and he hasn't, and they haven't. But he hasn't panicked and lost his shape. I think that's quite important, especially early in your career, not to lose your shape. Otherwise, you start to unravel and then gaps appear. I think, for the most part, he's always been thinking of what he has to do next, even under pressure. And that's, as you says, I think that's a fabulous learning experience to move on to bigger things. But also, he has the fight in the bag now, and he knows it, so he's just got to be smart. Cho's got to come on. He needs to stop it.
And that's the thing. And you said earlier, you said if Cho could punch. That's the thing. He's not a big puncher, and he probably can't just land that punch in the last 2 rounds to win the fight.
At the same time, with this kind of pressure, it wouldn't be unprecedented to see a fighter just fall off a cliff energy-wise. After this kind of pressure, the thing working against Cho is the fact that he only has 6 rounds to accumulate that kind of exhaustion and that kind of punishment.
You would see it with old-fashioned journeymen. The ones who used to try and win, but, and would travel. I mean, they would put loads of pressure on prospects who were used to having things their own way, and you would see them unravel. Even if they won the fight, they would unravel dramatically.
Clubbing right hand there from Valverde. 3 seconds remaining in the round.
Right hand there from Valverde as Cho comes forward.
Uppercut on the move there from Valverde and comes back with a right hand.
Tired or not, Valverde still has steam on his shots.
What an effort from Rune Chi Cho, but what a response round after round from Yanni Valverde.
Last round.
We cannot win on points, okay? So you can win by knockout, but you know you're not a big puncher. Stop throwing these big punches and just small, many. You have to stay here, non-stop, here. Because, hey, the referee will stop the fight if you get hit again. You will lose by KO. You understand? So don't throw. Now breathe. Come on, breathe. Breathe. Sit up straight. Big breath. Big breath. Big breath. Breathe. Come on. Big breath. You have to throw many small punches. You have to stay here. Many. And maybe you can stop him. Okay? Let's go, Ron.
I wouldn't feel encouraged after hearing that in the corner. I know you're not a big puncher. Stay here in the middle. Shorter shots. Yes, you got to do shorter shots, but maybe you can stop him.
Right in the face of Cho in the corner. And just a reminder that the face of boxing returns to DAZN on May 3rd as Canelo Alvarez takes on William Skull. You can buy that now on DAZN.com/boxing. 6th and final round here between Yanni Valverde and Rune Chi Cho.
I think
Valverde just putting them together right now.
I think Valverde's looking for the stoppage.
When you can see the finishing line, those last 2, I think he was better in the last round as well. When you can see the finishing line, it gives you a boost of energy.
Yeah.
Because you're not afraid. You don't need to reserve anything else. You can just put it all out there.
Now, no one's ever said that before. That's a great point, Barry. Especially with open scoring. You would figure the guy who's winning all of the rounds could take a break. Oscar De La Hoya, Felix Trinidad style.
But again, with Choi, there's no fear of getting caught. I mean, anyone can hurt you, of course, but there's no massive fear of really the power having an effect. There you go, see it there. It was a fantastic right hand. Not enough on it.
Next, step back. No punch.
Interesting that Cho's corner was warning him about the possibility of the referee stopping this fight. I haven't got that sense.
No. I mean, he is taking a lot of shots, though, but he's not showing that any of those shots are hurting him. And the referee didn't even look like he was going to stop it. I think that was just something to motivate Cho to go out there and, put more work in.
Lovely little step to the side there from Valverde to let that uppercut go. Again, he's boxed tremendous under pressure. The quality of the work, constantly being pushed back, but he's landed with some beautiful shots.
He's landing some great shots, and sometimes he's looking at it. He's looking at the reaction, after the shot, admiring his work.
Might be taking a deep breath as well. Runchi Cho has about a minute to produce something magical here.
As his corner said, maybe. I love Verde just turning it up. 7-punch combination.
Yeah, to your point, Barack, if you're worried about a fighter coasting because of open scoring, Yanni Valverde does not seem interested in doing that, but also Runchi Cho wouldn't allow it even if he wanted to.
No way. He's not going to give you any room to breathe.
Good body shot.
Seen Verde glance up at the clock a few seconds ago.
He did it in the last round also.
Okay. That's what pressure will make you do. Say, why is this round so long?
Good shot. Great effort, but the quality of the work from Valverde, fantastic.
Tremendous effort from Runchi Cho. But just better all night long was Yanni Valverde. And reality perhaps setting in there for Runchi Cho.
This fight wasn't as competitive as the first, but it was a lot of action.
On April 26th, a born rivalry will be settled when Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn finally go head-to-head in front of a sellout crowd at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Fatal Fury Eubank Benn is available to buy now at DAZN.com/boxing. All smiles in the corner of Yanni Valverde Jr., pride of Nouzonville, France.
Oh, nice accent there.
We do take French up to grade 12 in Canada.
And that's all you learned was France.
France.
And I think you'll see a better Valverde with a guy who's more of a thinker in front of him. I mean, we saw that was a fantastic fight to watch, but I mean, I think his skills will be better when he has time to really set himself and
a nice chess
take
game.
the center of the ring. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Very skillful fighter, as in Shamili as well. Very, very skillful fighters.
And in the early rounds, he looked a bigger puncher than what his record would suggest. There's something that he landed through some fantastic shots, and he put in weight behind them as well.
Granted, Cho was giving him the face.
Oh, yeah.
Just giving him those shots.
All right, let's make it official. Let's send it back up to our MC, Mr. Thomas Driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards, and all 3 judges, Alexic Predrag, Juan Carlos Pelayo, and Jun Bei Lim, are in agreement. They all score at the same 60-54, all for your winner by unanimous decision. And still undefeated, Yanni Valverde T.T. Lopez.
So Yanni Valverde wins perhaps the most physical 6-rounder that he'll ever fight in to advance to the second stage of the WBC Grand Prix tournament.
DAZN is the undisputed home of boxing and also BKFC, where we have another bare-knuckle brawl added to our stacked schedule, which sees Mike Richmond defend his light heavyweight crown against Josh Dyer on May 10th, live from Salt Lake City. It will also be stateside this Saturday for the return of the undisputed flyweight queen, Gabriela Fundora. She faces Marilyn Badillo, and in the build-up, the zone cameras have been in the Fundora camp.
Here is the undefeated flyweight from Coachella, California, Sweet Poison.
Engaging with that left hand, boom, right on the chin.
Oh, early in the morning, I wake them up with a siren. 7 a.m. Yeah, they go for about 4-mile run. Then they come back, do a little strength and conditioning. Then feed the goats, feed the animals. And she gotta go see that we have eggs. Then just eat breakfast, take a rest, come back at 1 and do her boxing.
What got me into boxing was actually my mom. I was always watching her, and my brothers were training too, but it was just more me gravitating, focusing, just watching her compete in the amateurs and going to all these tournaments. Even when I was younger, I was underneath the ring, kind of just watching my brothers do their thing in fights, and my mom was reffing them and judging them. So I was always around boxing, watching it, and then eventually I got into it.
Oh, well, too bad. You can't
Our life is boxing. It's not any camp, and it's just, we step outside, there's the gym. We come into the gym, ring's right here, and it motivates you. It's seeing, say if I'm on my break, right? Not really, but I'm still watching my brother do his thing, or my little sister, and we're just, it's so knitted that it's in the system. It's part of like breathing, sleeping. It's just, boxing's another one of those things. Right now, what makes us different, we're the first in history to be the first brother and sister duo in boxing to be champions at the same time. So, trainer of the year, I think so. Having them in the corner, it's just another advantage, another plus, that we're so tightly knitted, and I don't have to get to know my coach or get to know who my partner is, that they already know what I'm thinking, and they know kind of what I'm seeing inside the ring, and they're that extra pair of eyes that I know I can rely on and trust outside the ring. So it's just a great bond, and I wouldn't have it any other way, honestly.
Gabriela Fundora versus Marilyn Badillo is this Saturday, but it's time now to return to the action here in Riyadh. Corey?
And we're back to action here in the featherweight tournament. It is time for our next matchup, Jamal Hijab and Ayub Khan Bakhtiyorov. To meet the fighters, let's send it back up to Thomas Stryber.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Ayub Khan Bakhtiyorov. And now let's welcome Jamal Hijab.
Hey, yo, man. Damn, what's taking homie so long, son? Freaking calm down. I'm coming.
Many men wish death upon me. Blood in my eye, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the featherweight division. The judges are Yuji Fukuchi, Eddie Papu, and Daniel Van de Wiel. Our referee in charge will be Joel Campuzano Jr. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighted officially at 125.9 pounds. Undefeated with 6 wins, 4 of those 6 wins come by way of knockout. Representing Uzbekistan, here is Ayubhan Bakhtiyorov. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighted officially at 127.4 pounds. Undefeated with 8 wins, 3 of his 8 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing France, here is Jamal Hajab.
Fighters, you received your instructions in the locker room, okay? I want a good, clean fight. Obey my commands at all times. Defend yourselves at all times. Do what you came trained to do, and that's good, clean boxing, okay? Keep it clean. Nothing behind the head, behind the back, or below the belt. Touch gloves to your corners.
So an interesting fight here between Jamal Hajab and Ayubhan Bakhtiyorov, 2 very late additions to the tournament. Hajab, the French elite national amateur champion. We saw him added to the bracket this morning. Bakhtiyorov, a late replacement for Olympic champion Abdulmalik Kalikov, and Bakhtiyorov, the Uzbek national silver medalist in 2023. So 2 good amateurs going right to the inside here in the early going.
Some lovely body work there from Bakhtiyorov. You can just tell they're good amateurs by the way they just keep their shape. Their elbows are tucked in nice and tight, the hands are high. There's that Uzbek movement, sorry, on the target. They are fantastic with their feet.
Unlike amateurs, though, they're really letting those shots rip. Both comfortable in the pocket like this.
But I think in places like Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, you know, they teach them to turn their punches over
That's a
early.
good point, yes.
Actually, and they used to in the old Soviet Union, didn't they? All punchers turned their punches over.
Punch him with the first 2 knuckles.
Nice little uppercut on the inside there from Hajab. Just coming into this fight after a 5th round knockout win over Leonard Strinks in Belgium in February of this year. So staying very busy, jumping on this opportunity to hop in the tournament. Good work there from Bakhtiyorov.
It just feels like Hajab's just a little bit too close. I know he's trying to push Bakhtiyorov back, but I'm not sure whether he can do that with the jab. You create a bit of distance.
Nice pull counter there from Bakhtiyorov, and you see the blood on the forehead and the mouth of Hajab. A wicked left hook, just busting Hajab open.
Heads are clashing all the time as well.
I think Yarov just timed him perfectly. And that's the thing, Hajab is trying to do the jab so close and got timed by that right hand once again.
Again, you can show your strength in different ways. It hasn't got to be physical when you're pushing someone back. Step behind the jab. But this range at the minute is Bakhtiyorov's bread and butter here.
Another flush right hand, make it 2 there from Bakhtiyorov. Who's unloading here in the opening round. And again, that 30-second horn, a little bit confusing.
Well, it's new, that's why. Every fight so far has been the same issue.
I'm sure he'll get a reminder about that in his corner. An excellent opening round for the Uzbek. Maybe a perfect opening round.
He's not getting up from that.
I don't know how Hajab is getting to his feet after that. Will Hijab get an opportunity to continue? He will. Oh, my goodness.
There was a right hand just before the right hand that knocked him down. I think that stunned him. And
it was the right hand that hurt him. Yes.
Huh? Just might see it here. A little bit of Ross, a lovely left hook there. I think it's a right hand there. Oh, great shot.
So the left hook stunned him, and the right hook put him down.
But look at the fluency in the combination. Bam, bam, whip over. Did well to get up there. When someone falls back long like that, that usually means they're done.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, but when you're frozen in place and then take an unprotected shot, land like that, 99% of the time, that fighter does not get to his feet.
And back to Yorov, just he turned that left shoulder down just to get a bit more torque in the shot as well. That really adds to the weight of the shot, and good recovery powers there from Hijab.
I think the right hand kind of woke him up a little bit because he had a little control of his neck when he went down, so his head didn't slam that hard against the canvas.
Bakhtiyorov right on top of Hijab here, maybe looking to close the show here in the second round.
But I think Hijab's boxed the wrong fight from the offset. I do think he should have tried to create more distance.
I wouldn't know if that's his style, but when you're getting out hooked by a hooker, switch up. That's when you got to go to the jab. It should be every fighter's style to know how to do a jab and keep their distance.
And because his hands are high and his elbows are tucked in tight, you throw the jab from there. You throw him from a safe place.
Yes. Nothing but hard shots.
But once you take that front foot too close, uppercuts, hooks to the body, they all come into play. And it's Bakhtiyorov who's better in that quarter.
Credit to Hijab for even doing this amount of work that he's doing right now. And boy, Bakhtiyorov just clipped him again with another left hook as Hijab was backing up.
I was just about to say, I thought Bakhtiyorov just let him off the hook a little bit here. He hasn't really let his hands go, but then all of a sudden unleashes that left hook. Just got to be careful here, Bakhtiyorov. He doesn't look for that one great shot. I think if you just throw in fluency like he did for the first knockdown, the punch will come.
Hard body shot there from Bakhtiyorov that comes behind it with an uppercut. Bakhtiyorov now bleeding from the nose as well. As obviously skilled as Bakhtiyorov is, he's going to invite contact.
And he's still throwing those lazy jabs.
Oh, lovely. Feinted to the body there before he threw that left hook over the top.
A deep breath there from Hijab after that left hook. And he is in big time trouble right now. And Bakhtiyorov just unloading. Hard body shot. Hijab trying to hold on and stay in this fight.
Again, to start off that combination, the way he disguised it was fantastic. He looked low and went high straight away. Stopped again.
Over the top with another right hand. Again with the left hook. That one backs up Hijab.
Again, he dips his knees before he throws it. Gets more weight on the shot and also disguises it a lot better than Hijab will. Good shot back to there from Hijab.
And you see the same shots coming at you all the time. I'm surprised that Hijab is not defending them better than that.
Again, Hijab had some good quality moments in there, but the biggest moment was this, that looping left hook, and then the follow-up attack was relatively accurate as well, and all quality in the work, some weight in that shot. Look at that, lifting that elbow up, Golovkin style, just a punch down.
So this might be one of the first examples of when a fighter wins a round, but either extreme or what they would call decisive.
And that would be our first win.
Yes. without a knockdown.
17 for Ayub Khan Bakhtiyorov.
So Jamal Hijab had a fight scheduled for 2 days from now in France, but it was not going to be as difficult as this one.
He might not make it to that.
Well, certainly will not be making it to that. As Ayub Khan Bakhtiyorov, the Uzbek amateur standout, dominant here through the opening 2 rounds. Looking to swim underneath and land that left hook once again. There he finds a route to the body.
Again, the reaction, you know, the block and counter there from Bakhtiyorov.
It's good counter by Hijab with the left hook.
No, he's having a really good go, isn't he? You know, you're trying to push him back, but I just think it's the wrong tactic.
Footwork of Bakhtiyorov now unloading with 1s and 2s.
But they both landed with right hands there, and Hijab's was a decent shot. Just made Bakhtiyorov reset.
John's got a little bit of pop. 2 consecutive knockout wins coming into this one.
That little pivot around the target is such a beautiful thing to watch. Lovely shot. Really
running Hijab into that uppercut, then coming behind it with a left uppercut as well. There's a lot in the arsenal of Bakhtiyorov. You can see that reflected on the bloody face of Hijab.
Hijab's going to have to learn how to roll. If you're going to be in front of a power puncher like that, throwing them triple G right hands, you got to roll on little shots. Especially when you can see them coming.
Shots.
Hijab started some body work, but it maybe gave Bakhtiyorov some ideas. Came back with a better left hook. Flush right hand again.
So demoralizing here for Hijab. He does some good work and then gets paid back with better.
Showing a lot of heart.
Jamal, c'est mieux, mais après tes attaques, faut que tu lèves les mains, gros. Il commence à fatiguer. Il commence à fatiguer, t'es encore là ou pas? Il faut qu'après les attaques, tu lèves les mains. Tu prends trop de courses bêtes.
A massive fight coming up on April 26th here on DAZN. Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn. Barry, you seem most equipped to talk about this. I mean, this is a long time in the making, and I think that for people in the United Kingdom, everyone seems to have a memory, anyone of a certain age, of when their fathers fought. Now the sons finally getting in the ring with one another.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. I say it every time it's mentioned. But I boxed on the Benn and Eubank undercard, the second one in Old Trafford. There's only 5 fights on that night. I was first on. And it was just a tremendous atmosphere. And it wasn't the greatest fight as the first one was. But to see 2 stars, you know, really go at it was a joy to watch in a packed Old Trafford in Manchester. But the way it's amazing, these 2 boys. Because I've been saying these are 2 rich kids who box like they're poor. I mean, it's absolutely phenomenal.
I like the promo we watched earlier, and it seemed like Eubank was talking more about the financial side of it, and Conor is talking about the name recognition, like the glory in his name. You know, so they're fighting for 2 different things, it seems like.
And they have the same personalities as their dads as well, which is, they really do, don't they? Don't do a T.
It made me go back and research their initial rivalry, and it was amazing. It must have been amazing watching it.
It was genuinely nasty. I watched those heads clashing.
Who did you root for back then?
To be honest, nobody, because Eubank was so flash and he wasn't sure if you're a fan of his, and Ben was so nasty that I wasn't a massive fan of that. I mean, I love watching them both box, of course, but which makes it a better watch when you have no dog in the race, you can enjoy it more.
Yes.
Back to the action here in Riyadh.
Thanks,
It's easy to get excited about that one coming up, but this is our third consecutive terrific action fight of the tournament. Yuvkan Bakhtiyorov has had Jamal Hajab on the canvas in the opening round. It looked like that fight was going to be over. Another referee might have waved that off, and there would have been no protest. But Jamal Hajab, double tough, double courageous, still in here fighting in round 4.
Oh, left hook again there. And Bakhtiyorov.
Oh my goodness, what a right hand from Hajab.
And he felt it.
And the blood splattered across the face of Bakhtiyorov. Bakhtiyorov maybe getting a little bit too brazen in search of that knockout.
Well, he has his chin exposed when he's taking those hard shots, and that left hook just caught it.
I tell you what, the way he's recovered though, his feet, his balance, Hajab's been quite phenomenal, I think, because he was all over the place after that knockdown. You just thought it was a matter of time, and did Bakhtiyorov let him off the hook a little bit? Maybe.
He just got it. Hajab has to keep that left hand up when he's throwing that right hook.
A decent round here.
Might not be a round he's winning, but it is certainly the best round of the fight for Hajab. Body work there from Hajab. 2 shots downstairs, but back comes Bakhtiyorov with 3 or 4 upstairs. Oh, massive right hand. That's the one that had Hajab in a world of trouble in the opening round, but now he can absorb it.
He got accustomed to taking those shots. I think he has a little bit more confidence now, and that's why he's trying to push Yorov back.
Well, he's shown a sturdy chin and a resilience to come back as well. I think the first knockdown was because he got stuck with that left hook. It's almost a free shot, isn't it, that right hand?
I think he was out on his foot, out on his feet with that left hook.
But what you said, I think the right hand waked him up a little bit. Yeah, woke him up, sorry.
Yep.
Again, something really quality in the work for these two.
Yeah, he just ate that right hand by Yorov right there.
Ça fait quoi là, 4?
Ça fait 40-35, gros.
C'est le dernier round là.
Il reste 2 rounds. Ça mange avec knockdown. Hé, travaille au corps et finis à l'intérieur. Et lève-moi ta putain de gauche, frère. Surtout quand tu plonges avec ta droite.
Now I think we're going to see the good effects of open scoring. Because he found out that he's down. Now what? Down by a lot.
Well, he's got to take that risk. I mean, if you want to really win the fight, you've got to take that risk. And with that, gets the exposure of your chin.
I think we're seeing that right now. I mean, listen, in terms of the spaces he needs to get to in order to do that work, he's been there all along. He's going to the inside, he's eating shots, but clearly Hajab's going to have to open up even more if he wants to produce something special here in the final 2 rounds.
But if he throws that double jab to close the distance or the 1-2 down the line, make it nice and sharp, make sure your hands come back up, then you can move your feet closer in a safer way. And also, you've landed shots to make your opponent in a defensive manner.
This is good work by Hajab, staying nice and tight. No lazy shots.
Nice right hand there from Bakhtiyorov.
Gotta bring your hands back. Gotta bring your hands back.
Just a little step to the right to create that angle for a left hook from Bakhtiyorov, the 20-year-old from Andijan, Uzbekistan, who's been incredibly active. 5 pro fights last year, 1 already this year, on top of the elite amateur schedule that he's still keeping. And perhaps why he's looking as razor sharp as he is in this fight.
Where Bakhtiyorov lets his punches go with alternate hands, and that gives him the fluency, especially to jump into the last shot, which is usually a left hook. Hijab's got to throw with the same shot, the same hand twice. So he threw a right hook to the body, but he threw that right uppercut through the middle. I think he's read his rhythm, see? Bakhtiyarev's read his rhythm, so he just needs to sit and settle it a little bit. Again, that movement around the tag, it's just so good to watch.
While you was talking, Hijab did the right hand up the middle.
You know, Barry, for a 20-year-old, there's a ruggedness and a complexity to the inside work for Bakhtiyarov that you wouldn't expect from a fighter that age.
No, you wouldn't, and a strength, to be fair. No, he doesn't look physically strong like Hijab does, but he is strong. Yeah, but technique with him, his technique is very, very good. You see there, even when he throws a short right hand, the elbow comes over the top, and everything, as Brock was saying earlier, about the front two knuckles every time on the target.
Yeah, Brock, even that last left hook that Bakhtiyarov threw, just the way that he turned all the way over to split the guard of Hijab, that's not something that is in everyone's arsenal. As we see the footwork of Bakhtiyarov once more there.
Right, occasionally giving him angles, getting out of the line of fire. Oh, nice.
Hijab's a good fighter. He's just come up against a better fighter. That's all that. These two will be good to watch. Whoever wins going forward, be interesting.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of good fighters leave this tournament without an undefeated record anymore.
Wow. And that's what's good about this tournament, because normally a lot of these guys would get a cakewalk all the way up to maybe 15 to 20-0.
Yeah, and also, you know, I would say, you know, you need those learning fights to develop what you do in the gym in a real life experience. But you do have those fights in between against either another undefeated fighter or someone who's got more wins than losses.
He's good.
Well, the second event of the DAZN Queensbury partnership sees Anthony Cacace take on Lee Wood for the IBO Super Featherweight title on May 10th, live on DAZN as part of our 185-plus fight nights a year.
How do you like that fight, Barry? I'm a big fan of Lee Wood.
Yeah, I am. I just worry about where he is in his career right now.
Yeah.
I know Anthony Cacace's the older guy there, but no. He's a good. It's a good watch. A good watch because they both go at each other. That's what you want to see. I mean, Cacace stopping Joe Cordina was such a shock.
Amazing.
Unbelievable.
Well, Lee Wood knows a thing or two about a final round comeback, which is maybe certainly what Jamal Hijab would need right now. And it certainly has not been for a lack of effort. Two of the latest additions to this tournament are going at it here in the third fight of the day. And again, that speaks to the depth of talent in the Uzbek amateur and professional system, that the Olympic champion steps out, and then in steps Bakhtiyarov, who is as good as you're seeing on your screen right now.
Right.
To get anywhere in those Uzbekistan championships almost makes you world class automatically.
Hard body shots here for Bakhtiyarov.
Nice.
It's one of the first times they held right there.
Yeah, that was a very intentional hold from Hijab after a couple hard shots from Bakhtiyarov, and the hands momentarily there on Hijab starting to dip in a deep breath. The body language of Hijab changing a little bit here with a minute 20 left in the fight.
Yeah, the big push in the last round. You know, knowing he had to win these next two rounds and get a stoppage or a knockdown, and I think that's just taken the gas out of him a little bit.
Yeah, I think Hijab is just feeling those shots a little bit different this round. Even though that was a good one, too, from Hijab.
But that shows its champion's mentality, though. I think he's a quality fighter. You know, the way, even though you're tired and you're getting hurt and you're losing a fight, you still look to fire back. Rather than just resign yourself. It's a lovely bit of work though there.
I think it's exactly what you said earlier. You know, he's just ran into
this one will be waved off. Too much punishment in the eyes of the official. And Ayubkhan Bakhtiyarov will pick up the TKO victory. What did you think of the stoppage, Barry?
I mean, he was taking a lot of punches, but he'd taken harder punches, I thought, throughout the fight. He was tired.
Like the one that dropped him in the first round?
Yeah. And some others that he took quite well. But I mean, in the last round, I know you have a duty of care, I would say that, but boxing's still boxing, and you're trying to win a fight, and you know. But then, an argument, I'm arguing with myself here. You've lost every round. I mean, the referee's saying you've lost every round, you're not winning this round. Why take another 1 minute, 30 seconds or more shots, whatever it was?
But that's the thing, it was only 42 seconds left. And when you look at the guy's eyes, he's alert, he's ready, and you literally stopped it after a body shot. Now, this is the round where it should have got stopped, where that beautiful left hand stunned him, and then the right hand put him down.
I think he would have, if just it was the end of the round. I think he knew, I think, yeah.
As soon as he got up, the bell rang. You're absolutely right. I just don't see why he stopped it with these 40 seconds. He was actually pushing Yura back at that moment, you know, not with shots, but he was pushing him back.
Well, will we see a knockout in this one? Ryan Garcia and Rolly Romero will headline May 2nd, live from New York's Times Square. A stacked card that also features Devin Haney against Jose Ramirez, as well as Teofimo Lopez versus Arnold Barbosa Jr. It is available to buy now on DAZN.com/boxing. All right, we are ready to make this one official. Let's send it back up to Thomas Streiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 2 minutes, 15 seconds of round number 6. Our referee in charge, Joel Campuzano Jr., steps in to stop the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout and still undefeated, Ayuban Bakhtiyorov.
So Ayubkhan Bakhtiyorov, the pride of Uzbekistan, with the TKO victory over Jamal Hajab. A late insertion into this tournament, may be one to watch. Could this be a fighter that could go all the way? We cannot wait to find out.
As we continue with the action right here in Riyadh in the WBC Grand Prix, we ask you to stay tuned because we have something very special coming up this June.
In 2 months, join us on the world stage, where football's elite will assemble. 63 unmissable matches to decide one world champion. FIFA Club World Cup. Watch every game live on DAZN.
The FIFA Club World Cup comes your way in June, and it's all free on the DAZN app. Make sure you download now and keep up to date with the entire schedule on the platform. Simply scroll down through the set reminders for the live action coming your way. But as ever, check your local restrictions for availability. And you don't want to miss these. The Knockout Weekend Bundle means you can make great savings on purchasing Garcia versus Romero and Canelo against Skull as a combined package. And there's a trio of fights from the UK to come as the DAZN's partnership with Queensberry Promotions steps up a gear. On May 10th, we head to Nottingham for the Hurt Game as Anthony Cache and Lee Woods lock horns. May 24th, it's destination Glasgow for former undisputed light welterweight champ Josh Taylor making his bow at welterweight against Iko Usman. Then June 7th, it's a heavyweight showdown in Ipswich as hometown hero Fabio Wardley faces big baby Jarrell Miller.
Thank you so much, Claudia. Well, of course, as a part of that knockout weekend that you just saw on your schedule, Ryan Garcia and Rolly Romero will take center stage in Times Square. And Baraka, you actually had some time to sit down with Ryan Garcia recently, so I feel that you're pretty equipped to speak about where his mind is at right now, which I'm sure is the main question everyone has on their minds heading into this fight.
I think, like any young man who's very, very popular on social media, his mind is all over the place, you know, but this is the most calm and relaxed I've ever seen him. And one thing that I noticed is that something he noticed now. He said, these guys used to look really big to me. Now they look really small. Now, if you look at this picture right here, who looks like the bigger guy? One has a coat on and still looks smaller than Ryan Garcia. Romero looks small. Ryan knows that. He says that this guy is just not on his level already, skill-wise. Now me feeling like I'm the bigger guy too, imagine that motivation you have going into that fight.
Yeah, Barry, Rolly Romero, almost an afterthought, I think, in a lot of cases coming into this fight. How much danger do you think he presents here?
Enough to keep Garcia honest. I think Garcia wins the fight, but I do think that Romero as an awkward style and a hard rhythm to read. So I think that might cause Garcia a few problems, possibly, but the power of Garcia will be the telling factor.
All right, so that's coming up on May 2nd, live from Times Square, right here on DAZN. Ryan Garcia and Rolly Romero, but we are ready to get back to tournament action here in Riyadh.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Joel Das, Jenny Saab. And now let's welcome Yasir El Zordo Ezidani.
One shot, one opportunity. Seize everything you ever wanted. One moment. What you capture, just let it slip. Yo. His arms are sweaty, his weak arms are heavy, his vomit on his sweater already. Mom's spaghetti, he's nervous, but on the surface he looks calm and ready to drop bombs. But he keeps on forgetting what he wrote down. The whole crowd goes so loud, he opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. He's choking how? Everybody's choking now. The clock's run out. Time's up. Over. Loud. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, there goes gravity.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the featherweight division. Our 3 judges will be Junbei Lim, Juan Carlos Pelayo, and Alexic Predrag. Our referee in charge will be Cesar Castañon. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, coming to the ring wearing green trunks, he weighed in officially at 127.9 pounds. Undefeated with 8 wins, 3 of those 8 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Kazakhstan, here is Joel Das, Jenny Saab. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, wearing gold trunks. He weighed in officially at 127.5 pounds. Undefeated with 6 wins, 4 of those 6 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Spain, El Yazid, El Zordo Ezidani.
Okay, both of you know the rules. I want a clean fight, protect yourself all the time, and follow my commands all the time. When you hear that sound, it means 30 seconds. You keep fighting, okay? I'm clear? Touch your gloves.
So we are ready to go with the 4th bout of the tournament. Yazid Ezidani of Spain taking on Zholdas Zhenesov of Kazakhstan. Ezidani was talking about wanting a shot at the Spanish national title before an even bigger opportunity in this came about. Zhenesov, one of many fighters that we'll see in this tournament who have kind of been straddling both the pro and amateur circuit. Zhenesov also has an IBA pro bout against the Russian amateur champion Ruslan Belousov, which was a high-octane and highly competitive fight. So Zhenesov overall has faced a better level of opposition coming into this one. Oh, nice right hand there from Ezidani. Gets there before the check hook attempt of Zhenesov.
Came with a nice feint before that. Didn't even have to throw the jab. It was nice.
And again, just taking that left foot on the outside of that southpaw right foot, and allows him to slide in the distance a little bit more easier than normal.
Put you a little bit out of range of the shot being returned.
So Ezidani tried A hybrid sort of uppercut to the body there. Ezaidani traditionally loves to throw a lot of uppercuts, but against a southpaw with the good feet and the wide base, there it is, of Zhenisov, he's going to have to work a little bit harder to get those shots off.
Yeah, most definitely. And it's always hard to establish your jab, and that gives you your distance and your rhythm quite often, with your combinations with the southpaw. If your feet are not right, it takes away your jab quite often.
I like the timing of Ezaidani.
So be careful jumping the right down there.
He just got time through the right hook.
Zhenisov there, lovely loop, lean back right hook.
It's the same thing that he threw when he landed it the first time, and it's the same right hook that Zhenisov barely missed the first time.
Just waiting a little bit too long here, Zhenisov. He's trying to get his feet too close to throw that left hand.
That uppercut attempt again from Ezaidani. Zhenisov gets to the body with the left hand instead. Zhenisov took a surprise loss in the quarterfinals of the Kazakh National Championships last year. And perhaps that was owed to the fact that he was training for a pro bout at the same time. Again, kind of floating between the two circuits. His left hand to the body there from Zhenisov.
Yeah, using that range for the first time. You don't have to lean into the shots. When you're the taller guy, if you turn from your hips and your shoulders in one movement, that gives you the length.
Well, a quieter opening round than we're used to in this tournament thus far. After 3 straight bloodbaths, that'll do it for round 1.
More of a chess match by experienced guys.
Que te quiere pegar con la de atrás, vale, te quiere pegar con la de atrás, estás estudiándote. Escucha, la tercera siempre entra, ¿vale? ¿Bien? ¿Estás bien? ¿Cómo vas de fondo? ¿Bien? ¿Para sacar 3 todo el rato y así? ¿Sí? Para moverte con paso lateral a la izquierda, para moverte con paso lateral a la izquierda, sí. Muévete con paso lateral a la izquierda, por favor, ¿vale? Con el crochet. Paso lateral izquierda y crochet, ¿vale? Después de hacer 3.
Well, on May 23rd, Terry Harper headlines in her hometown of Doncaster as she makes the first defense of her WBO World Lightweight title against undefeated German Natalie Zimmerman. That's live on DAZN and is part of your annual subscription. Round 2 underway. Yazid Ezaidani of Spain and Zholda Zhenisov of Kazakhstan. 2 undefeated featherweights. You'll hear that a lot throughout this tournament. Ezaidani coming into this fight off a 6th-round decision over Roger Rivera, and Zhenisov coming off a 5th-round KO win over Nadir Balo in February of this year back home in Kazakhstan.
Plenty of snap in that right hand, isn't there, from Ezaidani? That's why Zhenisov should be moving on to his right. Just stay away from that right hand. Make Ezaidani don't really reach for it. And that gives you a chance to take a little lean back and come back with a shot of your own.
He also overcommits with his shots too, putting him in range closer for a counter.
But he leans his
Like
body
that.
forward.
Yeah.
And he doesn't need to. Being a taller fighter, you can get away with it. You don't have to do that. You don't have to commit if you're too close.
Ezaidani snuck another nice right hand to the body there a moment ago, but back comes Zhenisov with a straight left hand down the pipe.
Zhenisov has a win over our last winner, Yurov, in the amateurs.
And looking at the both of them now, it's hard to believe, isn't it?
Yeah, well, as we brought up, Zhenisov has kind of been hot and cold at times in his elite amateur tournaments.
Better work from him there.
Good body work there, and I think that Ezaidani might have felt that one, but he comes back. Oh my goodness, what a shot! Ezaidani went straight down, forehead first after that shot. What a right hook, and that is it.
He's complaining, but he's falling. He can't stand up.
What a shot. just as he went to throw a right uppercut, he dropped his hands, didn't he? And as he turned into the shot, actually, he turned into the shot that caught him. A horrible punch.
Well, just as we were talking about Genesov maybe being hot and cold, that tap turned all the way to the left.
Maybe he did beat Yara up.
Yeah, I know, yeah. But he was punching long before he set his feet close, I think, for that last little combination, and moving behind the shots.
Right. And that's all it really took. Instead of punching from such a far distance, leaning over, use your feet to cut that distance and then land those shots. Better balance means more power, and that's what we saw there. Wow. Our first knockout of the night.
Again, you had the momentum of the other fighter, but the technique was beautiful to watch. Really good stuff. As then he goes through another uppercut now. And as he does it, sort of half rolled into it, didn't he? And then just really that whip of your shoulders and your hips turning together at the same time.
Yes.
That's just really good technique.
That's where the power comes from, the hips. Boom. And it was a very short shot.
Yeah. But again, because that little twitch of your hips just allows you the acceleration and pace, and that's what does it. Oh.
That was textbook perfect. Second stoppage, but that was a legitimate knockout by Genesov.
As Aidani maybe going to the well one too many times with one of those uppercuts. Coming up on May 3rd, the Face of Boxing returns to DAZN as Canelo takes on the undefeated William Skull for the undisputed super middleweight championship. A tremendous fight here in Riyadh, and it is available to buy on DAZN.com/boxing. All right, we are ready to make that knockout official, so let's send it back up to Thomas Driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 1 minute 56 seconds of round number 2. Our referee, Cesar Castañón, stops the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout and still undefeated, Zoltas Genesov.
So Zoltas Genesov now improves to 9-0, that being the 4th knockout of his pro career. None better than that one. And Barack, prospects lined up to get into this tournament looking to make a name for themselves, and there's nothing better you could possibly do than score a highlight reel knockout in your opening round bout.
And it's good to be on this platform and showing a highlight reel, scoring a highlight reel knockout of a good competitor. You know, it's not just somebody that just came in here to lose. Most of these guys are undefeated guys fighting undefeated guys. Prospects, all of them. So this is great. It's just a great platform for these guys, and I'm happy for them.
And some huge events coming very soon your way right here on DAZN in the next few weeks, but none bigger than Ryan Garcia versus Rolly Romero in Times Square, New York. Historical. As part of the build-up, Garcia sat down with our own Emily Austin.
I'm gonna read you something, and now this is either something you've tweeted or it's AI.
Oh,
so you need to tell us if this is real or AI.
Oh, God. All right, go.
Okay, let's go. Tweet number 1.
AI. No, I'm just kidding. I think everything on AI.
I don't like stupid people.
That's me.
Okay, correct. If I fought a grizzly bear, I honestly think I could win if I landed clean.
I don't know. Maybe AI.
AI?
Yeah.
No, that was you.
That was me? Oh, my God.
Oh, no, it was AI.
It was AI? All right, cool.
Okay. Devin trying to be Floyd, but forgot you actually have to entertain the fans, too.
Oh, that's me.
Yeah? No, that was AI.
That was AI?
Oh, my God.
That's a good one. I'm going to have to use that.
You should start asking AI.
I'm going to ask AI for my punchline.
I whooped Haney, that's the tweet, easy work.
That's me.
Yeah, okay. Why do people act like I can't sing? If I wanted to, I could drop a hit song today and take over the music game.
No, that's AI.
AI? Yeah. But didn't you? We recorded a song.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, not the best vocalist. That's why I never dropped. But
wait, I forgot how I went to
the song.
Yeah.
Ryan, don't miss.
Yeah.
Stupid. You should drop it. You should walk out to it.
No, you're
All right,
pushing it.
You should. Okay. Tweet number 6. Spider-Man lived up to everything. See it now.
No, that's not me.
Yeah, it was you.
That was me? What the hell?
I'm dead. The government's been watching me since I'm 15. I know too much.
That's me.
No.
Oh,
God,
this
I'm
one's
crying.
getting me. I don't even know myself.
Oh, God. Tweet 8. So far, I'm witnessing one of the greatest fights I've ever seen. Hashtag Taylor Serrano.
That's me. That's
Yeah,
me. That was a great
you.
fight.
That's. Funny how people switch up when they see success. Keep the fake love away.
That's me.
Pretty sure it's not, but I think you did put something
There
similar
had to
out.
be, yeah.
That's AI. Sounds like you, though.
Yeah.
Tweet 10. The worst thing that happened to boxing is expelling the king.
Yes, that's me.
Yes. I hope this one's you. I fear God, not Kanye.
I hope that's me. That's
It was you. Okay.
These are crazy.
People act like I'm supposed to care what they think. Newsflash, I don't.
That's me.
No, that's AI, right?
Oh my God.
He's gonna take notes of this and tweet all of
I'm
it.
using all of these.
If I don't love me more than everyone else, how the am I supposed to love you?
That's AI.
AI? That was you. I'm glad we taught you a lesson about yourself today. It was
Thank you.
so
I learned
fun.
a lot about myself. Don't miss my fight May 2nd against Rolando Romero live on DAZN.
Ring Magazine presents Ryan Garcia versus Rolly Romero, powered by Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves. Friday, May 2nd, a card that also features Devin Haney against Jose Ramirez and Teofimo Lopez versus Arnold Barbosa Jr. Then the following night, it's Destination Riyadh for Canelo Alvarez's first professional fight outside of the U.S. and Mexico, as he puts on the disputed super middleweight crown on the line against undefeated William Skull. Buy these fights separately now or as a package. To make some great savings, check out thezone.com/boxing for all the details. Now it's time to crack on the action right here in Riyadh with fight number 5. And we go back to Corey.
Thank you so much, Claudia. We've got a good one coming up here. Holy Dorgbetter against Alexander Solomenikov, the Ukrainian national amateur champion. We're ready to keep the action rolling. Let's send it back up to Thomas Treiber.
Let's continue. And first, welcome to the ring, Alexander Solomenikov. And now let's welcome to the ring, Holy, the Jawbreaker Dorgbetter.
Man, I still holy. Hey, hey, shut the light. Again, I just hide from my enemy. Because me never react. Kill all of them with praise. I just hide from all of them fake friends. Me no want them come near me. We kill all of them with praise. Get the youth, read the Bible, and make sure you not sit idle. 'Cause the devil has a try to fight you. So what would you want?
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the featherweight division. The judges are Yuji Fukuchi, Eddie Papu, and Daniel Vandeville. Our referee in charge is Ali Ubali. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 126.6 pounds. Undefeated with 16 wins, 8 of those 16 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Ukraine, here is Alexander Solomenikov. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, wearing gold trunks. He weighed in officially at 124.2 pounds. Undefeated with 13 wins, 1 draw, 8 of those 13 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Ghana, Holy the Jawbreaker Dorkbetter.
Okay, I want a clean fight, okay? When I say, I don't want to do, see, punch here, behind the neck, here, under the belt. Watch your head. When you hear that, you're still fighting. It's 30 seconds before the end of the fight, okay? Have a good fight, clean fight, may you win. Go ahead.
Well, Holy Dorkbetter might be hotter than any fighter coming into the tournament right now. He scored a devastating third-round knockout over the 23-2-3 Patrick Aye on March 28th back home in Ghana, but he has quite the tough draw here in Alexander Solomenikov, the former Ukrainian national amateur champion, 2-time silver medalist at Ukrainian Nationals. Good-looking matchup here as the WBC Grand Prix of Boxing continues.
Maybe that'll serve Dorkbetter well, that he just fought 3 weeks ago. In shape, should be sharp.
Solomenikov has been out of professional action at least since November of last year.
Menikov got out of the way of that jab and had a nice counter with the left hand.
And I like how he stayed nice and low. Sometimes you think when you're the shorter fighter, I know about this, of course, that you got to get like on your toes a bit more, get a bit taller, stand up a bit taller. And it's not lower you get, the better you are. It's hard to punch down with accuracy, so you get nice and low, and it gives you that a bit of a wider stance as well, so you can push up with a bit of explosive power.
Leaping left hook there from Solomenikov. Of course, you're going to see the Ukrainian schooling, but you're also going to see some stylistic ticks from his favorite fighter, Roy Jones Jr.
Oh.
You can see kind of where
I didn't want to say it.
Well, I mean, where he holds his power hand, that leaping left hook.
That's exactly what it was. That leaping left hook reminded me of Roy Jones. I like the twitchiness, like you said, Barry, of Solomenikov.
Nice right hand there from Dorkbetter.
It's good there from Dorkbetter. You got to let that right hand go. Even if you don't hit him clean, if you've got power, just make him feel it early. Hit him anyway, it doesn't matter.
Swing and a miss there from Solomenikov. Nearly created an opportunity for Dorkbetter. Good on Dorkbetter for jumping right on him.
And that's the thing, though. Those shots are scary when you do those leaping shots. You really put yourself in a position like that if you miss.
You got to be careful here, Solomenikov. He's got to be the one inside range. I mean, you've got to watch out for that uppercut, but it's hard to hit with accuracy at times. So if you start dancing round, you're on the end of those long shots, you're in trouble. So it takes a bravery, but I think that's the option for him, to stay nice and low, sort of time that jab and slip inside.
I think Dorkbetter got to start aiming for the chest or the neck of Solomenikov, because he's just good at getting his head off that line. Aim is something that you can hit.
And I always think with a tall fight, when you throw that right hand, always come back with the left hook. Because you know, if you've missed, the fighter's going to jump on you. That's that opportunity, so you catch them as they're coming forward, possibly. And it puts you back in shape.
This left hook to the body a moment ago there from Dorkbetter. It'd be interesting to see what a healthy version of Solomenikov looks like here tonight. He had a nice 10-round near shutout win over Michael Beaumont on an IBA Pro event in Portugal in November of last year, but he injured his hand in sparring leading up to that fight, so really was a one-handed fighter in effect during that fight. See the two-handed attack of Solomenikov as he fires that right hand there a moment ago.
Dog better, you know, he's an African champion. But what I tend to see is the guys who fight all around the world usually have the more experience. And a guy like Solomennikov fought in 4 different countries, you know, and he has a lot of experience seeing different kind of styles.
Because it's money for left kick. No, right there, we
Well, Josh Taylor makes his Queensbury debut on May 24th, live from the OVO Hydro Arena in Glasgow. The Tartan Tornado faces Echo Esseman as he fights for the first time at welterweight, and it's all live right here on DAZN. Good competitive opening round there between Holy Dorgbetter and Alexander Solomennikov. Both men looking dangerous in spots as you see Solomennikov trying that leaping left hook once more.
And Dorgbetter trying to time him with that jab.
This right hand to the body from Dorgbetter a moment ago. Dorgbetter grew up on the... As Solomennikov will be admonished there. Dorgbetter grew up on a family boxing compound in Mepe, Ghana, under the tutelage of his uncle, Robertson Kusoke. But eventually moved to Accra, where he was kind of taken under the wing of Isaac Dogbe, who had him in camp with him, sparring, training for about 5 months. Now he lives in one of the world's true boxing hotbeds of Accra. Goes back downstairs to the body with that right hand.
Plenty of quality fighters come from Ghana, so, you know, plenty of good stock in that part of the world. And again, he was using that range, just making Solomennikov just, you know he's having the better work here, Solomennikov. He's having some good shots, but he's having to take a leap of faith at times. But he's got to let that right hand go better. That's the weapon for him. If he's not going to use it, what's the point in having it?
Dorgbetter getting a little bit lower here on the inside, but that's what happens. He gets ripped to the body with a left hook. Dorgbetter, a gargantuan featherweight, Barry. He is.
I think he's having a little bit more success this round because of the double jab. It's throwing the timing off of Solomennikov.
Solomennikov has got his feet a lot closer here. And this round, he hasn't had to jump in so much. That's the idea. Sorry.
Yeah, picking up the activity here in this round.
All right. It's almost like Solomennikov doesn't want to fight on the inside. He wants to push him away and get him a little bit at distance for him to be a little bit more explosive.
Yeah, but you've got to slip inside that long shot. You have to. You don't want to be in the end of those shots. Right. The risk is too great. Lovely double hook to there from Solomennikov.
That's the same shot that produced what the Ukrainian press labeled as the knockout of the year in 2023, a vicious body shot against Peter Godel. Now he brings that left hook up top.
And when you throw a double left hook to the body, it's quite often inside, outside, so it goes in, out, and then along the back.
I think that was a great round for Dorgbetter. Can't wait to hear the cards.
Саня, своє делай.
Сань, молодець.
Розслабся трошки, бо більше треба ударів трошки.
Тут читають удари, більше
Ну.
ударів.
Да, ты зависаешь, не гуляй, Саня. Сейчас я воды дам, потом дам, пока дыхание восстанавливаю.
Саня, уклон удар. Уклон удар – это основа.
Seems like Dorgbetter was real comfortable on the inside, you know, going to the body, coming up top, coming around the guard and up the middle.
Yeah, just seems some good quality work here. And again, like you said, I think that he didn't do the double jab there, but I think that was what was working well for him. The single jabs, Solomennikov can slip and come inside, but the double jabs makes it a lot more difficult.
Completed rounds, all 3 judges in agreement, scoring it 19-19, unanimous draw.
Yep, just like I said, I think Dorgbetter won that second round.
An extreme excess of Vaseline on the forehead of Dorkbetter. Don't need the whole jar on. Round 3 begins. Solomenikov said this week that in the tournament he wants to show the world spectacular and interesting boxing. Has he shown that so far, Barry?
I'm not quite sure yet if we got to that level, but it's an intriguing fight, I would say that much.
Good body work again here from Dorkbetter. This is interesting, Brock, because oftentimes when you see a fighter who's very big and long for a weight class, there's this insistence that they have to be on the outside. But if that's not what you're great at, then maybe you should be doing this, because Dorkbetter is having a lot more success now that he's decided to go in the trenches.
Right, if we're going to compare fighters, now I'm saying Roy Jones, how about Paul Williams? 6'1" and 147 pounds, fighting on the inside, and that's what Dorkbetter's showing me right now, that he's pretty good on the inside as well.
There's a good double left hook to the body there from Dorkbetter, the specialty of Solomenikov.
And he's busy, and he's starting the combinations with that jab as well.
Got a right hand over the top there from Solomenikov.
As I said earlier, if he comes back with a left hook there, there's a shot for him to land with.
He's cuffing right hand on the inside there from Dorkbetter, knocked Solomenikov off balance.
Good left hook there from Solomenikov, but been outworked here, dramatically outworked.
See some reddening on the face of Solomenikov. I believe a little bit of blood as well. If there isn't, maybe that uppercut might have produced some.
And also, he's dictating the pace here, Dorkbetter. And in fights like this, that's quite important. Especially for a fighter like Solomenikov, who likes to box in his rhythm.
That was a good counter by Solomenikov. Counter the jab, Dorkbetter. They're telling him double jab in his corner, Dorkbetter.
15 seconds of the round, although we just heard the 30-second horn. Conflicting information here. Dorkbetter thinking uppercut often in this round.
He's having a really good round again here.
10-second clap. As Dorkbetter misses over the top. Back comes Solomenikov with a right hand of his own. Good action to close out the round.
Find your bro, get me. Come on, find your bro, get me. Yo, come on, go.
What do you think of this technique, Barry, of them pushing on the chest of their fighter? Because I'm seeing it in both corners. But when we were kids, we would take deep breaths and our friends would press on our chest and it would put us unconscious. So I don't understand, how is this helping him in the fight?
Yeah, it's a strange one, that.
Very strange.
Round 4 now underway here. Holy Dorkbetter and Alexander Solomenikov. 5th fight. The featherweight division here at the WBC Grand Prix in Riyadh.
It's a big featherweight, Dorkbetter. It's a great counter by Solomenikov, the left hook.
Yeah, Dorkbetter, well, he just got caught with a nice uppercut there. Dorkbetter kind of was standing in place, throwing the same shot about 7 times. Eventually, you will get countered, especially by someone as well schooled as Solomenikov.
Just a bit more sharpness in his work here, Solomenikov. And he can't waste the movement, that's better. Every time he steps inside, he's got to throw a shot. He didn't do that in the last round.
I think he has a grasp of the range a lot better now. Because those shots that he was missing, just coming up a little bit short, are landing right now.
Right down the right hand there. That one knocked Dorgbetter off balance.
See, when you abandon that double jab.
Yeah, with that single jab, you're giving him a stick to work off, aren't you?
Yes. You're giving him something to time.
A little bit lower with the shots there for Dorgbetter.
Excellent head movement in this round here from Solomenikov.
And he's done the work, hasn't he, so, in the first half of the round here, so he's taken a little bit of a breather. He just needs a second phase now again.
Yeah, it's a good point, Barry, because if he does this for the rest of the round, he might lose this round.
Yeah.
See if Solomenikov can pick the activity back up.
And also, once the fighter takes the momentum, takes it off you, then he's in confidence, he's coming forward, then he'll start to let his punches go with a bit more confidence. And with you slipping and countering, that's taking the confidence away there from Dorgbetter.
That might have been the first jab Dorgbetter landed this round. Something woke Solomenikov up this round.
Losing the last round, I think, was what
maybe the pushing
it.
on the chest worked. Losing the last round, exactly.
At the end of this round, we'll find out the scorecards again. We'll see what impact that has on the motivation and strategy of Dorgbetter and Solomenikov. Second kick away here in round 4. Big right hand over the top there from Solomenikov.
Followed up with a left hook.
And this is that second phase that we were talking about. Solomenikov found it as we head back to the stools.
You want to win the whole round, start fast, finish strong. I think that's always what you're taught. Start fast, finish strong. You can take a rest now and again if you're able. But they're the two things that the judges remember. Yeah, he came a bit more sharper. The reaction of the movement, especially off the punches of Dorgbetter, was vastly improved in that round there for Solomenikov. And yeah, his best round by far, I thought. Was on tag with that right hand, but we did feel it with the forehand, but the left hook on the temple as well, just keeping Dorgbetter in check.
After 4 rounds, the scoring is 40-37 Dorgbetter, 38 being drawn by the other 2 judges.
All right, you heard the scoring. So Holy Dorgbetter has the one scorecard that either fighter is ahead on. The latter 2 scorecards dead even at the moment.
I don't see how you can give him the last round, to be honest.
You know, seeing the body composition of Holy Dorgbetter, it makes sense, Barack, that Dogbe brought him in as a sparring partner for Emmanuel Navarrete. Not that they fight similarly, but if you, where are you going to find some of that size, particularly in your own village?
In this weight
there
class.
he is.
Absolutely, that was a great pick. And that's a lot of experience for Dorgbetter. You know, I'm sure it made him a better fighter.
And punching against a smaller fighter, you know, he's not very tall, is he? I can say that about Dogbe. I can't say that about many people, but again, learning to punch a little bit lower helps.
Solomenikov is throwing some home run right hands. There's a better right hand that does connect there from Dorgbetter.
I wonder if it stuns Solomenikov.
Too many big gaps in between his work here, Solomenikov. Shot.
Another right hand. Dorgbetter aiming that at the chest and caught the chin.
But he threw the jab short on purpose, didn't he? I think, just to let that right hand go.
But like you said earlier, he should have followed up with that left hook.
Yeah, I think so.
This is when you go to that body. When you can't hit that head with that, go to that body. That body won't move.
Turn into an 80s heavyweight, just punch to the chest. And then they punch you on the shoulder.
That's what I'm
knock
saying.
you off balance all the time.
You don't miss that way.
Well, Dorgbetter has implemented that at times. And speaking of 80s heavyweights, just continuing to flick this jab out there. Big right hand over the top again from Solomenikov. Again, that is the risk. Yeah. If you're going to jab excessively, you will also eat a right hand over the top. But Dorgbetter has been also filling a lot of gaps of inactivity by just pecking away with that jab.
Right.
And it boils down then quality over quantity, and that's usually why we have so many arguments in boxing scoring.
But after you hear the scorecard and you know that, all right, it's basically a majority draw right now, but one judge sees it a clear-cut win for Dorgbetter, why don't you turn it up as Solomenikov? I don't understand. Why punch less this round? That might have been another Dorgbetter round.
Yeah, I would say so. I think he was busier and more accurate. I think the bigger shots came from Solomenikov, of course, but
few and far in between.
Yeah, Corey said there's two bigger gaps in between the punches for my liking.
Саня, в нем ничего такого, Свет. Ты намного круче, выше уровнем и даешь ему нагрузки.
Легенькі удари накидуй, легенькі удари. Розкатай, Саша, роби 15.
Especially having a good round the last round, you think you want to work off that, keep the momentum in your favour. Because even though it's a busy fight, it's not really a draining fight, if you know what I mean.
And when you listen to one of the scorecards, you're saying, as a fighter, you're saying, okay, they like that I'm busy. You know, one guy has me up every round. They like that I'm busy.
Sixth and final round. Holy Dorgbetter and Alexander Solomenikov. Big counter left hook there from Dorgbetter. As Solomenikov was looking to leap in with a left hook, he got caught with one from Holy Dorgbetter.
He should be swooping in rather than jumping in, I think. That's his biggest problem there, Dorgbetter. He hasn't really been exposed that much, but there's two parts to a jab. There's what goes out, what comes back. So he's got to come back as fast as he goes out, that's for certain, and he's got to come back high. Unless you're a genius of a shoulder roll, and that's very difficult to master, by the way. I wouldn't recommend it for most fighters. But unless you could do that, the jab's got to come back high.
Absolutely, and that jab is coming back to his waist before he even puts it back up.
Slow and low, isn't it?
Yep. There he goes, right back to his waist.
But it comes out nice, and so he's scoring with it. But yeah, just the second part of it is not so good. And Solomenikov put his feet a little bit closer together so he can slide in the distance or swoop in the distance and really land with that right hand over the top.
Looks for it again. Makes that left hook behind it. Dorgbetter falling short with that right hand.
But he's being busy, and even though he's not landing, the impression is that he's doing more work. Might get him the nod if Solomenikov's not careful here.
You know, maybe it comes back to the preparation of Solomenikov. I did want to get your take on this, Barry, because Solomenikov gave an interview on March 13th. It's about 4 weeks ago. He said he hadn't started sparring yet. Is that too long to not be sparring leading up to this?
Because there's fitness and conditioning
right
to your sport. And the only way you get true conditioning is through sparring. That's just a fact. I mean, hard sparring can ruin you, but I mean, you need it, unfortunately, to be sharp when you get in the ring. So most definitely.
At that point, Solomenikov said he had just been focusing on fitness and, in his words, speed work.
Yeah, it's not enough. It's not enough. You can get away with it quite often if you're skillful like he is.
The referee just gave a 5-second lecture to Solomenikov by hitting behind the head.
10 seconds. Big left hook there from Solomenikov.
You shouldn't stop the
I
action.
can't believe the ref just did that.
You can't stop the action. You have to. There has to be a break in the action when the gun show comes out.
Yeah, that was maybe an opportunity taken away from Solomenikov, but that will do it. And now the scorecards could be very interesting, and we might learn more about some of these innovations. Let's wait and see.
Because that was a dog better round for me. I mean, Solomenikov landed with the better, the quality shots,
yes.
but he was being out-hustled, I thought. But that last little combination there makes that round a little bit closer to call.
And imagine if the ref wouldn't have stopped it. Who knows what could have transpired there.
Well, Golden Boy Promotions returns to California this Saturday night with unified flyweight champion Gabriela Fundora headlining against Marilyn Badillo. A packed card also features Charles Conwell as he takes on Jorge Perez. So a very interesting fight here. We heard the scorecards at last reading with Dorgbetter comfortably ahead, and then two scorecards dead even, that being after the fourth round. So we'll see what happens here. Again, if we do have a draw, then we will implement some of those WBC adaptations, and we may go to that point system as to how conclusive each round was.
I want to see it. And it's not fair for the fighters. But from my selfish point of view, I want it to be a draw to see how it plays out.
So if those two judges gave each one of these fighters a round apiece, which I probably don't think so, but possibly, then we'll see that enhanced scoring system.
Yeah. And Barry, listen, that's just ultimate impartiality. That's our job, isn't it, right? We want everyone to do well, equally well.
Yeah, we want all fighters with loads of money to be safe, but ultimately to give us enjoyment. So none of that really works in harmony together, unfortunately.
All right, well, the scorecards are in the hands of Thomas Triber, so let's send it back up to him.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards, and we have a split decision. Judge Yuji Fukuchi scores it 58-56 in favor of Holy Dorgbetter. Judge Daniel Vandeville scores it 58-56 in favor of Alexander Solomenikov. And Judge Eddie Papu scores it 59-56 for your winner and still undefeated, Holy the Jawbreaker Dorgbetter.
Well, we mentioned that Holy Dorgbetter came into this tournament hot, and he has just knocked off a Ukrainian national amateur champion in the first round. Barack, what do you think about that?
Well, he had one of the toughest opponents already, and he got rid of him now. So what does that do to your confidence? It gives you a boost. Say, hey, I might take this whole tournament.
Well, there might be no hotter fighter heading into the second round now as well. Holy Dorgbetter with a surprise victory, perhaps, here in the opening round.
But if you look at the winners of all of the fights we've seen so far, they all are tough competitors.
Oh, yeah.
And they will all give Dorgbetter a good fight.
That was a very hard fight, and as a matter of fact, I really enjoyed the fact that we had open scoring because that gave us a very clear idea where Dorgbetter was sitting. And guess what? We're going to be right back here in Riyadh in a couple of weeks, 2 weeks to be exact, because Canelo Alvarez will be defending his undisputed super middleweight title right here against William Skull from Cuba. Our dear friend Large from Barstool had a chance to go up to Lake Tahoe and talk to the champ.
William Skull, is there anything that you can think of off the bat that you're specifically preparing for? We've done a lot of these where we talk about 6-foot guys versus you. That seems to be the problem, that he could give you a little bit with his size. How are you preparing for this?
And I show you it's not that much problem, right?
Yeah, always. You said it just doesn't make any
So, you know, I always take serious my opponents and my fights, and I'm gonna train 100% like I'm gonna fight with the best fighter out there. I know he have a lot of skills because he have a lot of amateur fights. They have a particular style, and it's difficult, a little bit difficult. But you know, I fought with everybody out there, with every style. So a fighter like me, I can adapt myself to any style, and this is not gonna be the exception. But you know, it's a champion, and I wanna be undisputed again, and I think it's a good match for me right now.
That was my next question. He has one of your belts, essentially, that you want to have back. I know it was extremely important to you the first time you became the undisputed champion. We had spoke beforehand. It was extremely important. What's the difference about becoming undisputed champion again? An honor for any fighter, almost a guarantee to go into a Hall of Fame when you're an undisputed champion. What's the difference between coming it the second time, like not doing it that first time?
Because I'm gonna be 2 times undisputed champion.
Right.
You know, I did in this weight class. I'm the only one, so I'm gonna be the only one to be 2 times undisputed champion. And you know, at the time they street me for that belt. I have a fight in front of me, and I cannot fight both of fighters, right? And right now, I have the opportunity to get back my belt.
And you're finally fighting outside of North America. Most of your career when you first started was fought in Mexico. You've done a couple of fights in Mexico since then. Bulk of the stuff has happened inside the United States. You're going overseas for the first time. You're going to be part of this Riyadh season. How do you feel about that? How do you feel even about the time difference, fighting in the desert, the whole thing with Turki Al-Sheikh? Talk to me about Riyadh season.
No, we're gonna do it in the correct thing. We're gonna do. Obviously, we're gonna get there weeks before the fight to get used. And for me, it's different, right? For me, motivate myself to see other countries, you know, to see, to involve in this kind of big fight. So for me, go to Saudi Arabia and fight there is a motivation in this part of my career. Something need to motivate myself because I already accomplished everything. So this situation motivate myself a lot.
And you're creating a global brand, which you already have, but it's almost like you're increasing that global footprint that you have, which is awesome. The headline before this whole thing started to come down was you playing around with Jake Paul. I loved it. I loved that, what you had done there. Was there a possibility that could have happened, or is that just something where you were just playing around?
You know, you need to play your cards.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, and I respect it, because that would have been a hate crime if you guys ever got into the ring
No,
together.
I don't. Not even a call like as a fight.
Right.
You know, it's an event for me.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
you know.
Just to do everything different.
But it's not the moment.
No. Okay.
It's not the moment.
Canelo, you always know how much I enjoy talking to you, and I appreciate your time, and I wish you nothing but the best of luck as you continue to create a global brand, become an undisputed champion for a long time, and also one of my best friends. I appreciate you very much.
Canelo versus William Skull is part of an epic double bill on DAZN, with Ryan Garcia against Rory Romero the night before. Order each separately or both as part of our Knockout Bundle weekend. Go to DAZN.com/boxing for more details. And let's get on with the action right here in the WBC Grand Prix.
And we're back to action here in Riyadh. Our next matchup, Rodolfo Puentes and Becky Maitse. Dr. Sleep, he's not prescribing you 10 milligrams of melatonin. He's got knockout power. Let's send it back up to Thomas Driver.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Becky's Eastway, Dr. Sleep Maitse. And now let's welcome Rodolfo, el Profesor Puentes.
Llegó la hora de mostrarles lo que ya se ha hecho y del respeto que me tienen ya por mi trayecto. Hay que decirlo porque algunos se ponen traviesos y se les suben los humos y nada por esto han hecho. Ya llevo más de 9 años de carrera bien profesional, con muchos premios que me otorgan en lo musical.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the featherweight division. Our 3 judges will be Junbei Lim, Juan Carlos Pelayo, and Alexic Predrag. Our referee in charge will be Jürgen Langos. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 125.3 pounds. His professional record consists of 6 wins, just 1 defeat, 3 of those 6 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing South Africa, here is Becky Zizwe, Dr. Sleep Meitze. And his opponent across the ring fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 125 pounds. Undefeated, he has 15 wins, 9 of his 15 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Colombia, here is Rodolfo, el Profesor Puentes.
Okay, gentlemen, you received instruction in the dressing room. I expect a clean and fair fight. Listen at all times to my guns and protect yourself at all times. And one more thing, 30 seconds to the end. You hear the horn, don't stop boxing, okay? Okay.
So 2 hard hitters going at it here. This man, Becky Meitze, Dr. Sleep, the son of a Wonder Boy Malangu, who represented South Africa in the 2004 Olympics. He's still an active fighter today. They fought on cards together, which is an extraordinary accomplishment. Tonight he faces Rodolfo Puentes of Colombia, the 3-time national amateur champion in his country, 9 knockouts in his 15 victories.
And the size difference is absolutely massive.
Wouldn't see a guy like this with 7 fights on this kind of stage. So shout out to his manager like Brad Norman and guys like that, and Mauricio, putting things together like this to give these guys opportunities. We got another tall fighter reaching with their backhand, you know, reaching with that left hand.
You just got to, where your front hip is, even though it's the other side of your body, you've got to make that front hip, the back hip, sorry, goes where the front hip was. It's quite simple, and the same with the shoulders. And it's the same movement in any sport, swinging a golf club, swinging a baseball bat for you guys, you know, and throwing a rugby ball for me. You know, I mean, it's the same movement.
Absolutely.
Why I couldn't master it, I'll never understand.
Some might say starting out as a southpaw. He is a natural right-hander, though. This is how he would normally fight. He lands a nice counter, chopping right hand there.
Yeah, if he gets that right, that looks like a real dangerous shot. Just needs a little bit. See, when you got the reach like that, when you do that little lean back, keep the front foot where it is. Step back with the back foot. You don't have to lean over your back foot. Then you move back with the back foot. You're out the range, but you can push off the back foot to come back with the right hand. Better timing, more power, better accuracy.
Might say has that backhand down. Now, he also switches stances, but he has that backhand down sometimes.
Just like that.
Yep.
Fuentes stepping in. Big opportunity for Fuentes here, a guy who back in 2022, was thinking about walking away from the sport. He thought he was done. He said that he slipped into what he called a sports depression, but eventually he got back in, and it was a particular sparring session that he said just reignited his love for the sport once again.
Right, like I tell my son who's in gymnastics, that happens to every fighter. It happens to every athlete.
Whoa, big right hand, and that one wobbled Puentes. Dr. Sleep looking to hand out a script here in the opening round.
Been a really good control round, hasn't it, if I might say?
Yes.
Hasn't rushed anything, but he's landing clean and evading everything that Puentes is trying to throw.
I'd stay in the right hand stance if I got him already wobbled him with that right hand. But
big opening round there for Becky Maitse, but yeah, maybe a lost opportunity toward the end of the round.
Maybe he feels he has power in his left hand as well.
Papi, tienes que cerrarle el camino. Lo estás dejando que le haga la pelea de él. Y aquí tú vienes a hacer la pelea tuya.
Well, more good action coming your way on a Saturday as Sheffield's newly crowned European champion Dalton Smith continues his assault on the 140-pound division as he takes on Canada's Matthew Germain. That card also features the return of Josh Warrington. It's all live right here on DAZN. Round two begins. Tough start for Rodolfo Puentes, who got buzzed in the final 15 seconds of the round.
But he's coming forward in straight lines, and for a short guy, a little bit too tall. I think, you know, he's got to be throwing feints and try and slide underneath that whether it be the left hand or the right hand, depending on what Maitse's stance is. He's coming tall there. He's right in range for that right hand as well.
Yeah, Puentes to this point has mostly faced low-level opposition in Colombia, of course, in his professional career. He mentioned a successful amateur career as well. And, you know, maybe Barry, like when you have opposition that is so soft coming up, you develop certain habits. I'm sure against other fighters, well, certainly to this point, he's been able to just walk in the front door and overpower people.
Well, we mentioned this earlier on. I think, you know, having those learning development fights against easier opponents is what you do in the gym because the sport's so intense. You need that, but also you need competitive fights on your way up also, whether they're undefeated or guys with winning records, danger with punchers or tall fighters, whatever. You need to try and get the full range so you know what you're up against when you're up against it at the higher level, how you react to that.
Step back counter there from Maitse, just grazing the face of Puentes. And Maitse has been sparring a lot with Tomoki Kameda over in Japan, and he also helped Kainosuke Kameda get ready for his recent bout against Luis Neri. There's another good left hand there.
Very well schooled, isn't he? He took a shot there.
Yes, he did. Puentes might have Maitse buzzed right now.
Stop!
Maitse getting warned for holding. He needed to hold on, I think, at that point. He was just grabbing a hold of the left arm of Puentes. He didn't want another left hook coming his way.
But how hurt he was, I'm not quite sure, but the panic when he got caught, that's quite evident, and that's quite a worrying sign. Just coming up stronger with the jab now. That's it, that just get you back into pole position again.
I'd say back to that left-handed stance. Maybe fell in love with that a little bit when he was impersonating Luis Neri in camp.
Possibly, but I think the right-handed stance is just perfect for this, and it shows that he has the power, especially when it's countering, especially when he's countering with the right hand.
And defensively there as well, got underneath the same type of shot that hurt him earlier in the round.
Absolutely.
There's a right hand from Maitse. Nice counter to the body there from Puentes right before the bell.
But Dr. Sleep is throwing that right hand and he's going to sleep instead of coming back with that left hand, or at least get out of the space. Don't be right there.
You don't have to move the 2 feet forward too much when you're the top center. So
He's in there and he's smothering any other shot that comes after that.
And it gives him an opportunity just to fire back, if anything, whether he's familiar work or not. If you get your feet close, it gives him the opportunity to fire back off it. You saw that at the end with the 2 right hands to the body.
Don't do this. Don't do this when he's telling you to do this. He's touching you, get the point.
And apart from that and that little wobble in the neutral corner, I think he spots quite well.
Yes, I think he's winning the fight.
Seconds out. After 2 rounds, the score is 19-19, a draw. And the other 2 judges in agreement, 20-18, in favor of myself.
Okay, so he has 2 judges on his side, winning both rounds.
So round 3 begins. We got the janitorial work out of the way. And again, curiously, might say back to the southpaw stance. You know, there's been a little bit of public turbulence in the life of might say. We mentioned, because he lands a good left hand there, mentioned him going over to Japan to spar with the Kamedas. That caused a very public rift between he and his father, who went in the South African press and basically declared that his son was a traitor. He said that he sold his soul for going over to Japan to help a Japanese fighter who was facing a South African fighter. That spat went on for a little while. Apparently, they have rekindled their relationship leading up to this fight, but his father, I do not see him in his corner right now.
Stop. Just like Eubank Sr., I just don't like it when fathers go public, you know, with their issues that they have with their son. But I can understand that beef. I can definitely understand that, but not publicly. You know, I don't know why you share your thoughts publicly.
And also, you're not fighting for your country, you're fighting for yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, as much as you have pride for your countrymen and blah, 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 but ultimately, this is a selfish sport. You have to be selfish to do it because you're the only one in danger. And to go over there and that quality of work you're getting, experience and confidence, as we're seeing here, is invaluable. I mean, why wouldn't you want that for your kid?
You need to be his therapist. I think. Yeah, I think so. That's what I think.
Maybe they could sort it out with one of their sparring sessions. They've sparred for a very long time. Oh, huge left hand there from Puentes as he momentarily stands as a southpaw. And coming out of that was maybe the best shot of the fight.
I might say he was doing some good work, but he had that chin in the air and got caught.
It's funny because in the first round and a half, that patience was praised. Now it's like, nah,
right.
Showing the patience, but up the pace a little bit now. You can never be happy, can you?
Oh!
Nearly rolled right into a right hand, it might say there.
See, the rolls weren't a bad thing, but it doesn't need to be there. I mean, like I said earlier, you're allowing the guy to punch with you.
Yep.
There's the 30-second horn.
Fuentes needs just quicker feet.
Nice right hand there from Might Say. Perfect timing on that one. Then comes back with a nice left hook.
Fuentes is inching forward here, but he just needs to accelerate the pace in his legs a little bit more.
Ah, ¿qué es lo que te pasa a ti? Ah, ¿qué es lo que te pasa? ¿Tú estás a pelear o estás jugando con él? ¿Ah? Hey, necesito que te metas adentro. Estás perdiendo el combate.
Just shows some good work there for Might Say until he stays in the pocket just a little bit too long and takes a shot at the end. So all that work was good up to the point of where just not moving those feet out of the range, just keeping it nice and long.
I guess he got lucky with that shot. That left hand landed on his forehead rather than chin.
Tira el agua por ahí. Aquí vinimos a ganar, papá. Aquí no vinimos a estar con esto. Tienes que tirar más golpes. Inicia con jab, 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 jab.
motivational tactics in the Puentes corner, telling him we came here to win. Maybe sensing that Puentes needs a little bit of an energy boost here as round 4 begins.
And he has got to be the one coming forward. He's got to be careful he doesn't walk onto a shot, and certainly with a guy with the range of might say. You see that those 2 little left hands there, but you can almost you can block the punches and use that to walk forward, follow the punch back.
I see. It's the way might say is switching stances that's messing him up. He's switching stances in the wrong position, and it temporarily stuns him right there, and he's there for a shot.
Yeah, I'm noticing.
He's not doing it at the right distance.
Right, I'm noticing a little pattern out of Puentes here, which is that before he's ready to jump in and do his work, his feet stop.
Yeah.
He stops and then explodes, and it's giving away to might say in some cases when it's coming, but he couldn't get out of the way of that one.
2 good left hooks there, 2 really good left hooks. But you're right what you're saying, up until that point, when he proved us wrong, but I mean, literally up to that point, he wasn't doing that, he was holding his feet. And that's been the biggest issue, just quicking those feet up a little bit more.
See, switching stances right there just took away the power shot he had available with the right hand.
Yeah. Just because you can switch doesn't mean you should switch. I mean, I think they do it. There's got to be a reason for it, not just for the sake of doing it.
Right. It might just be a habit. Because he's definitely showing us a lot of good skills, might say. You just got to put it together properly.
Yeah, and he sort of, like, after having the first round was fantastic for him, and you got to learn to build off that just to keep the momentum in your favor. And these things you learn as you go along, and it's difficult to do, of course.
You know, might say is one of the rare fighters, even at 6-1, who's coming down from 10-rounders. And I wonder if perhaps it's a little bit of a pacing issue, too, where, you know, he's kind of cruising a little bit on the outside. He's going for a walk. Not to, I mean, he is winning the fight, or at last check, he was.
I think so. I just think he switches off at times. Just see there, he got caught with the left hook and a right hand there. He got caught with the right hand there. That was a good shot, and he was too close. But the left hook previous, he's out of distance, just switches off.
What he's doing is he's shooting a shot with his backhand, and then his back foot steps up, and that's when he switches stance. Now you're too close. You're in range for every shot.
There he steps out with a nice right hand. As the seconds tick away here in the 4th. And we'll get an update as to where we're at in terms of the scorecards.
That was a good round for Puentes. Still looks like might say is the one landing the more shots, but Puentes landed some pretty good power shots this round.
And the weight of the shot is easily transferable to Puentes' favor, because I think might say that quite a few of the shots were really touchy combinations.
A lot of pity pats.
Pity pats. That's what they called me. That was my nickname.
Stop.
Matty Pity Pat Jones.
You had some knockouts. No, that was your nickname for real.
I won. Imagine being that guy.
Got you to a championship.
Yeah.
After 4 rounds, the score is 40-36. And the other 2 judges, 39-37. Unanimous for Matze.
So you heard the scorecards from Thomas Treiber. Becky might say in control right now, even after what was a better round there for Rodolfo Fuentes.
Right, but they gave him the rest of those rounds since the first round. First or second.
See if Fuentes can turn it up here in the final 2 rounds. And, you know, in tough situations, maybe you think back to your history to try and build up some energy. And for Fuentes, that motivation throughout his career has been his very first sparring session, which he always looks back to. He said he got knocked down repeatedly in that session, but then he came back to break his sparring partner's nose. So he's going to need a similar type of comeback in this fight. And what was nearly, I mean, there was a body shot there and then a dip in the knees of Fuentes. I think justifiably not called a knockdown, but it was a close little situation there.
That was his first sparring session.
Yes.
My first sparring session, I cried. I was a kid. And ironically, in my last fight, I also cried.
Came all the way back around.
Continuity.
Was it the same guy?
Yeah, maybe.
Long range right hand there from Maite.
See, now he's got a slight control. It's just about just keeping Puentes quiet now if he can. There's nothing on that jab anymore, is there?
Yeah.
Funny you say he's trying to keep him quiet. I'm noticing Puentes vocalizing a little bit more in this round, which usually means, hey, I'm trying harder. I know what is at stake here in this moment. Still seems a little bit stuck on the outside here by the length, the awkwardness, and the movement here of Becky Maite.
Just the snap's gone up his punches a little bit, might say. Well, not a little bit, quite a lot, I would say. He's just touching with the shots. And whether that's a stamina issue, it shouldn't be, because he's boxing at longer distances. But maybe there's something not right.
Maybe it's like Loma, just try to lull him to sleep a little bit, and then all of a sudden you rip him with a shot. Because that uppercut had a little steam on it, that right uppercut he just landed.
Maybe a different interpretation of Dr. Sleep, the meaning of the nickname.
But in
Put
that
you to
case,
sleep, didn't put you to sleep.
In that case, I'm Dr. Sleep.
Let us joke about you, not you.
I get in before you.
Well, 30 seconds of the round. Maite's trying to hustle a little bit here on the inside.
Good at the effort, but no quality, no thought behind that.
Nice uppercut there from Maite, who is cruising at the moment.
And he's won this round by not doing much.
Está buscando un solo golpe toda la pelea. Toda la pelea está buscando el mismo
Let's
golpe.
take a look at this body shot that produced a reaction here. Well, it wasn't a body shot at all.
Definitely.
Never mind.
He landed a good body shot before he went down.
Yeah, he did actually.
And that's that shot that I said, that, it was after those pity pats. Maybe he was just trying to put him to sleep a little bit and then land something significant like that uppercut.
He's got it all to do in this last round, hasn't he? He's got to really just, as we say, chuck the kitchen sink at him if he can. Without walking onto a shot. Not easy.
Maybe he's saying in his head, I stunned him earlier, Puentes. Maybe I can get him out of here.
Sixth and final round, and Rodolfo Puentes, who started boxing after a childhood of street fighting, was dragged to the boxing gym by his older brother, who said, you need to put this energy somewhere else in an actual controlled environment. You might need to make this a street fight right now in the final 3 minutes.
I think that's the story of boxing. That's the beauty of boxing. Forget about champions and all that. You're always going to get that. It changes people's lives. What would you have been without boxing? Also, and who knows? Gives you a discipline and respect for life.
Nice counter by Maite, but that's what I'm talking about. Using your legs to create the proper distance to get that shot off. And then he switches to southpaw.
I made you a hater now, haven't I?
I just think he's more effective in the right hand.
A little spurt of aggression there from Rodolfo Puentes. And the Maite corner just telling him to box and move. And this is one of those situations where you know where you're at on the scorecards. You don't need to do anything risky.
No, safety first now for him, but still, you still got to, if you just don't do any work and run, then you can be walked on and hurt. I mean, you can give away the last round, it doesn't matter, but I mean, you still got to be sharp, but also you got to be aware not to make any silly mistakes. And I'm a little bit torn with Maite, because he showed me some really good stuff in the early rounds, and he sort of maybe disappoint me a little bit in the middle stages.
He was looking like Tommy Hearns in the beginning.
Wasn't he just? And control and real good structure to him, with discipline, everything was on point. Not far off of that left hook
Yeah,
there.
Puentes looking for a big shot there. Maitse's corner telling him there's 1 minute, just move. But if you just move and don't throw your hands, you might get caught with stuff like that. The head snapping back of Maitse as Puentes looking for a big come-from-behind knockout here. But does Puentes have the gas to make it happen?
But you hear that 30-second buzzer now. That'll give you a bit of lease of life. Bit of adrenaline to finish the fight strong.
Right. Might say he's probably walking away with a victory, but he got to keep his hands up because a stronger fighter could have put him on the canvas.
Stiff jab there from Maitse. Puentes gathering his feet. He has the body language of an exhausted fighter right now.
Right. You're not going to take shots from Yarov like that. Got to keep your hands up. Good scrap.
Even Becky Maitse, who seems to know that he won the fight, looking pretty measured right now. Not a lot of excitement in the Maitse corner.
I think he's tired. I think that's more than anything else here. There's a good left hand and a right hand, right on the chin. You see there's another one coming. There you go.
Get a little too comfortable winning these rounds and not keeping your hands up.
You square your feet on the ropes. Okay, that's one thing. We've all done it.
Yeah.
But square your feet on the ropes with your hands by your waist. You're asking to be knocked out. I would say, unless you are an absolute genius and with just a great vision, you're asking to get knocked out. So, you know, I think, and we saw him running in the last few seconds and get caught again. So, again, he's a little bit showed some quality, really good quality, and then some things that made you a little bit disappointed that he could do better.
Yes.
But there's a good fighter in there.
Definitely a good fighter. And it seems like I'm a little bit harder on the guys that I see a lot more potential.
Yeah, well, so there should be.
Ring Magazine brings you Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn. This eagerly anticipated showdown has been years in the making. And it'll finally take place at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium on Saturday, April 26th. By now, here on DAZN. Dr. Sleep, Becky Maitse gets ungloved, saying thank you to the WBC officials who helped build the gym that he trains in. The WBC's South Africa Warrior Ascent program has helped cultivate him, and we are ready to make this fight official. Let's send it back up to Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Alexei Predrag, Juan Carlos Pelayo, and Junbei Lim are in agreement. They all scored the same, 59-55, all for your winner by unanimous decision. Becky Zizwe, Dr. Sleep Maitse.
So Dr. Sleep, Becky Maitse picks up the victory. He'll advance to phase 2 of the tournament and improves to 7-1, a 23-year-old from South Africa. We'll see him later on this year in the second round.
And we continue the high-octane action right here at the WBC Grand Prix, but we have a lot more surprises coming up next June.
In 2 months, join us on the world stage, where football's elite will assemble. 63 unmissable matches to decide one world champion. FIFA Club World Cup. Watch every game live on DAZN.
DAZN is the official worldwide broadcaster of the FIFA Club World Cup 2025. The 32-team tournament will see the globe's biggest and best clubs battle it out to be crowned world champion, and it all kicks off live and free on June 14th. And it's not just the World Cup to look forward to right here on DAZN. Don't forget to check out the stacked upcoming schedule on Platform Now, Matchroom, Golden Boy, Queensberry, BKFC. All the biggest and most exciting fights are streaming live on DAZN, the global home of boxing.
here in Riyadh, and of course we will be back here in Riyadh for Canelo versus Skull, that coming up on May 4th. Obviously, it'll be interesting to see Canelo in a new environment here in Saudi Arabia, but he's got an interesting style matchup in front of him in William Skull.
Yeah, I think he's got a tricky opponent, but I think Skull is a little bit too negative for Canelo, and when Canelo can close the distance really quickly, I think he's gonna. I think it's a win for him, but he's not gonna have that pro Canelo crowd, and all those factors sometimes make him the man he is.
One thing we know is that Canelo takes every opponent seriously, because you don't want to see any flashbacks of Everslanda Lara, you know, a Cuban fighter who moves, who's taller than you. This guy's a little bit even taller than Lara, and he has that same kind of movement, but Canelo has learned so much since then.
Well, and of course, Canelo has big things to look forward to. Obviously, the plan that is kind of laid out for him, culminating with that showdown with Terrence Crawford. You know, one of the talking points will be the potential of a letdown fight, so to speak. Do you see any reason to fear that when it comes to Canelo?
I think there's always potential of that, but I think, you know, he's been the superstar and the one for so long now, and he's shown against opponents that haven't been the quality of him or a Golovkin, for instance. He's still produced the goods, but he's not the fighter he once was. His output's not as busy as it once was, and that might be an issue.
People are saying that they see a decline. That may be so, and that comes with age. But one thing that I see is that he's gaining more fans, especially Mexican fans. Before, he was fighting for them. Now it seems like they love him a lot more. So no matter what, he's going to have a whole crowd that wants to see him fight his next fight.
That fight will be right here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. But we got more fights from here in Riyadh, so let's send it back up to Thomas Driver.
Let's continue, and first welcome to the ring, Enoch Tete Tete.
So if you dey wonder how I do my thing, it be my God. No money, how me it be my God. So when you see me rolling on your block, it be my God. Like a sickly woman, coco, in my God. I never dey wonder, never worry. My baba dey my body. I never dey holler for my money, I call on my God. I never dey wonder,
And now let's welcome Tyshawn Candyman Denson.
Yes, I did. So I packed it up and brought it back to the crib. Just a little something, show you how we live. Everybody want it, but it ain't that serious. That's that shit. So if we gon' do it just like this.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the featherweight division. The judges are Yuji Fukuchi, Eddie Papu, and Daniel Vandeville. Our referee in charge will be Joel Campuzano Jr. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 121.3 pounds. He has a professional record consisting of 12 wins, 1 defeat, 1 draw, 10 of his 12 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Ghana, here is Enoch Tete Tete. And his opponent across the ring fighting out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 125.9 pounds. Undefeated with 4 wins, 2 of his 4 wins come by way of knockout. Representing the United States, here is Tyshawn Candyman Denson.
This is the 30-second noise. All right? 30 seconds, continue fighting. You got your instructions in the locker room, okay? I want a good, clean fight. Obey my commands at all times. Defend yourselves at all times. Do what you came trained to do. That's good, clean boxing, okay? Touch gloves to your corners.
Well, right on cue for the Candyman, Tyshawn Danson, to start fighting here. We had a delivery of snacks here at the commentary table. The Candyman, Tyshawn Danson, 8-time national amateur champion, the 2023 National Golden Gloves winner, taking on Enoch Tete. Pride of the Bukum Boxing Gym, trained by Sam Quay. 12-1-1, taking on the 4-0 Tyshawn Danson, which again speaks to the confidence that Denson and his handlers have entering a tournament against even more experienced opponents like Tete.
You know, sometimes I look at fighters and I say, oh, they only fought in their home country, but sometimes when that home country is Ghana, I say, oh, I don't know, they might have a lot of skill.
And they all seem to be able to punch. I don't know whether that's just technical, they're not all the same size. They don't have technique or just natural power. I don't know what it is.
Tyshawn Danson comes from a family of national amateur champions. His grandfather was a champion. His father's older brother, so his uncle was a champion, and he just landed a beautiful right hook up top and then brought it downstairs immediately afterwards. Danson looking sharp here in the early going.
Yeah, he turned the body into that shot as well. It was a real smooth punch there from Denson. And again, nice little left hand.
Got to be careful pulling out like that with your hands down. I know he's fast. I know he's used to being faster than his opponents. But he can get caught with his chin up in the air like that.
He's threatening danger, isn't he, Tete? He hasn't really produced anything yet, but he did there, though.
Yeah, nice right hand. Got there before the right hook of Denson could get there. Gotta like the fluidity and technique of Denson here.
Yeah, he's a nice smooth puncher, isn't he?
Some have called him the best fighter to come out of Akron, Ohio since the late Todd Hickman in the mid-'80s, one of boxing's most tragic tales. Think about the talent that's come out of Northeast Ohio, names like Kelly Pavlik and our good friend Sean Porter, Michael Dokes. Of course, you could go way, way back, but Denson is seen to be...
Ray Mancini.
Is that Northeast Ohio? Would we consider, yeah, it must be, right?
Same place as Kelly Pavlik, wasn't he?
Yeah, of course, yeah, that's a good point. Sorry, Ray, you just texted me this morning. Can't believe I forgot about you.
Is it Youngstown?
Youngstown, Ohio, of course. Yeah. Nice shot to the body there from Denson. 10 seconds remaining in the opening round. Beautiful uppercut as well, just turning Tete, getting him off balance, then landing 2 more shots right before the bell sounds.
Yeah, Tete showing signs of potential danger, but not really producing anything. And even though he kept coming forward, I think for Denson there, just nice control with his work. And even when he's spanning there, he jumped right on him really quickly, and that's nice to see.
Something made Tete a little bit more hesitant because in the first 30 seconds, he was rushing in like Manny Pacquiao, you know, throwing left and right. But all of a sudden, he would pressure him, but not letting his hands go.
What do you got? I mean, good? Yeah, all right, let's go. Huh? You ain't got it, then you do. Okay. All right, then, let's go. Let's go. Jab. Hit the jab, boom. Jab.
Round 2 begins. Heard the advice in the corner of Tyshawn Denson to get his jab a little bit more active here in this round.
But how calm and soft was that instruction in the corner? It was like late night radio. No, I mean, but no, you got to know your fight. I mean, you know, you didn't rush him and panic him, give him too much information.
I also think that, you know, there's a hush amongst the crowd here, and maybe you don't want to be too loud that your opponent can hear it.
That's a good
yeah. Should we do a golf-style call of the fight as well?
Well, there's
yeah,
a
it's a round 2.
Right there from Denson.
See if Denson can get the body work started as well. We, of course, saw that in his second pro fight. That was on Pro Box TV against Kamiko Hall when he landed a body shot that was so devastating that Hall threw up in the ring and had to delay the event because they had to mop the canvas.
And again, he has that right hand low. These little tiny steps moving back, so he's inviting you to punch, knowing he's going to be out of range.
Definitely a big difference in speed. Denson is a faster fighter.
And the timing as well, isn't it? Just see it there with that stepping in and out with the jab.
Tete getting caught with some hard stuff here in the early going, and there were some concerns about his punch resistance coming into this fight. He suffered his first career loss last summer, a 9th round stoppage at the hands of Ibrahim Mafia, but the caveat there is that that fight was all the way down at 118 pounds, so it's fair to wonder, is that too extreme a cut for Tete? Did that play into what happened?
How did you get that frame? It's 118. Wow.
That stoppage still a little bit controversial as well. His corner thought that the cut that stopped the fight was due to a clash of heads. It was not, or they felt that it was not. Saw a similar situation with Rocky Hernandez and Thomas Matisse not that long ago.
Just landed with the right hand a few seconds ago from the other side of the ring there, Tete. Denson took it really well, though.
Right, one of the few times he actually got inside to do that.
Yeah.
Maybe if he implemented some feints so he can get inside of the taller fighter, Denson.
Nice right hand again there from Tete. 15 seconds remain here in the round. Left hand from Denson gets there first. Excellent hand speed from Akron, Ohio's Tyshawn Denson.
Yeah, he's good, he is. Really good. I mean, he's not the most exciting fighter to watch, but I mean, he's technically very good. You can see him thinking as he's working, and that really holds you in good stead as you move through the levels.
It's fast, sharp, pretty accurate.
But it's not blind speed. You know what I mean? It's speed, but it's thought with it.
After 2 rounds, the scoring is 20-18 unanimous for Denson.
Sounds about right. All of the judges giving the rounds to Denson.
It's round 3 underway. Here's Tyshawn Denson. He's won the first 2 rounds on all 3 judges' scorecards. And this does seem like a fight, Barry, where if it just stays at this pace, we could see kind of a replay of those 2 rounds another 4 times.
Yeah, it'd be the same pattern, and for Denson to win the fight, that's what they all want. Just to keep the same pattern, the same rhythm. Until something goes wrong, I'll just keep it as it is.
And even though there are things in this tournament, you know, like that 30-second horn and, you know, the scoring implementations, the adaptations that maybe incentivize a little bit more action, I'm sure for fighters like Denson, if you're having an easy time early in the fight, you may also be thinking about the next round. You're probably going to have to fight again in June. You might not want to do anything that might jeopardize that whatsoever.
But ultimately, all these incentives to be more exciting and more aggressive and you know and make it a more fan-friendly spectacle. I understand that, but you can only box the way you box. Box the best you could box. I mean, that's you know, if you're not gonna win trying to do someone else's style. You've got to box, and if your style's exciting, then good for you. If it's not, you have to master that and just be unbeatable. Coming from a fighter who was very boring to watch, so. But I stuck to my guns. I could have been knocking people out left, right, and centre. I didn't want to.
You're still here today. People still want to hear what you have to say.
Well, that's debatable. They have to hear, that's it.
Stabbing jab to the body there from Denson. Comes back with a nice left hand. Getting a little bit more playful now is Denson.
He's just getting on the ropes a little bit too much, because that's the times when you're giving Tete the opportunity to let his hands go and land shots.
And again, early in your career, it's working for him now because he's the sharper fighter, but habits are very important.
Yes.
And bad habits stick more than good habits. So like I said a couple of fights ago, there should be a 3-second rule when you're on the rope. And once that rule touches your back leg, unless you're a massive puncher or with fantastic vision, you have to just try and spin, pivot, or move away.
30 seconds, guys.
I think his best work is in the middle of the ring, and he should stay off those ropes.
You use that semicircle around the body, don't you? That's all the time. You go that way, then you pivot that way. And
Well, again, we have to put this into perspective. This is a 4-0 21-year-old
yeah, of course, yeah,
who is winning all 3 of the opening rounds here against a 12-1-1 fighter that he didn't know he was facing until 2 days ago.
Okay, Corey, we're sorry. You're right.
No, he's boxing really well, but you can see the ability he has. So you have to just point out a few things that going forward might be an issue for you. They're not now.
That's it. That's it.
So, huh? So, you can't focus.
And like you said earlier on, it's the ones you see with clear talent to maybe move up a level.
This is 4.
You treat them harshly. You critique them harshly than you would other people.
Yeah, stay sharp. Stay sharp.
I see what he has.
And rightly so, because they're going to get it when they get to the top, that's for sure.
Sharp.
Yep.
That jab,
Pulling out with your hands down.
Up and down, you working it up and down. It's beautiful. You straight left down the pipe. You bring that straight left, please.
Bring the hook.
Yeah, shorten that bitch up. Shorten it up. That straight left and the short hook. Bring it. Right after.
Well, on June 7th, it's a homecoming for Fabio Wardley as he heads back home and takes on Jarrell Big Baby Miller in a no-love-lost heavyweight clash at Portman Road. That's June 7th, live here on DAZN.
That's going to be a hell of a fight. Especially if Jarrell Miller's in shape. It's going to be a hell of a fight. He has a high work rate.
Yeah, and he's solid, isn't he, as well?
Yeah.
But Wardley, he's such an instinctive fighter. He's so good to watch.
Very exciting.
Tyshawn Denson still having his way here with Enoch Tete.
Good right hook to get him out of that corner.
Nice right hook. Turns the corner, back to center ring.
Yeah, he's very clever, very sharp.
And calm.
That's a good shot. Yes.
Now, Tyshawn Denson does have an amateur win over Abdullah Mason, but are we going to count it because it was at 75 pounds?
It wasn't Abdullah, it was his brother. It was.
Oh, sorry, yeah, it was. That's
yes,
right. It
you're
was,
right.
It was the other way.
75 pounds. I don't think I ever was 75 pounds. I don't know.
I can't say the same, can I, unfortunately? I might be 75 pounds now.
Good uppercut to the body there from Denson.
Good shot.
It's really sharp work. When Denson is holding his feet here in the center of the ring, this is beautiful to watch.
And look what he does when he throws that left hand from the rocket shot. From the southpaw stance, he doesn't lean in like some of the other fighters have been doing. He turns on the hips and the shoulders.
Did he beat the Mason brother, or did Mason beat him?
I think we're gonna pull a box rank. Yeah, we gotta pull this up.
Either way, he's been in there with some good guys. Julius Ballo, really good amateur fighters. And this is why, what you were saying, Barry, he looks so good in technical.
I'm pretty sure he fought both of them, but then again, maybe my Northeast Ohio knowledge has been exposed on this podcast.
Stop it.
I
Go Browns.
can't wait till Rayman sees you.
He's going to text me tonight. I'm going to hear from this. Nice body shot there from Tyshawn Denson.
All you want to see from him now is just be a little bit more proactive. He's a fantastic reactive fighter, but just a little bit proactive, that's all.
Yeah, his corner was saying, you know, the straight right is there. Put the straight right on him. Straight left, rather. Excuse me.
Not much on those shots there from Tete. Just getting absorbed by the frame defense of Denson. He gets picked off by another pot shot. And that'll do it for the round.
Tete's record would tell you that he's a power puncher, but maybe it was the level of opposition.
And also now, as one of you mentioned earlier on, it's when he throws a punch, he's expecting something to come back, and that's just making him a little bit not afraid, tentative to want to commit to the shot. Maybe that he would have earlier on in the contest. Or does normally, I'm not quite sure, I've never seen him fight, but I think that's an issue for him.
After 4 rounds, the scoring is 40-36.
So, Corey, it's been brought to our attention that you was correct.
Vindication.
You know, I was also correct that
Let it
he
go,
fought
Brad.
his other brother, and his other brother beat him, but he did.
You're trying to claw it back here.
Yes. He fought one of the Mason brothers and won, but it was lost rather, but it was Abdullah Mason that beat him, that he beat.
That's right.
Oh,
At 75 pounds.
Yes.
I don't care what,
But it was 75 pounds. I think that was like 1998.
Listen, a 75-pound Abdullah Mason would beat most people on planet Earth, all right?
That is
So
a
we are
fact.
once again going to give Tyshawn Denson his flowers.
You are absolutely right, brother. See what happens when you try to correct the encyclopedia?
See Corey's notes earlier. It's like a telephone book.
And that's just for today.
Tete still trying to work hard on the inside. He just does not have any answers for the defense of Tyshawn Denson. And Denson just so relaxed in picking these shots off as well.
A straight left to the body just keeps making Tete have to reset. Beautiful punch.
Just slowed him down, hasn't he?
Yep.
But everything's at his range. Good shot.
See, pulling up with your chin out exposed like that?
It could be a problem. I don't mind it now because I think he's seeing it clearly. He's not just doing it blindly.
But habits, like we said, habits. Now, especially if you're just touching him with that left and then coming back. So you're not hitting him with something that's going to stop him.
No, I do understand what you're saying, but I think in that moment, I don't disagree with you. Well, actually,
No, it's okay.
You're not a loser so far with thanks to Corey, but I think he saw the shot, so he was happy to go back in that direction. But you're right what you're saying. I think you want to be perfect.
Amir
at everything.
Khan used to starch everybody.
Yeah, but
then he ran into the right guy.
Yeah, but he was
that took
blind
advantage
speed.
of that. Yeah,
Amir Khan.
Right, because you get into a habit of being so much faster than everybody. Nobody's going to take that step in and hit you.
I'm not going to argue. You're bigger than me. I'm not going to argue. You really are a boxing bully.
Good combination
Just with my
there.
opinion.
These jabs are now splitting the guard of Tete. Tete, giving it a little bit more effort here, but as a result, that frame is opening up a little bit. The hands are coming down. More opportunities opening up here for the razor-sharp Tyshawn Denson.
Cuffing left hook there from Tete, but Tete slowed right down. How slow his hands are from the first round to now, quite noticeable.
No real steam on Tete's shots either, even when he gets them on the ropes.
Do you think, given this body language, Barry, that there could be an opportunity for Denson to stop him in the final round if he decided to go for it?
I'm not sure if he could stop him, but because I mean, but he won't take that risk. You can see by the way he fights, he won't take that risk, and I'm not sure whether he should. I mean, well, you're 5-0 up. I mean, you'd be a fool. I mean, to sell yourself is the right thing to go out and get rid of it, and that's what some maybe great fighters do. But good fighters do the right thing, and that's just to be safe and win the fight quite comfortable. But still be busy, but don't take any silly risks. So good fighters do the right thing, great fighters do the thing that makes them great. I made that up, but it makes sense.
That was good to me.
Some of the greatest moments, it's like Kazagi with Byron Mitchell, for instance, saying that he's Welsh, he got up too quick and then knocked him out then, or stopped him. Well, it's the 40-year anniversary, you know, Marvin Hagler going right at Tommy Hearns. You know, it was the right thing, but then think about it, why would you want to, don't want to be in the end of his punch, you certainly want to walk into one.
Right.
Great fighters do great things.
Sixth and final round here between Tyshawn Denson and Enoch Tete. Tete from the village of Bukum, which has produced the likes of Azuma Nelson, Joseph Agbeko, might produce more world champions per square meter than anywhere else on earth.
Those are some great names.
There was 2 world champions in my street. Me and
Really?
a fella called Steve Robinson, yeah. So when I won the world title, I wasn't even the best fighter in my street, which is disappointing.
Do you have anything good to say about you?
We've got 7 more fights. We'll work on some positive self-talk as time goes on here. Nice left hand to the body again there from Denson.
9 more fights. I had to get
That
you a
is
something.
true. That is true.
My math is good.
You know it's a dominant performance here because we've drifted away from the action. I mean, you know, it's...
Well, and we suggested early that this could fall into a pattern that was going to be repetitive, and you know, round 1 could be round 6 at this point.
That's exactly what you said earlier. That's right.
But he's doing the right things. You know, he's boxing to his strengths. He's not taking any silly risks. He sits on the rope too much, maybe, and pulls up, like you say. All these things are issues, but he's only had a handful of fights, so he's had 4 fights. So,
and like Corey said, a guy with 4 fights, he's looking good. He's really looking good. We're critiquing the very little things, but yes, he's looking really good.
he's got loads of potential. And there's Tete still. No, he said, like, what's that, 14 fights? They might be padded, but he's still been in the ring 14 times. So that's experience,
Yes.
and it hasn't shown one bit.
And all of those fights in Africa, meaning it could have been potentially some really tough fights.
Yeah, he had a fight scheduled on March 16th against Siabula Hem, and that one fell through, which created this opportunity. So he had his mind on another domestic Ghanaian fight. But right now, he is just getting touched up by an 8-time national amateur champion who is looking like it right now. Putting a little more zip on these shots in the final round.
Yeah, enjoying himself, isn't he? He's boxed really well, I think. Checking the clock.
He glanced up at the clock.
He must have finished
Even
with
though
a
he
flurry.
seems to be very conditioned. But yeah, I think that's what it is. He wants to know when he's going to let his hands go.
He wants to know when he will become 5-0, which is a few seconds from now. And that will do it. Tyshawn Denson cruising through 6 rounds here against Enoch Tete.
I think some fighters will see him and go, oh yeah, but, you know, I could bully him and I could make him work too hard. I think I think he controls the pace very well off the back foot, which is massively difficult to do. He's a real talent.
Well, the rematch they're calling the Inquest comes to DAZN on Saturday, May 17th, as Johnny Fisher and Dave Allen pick up where they left off in Riyadh last year. After the controversy of Fisher's victory, will it be repeat or revenge at the Copper Box? You can find out here on DAZN. I have a feeling that fight is going to look a lot different than the one that we just saw.
Yeah, that'll be a
stellar analysis there for you.
Yeah, I know, that's all you need to know. I think it'll be as good as the first one, which was a fantastic fight. No, listen, we didn't get the right winner. That's the truth. I thought Dave Allen was going to get blown out. I've got to be honest, but he showed an ability that he's shown in flashes in the past. I thought he was past that, but he come back. He made things look very, very hard. Made Fisher work hard, and that's a really learning fight for Fisher. Can he come back and learn from that?
A lot to like from Tyshawn Denson here tonight. And another thing to consider, too, is, of course, he's worried about advancing to the next round, but this is still a 4-0 prospect who's developing in the broader spectrum as well. So a lot for him to take away from this one. A lot to like about Denson from Akron, Ohio, the Candyman, set to become 5-0. And it looks like the scorecards are in the hands of Thomas Schreiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Daniel Vandeville scores it 59-55, and both judges, Yuji Fukuchi and Eddie Papu, are in agreement. They both scored the same, 60-54, all in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. And still undefeated, Tyshawn Candyman Denson!
So the Candyman, Tyshawn Denson, improves to 5-0, nearly shutting out the 12-1-1 Enoch Tete. Denson will be one to watch in the tournament as he advances to the second round.
One of the judges gave Denson one of those rounds. I didn't see it.
And more action from the WBC Grand Prix right here in Riyadh, but we have a huge fight coming up your way next weekend.
本部へようこそ。ここでは画廊伝説のすべてが保管されています。
He's Howard.
Here, you can see our server room, where millions of players are playing online as we speak. Here you can see the original artwork of the
Speed? Speed, where are you going?
Whoa! Yo, Chad, this place is sick! Yo, what is that red button?
Bro, don't do anything stupid.
Nah. It must have the new game in this. Chad, should I hit the red button?
Do not press the button.
Chad, should I take it?
You're mine. Let us finish what your fathers couldn't.
Speed, do not press the red button.
Son?
Oh no.
What's up? Destiny has brought you here. 32 years in the making. The fight no one could make happen. Now I, Geese Howard, will make it happen. Oh! Chris Eubank Jr. versus Connor Benn. Fight, 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 fight.
Oh my God, Chad, are you getting this?
I'm gonna get you out of there, Speed.
Oh. You boxers ain't built for this.
Chad, this is crazy. Oh my God. Come on, son. Yeah. Okay. Reset. Oh, Jesus.
Time to end this.
Oh, thank God. Help, my friend's stuck. Oh!
Finally, time to settle what your fathers never could. Fight! The fight that started a legacy continues. Chris Eubank Jr. versus Connor Benn. The fate of a family legacy will be decided.
If that doesn't sell Eubank Jr. versus Connor Benn, nothing will. Remember, the fight is available to buy now at DAZN.com/boxing. And here in Riyadh, it's on to our next Grand Prix bout.
Thank you so much, Claudia. We're ready to get back to action. Andres Ortega taking on Yusuf Adeniji. So let's send it back up to Thomas Treiber to get the action rolling.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Yusuf Adeniji. And now let's welcome to the ring, Carlos Arteaga Orona. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the featherweight division. The judges are Junbei Lim, Juan Carlos Pelayo, and Alexic Predrag. Our referee in charge will be Cesar Castañon. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 124.8 pounds. Undefeated with 11 wins, 10 of his 11 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Nigeria, here is Yusuf Adeniji. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 126.9 pounds. Undefeated, he has 14 wins, 1 draw, 13 of his 14 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Mexico, here is Carlos Arteaga Orona.
Okay, both of you know the rules. Protect yourself all the time and follow my commands all the time. Conocen las reglas, protéjanse todo el tiempo y sigan las indicaciones todo el tiempo. When you hear this, 30 seconds left. Keep fighting. Cuando escuches el sonido, quedan 30 segundos. Sigue boxeando. Touch your gloves. Good luck.
Couple hard hitters going at it here. Carlos Ortega and Yusuf Adeniji. Man known as Swagoo with 10 knockouts in his 14 wins. 3-time national amateur champion back home in Nigeria. Ortega coming off a third-round TKO victory over Rafael Rosas in November of last year in Aguascalientes, Mexico. He also has a KO win over multi-time world title challenger David Carmona, who our fans in the UK might remember from his effort against Cal Yafai back in 2018. So Ortega has been fighting a much higher level of opposition than Adeniji. And as you could see, Ortega, as he's described, he wants to be on top of his opponent at all times. He is a pure power puncher.
Yeah, when he gets close as well, he just tips those knees, which at the minute's not quite working for him, but I think as the rounds go on, that's going to be a real plus. Because you get leverage on his punches, but also it's going to make it harder for Adeniji just to land clean with the shots.
That is a nice jab by Adeniji.
Good left hook there from Arona.
A couple of good left hooks over top of that jab.
That's not just a rangefinder. That's a jab.
Good left hook to the body there from Ortega. Adeniji has only faced one fighter with a winning record to this point in his career. Again, that's also another thing that this tournament is providing for fighters like Adeniji, who are coming up in Nigeria. Typically, the pathway for fighters is you fight domestic opponents, you fight people who are local. It's financially viable as you're developing a fighter as well, but once you kind of run out of options, where do you go? And for a guy like Adeniji, stepping right into the fire like this against Ortega was the best option for him.
Right, and also it's going to increase his activity because he only fought one time last year. So hopefully we can get a couple of fights, you know, if he wins this out of him.
You find quite often for fighters, especially early in their careers, the reason they're not fighting regular is financial.
Yes.
It's not always injuries, financial. I gave up for 12 months in my career when I was young and defeated. I made more money working away. You come back in the end because it's a sport you love, but a lot of fighters don't. And you lose more through that than you do through bad defeats, I think. It's a difficult sport. That's why these tournaments are so boring, because you're going to bypass all that.
And the good thing about this tournament as well is you know who you're going to fight next. You know, you see the talent pool. You see who's there. You know who to train for. You know who to look out for. So this is great.
15 seconds remaining in the round. There were some heavy shots landed from Ortega in the early going, but it's been that long, snappy jab of Adeniji. It might be the ultimate story of the opening frame. As we head back to the corners at the end of round one.
Más de presión con tus manos arriba, no te va a pegar abajo, güey. No te va a pegar abajo. Dale un poquito más de presión, pero cerrado, güey. Y tápale más la salida. O sea, no nomás el pie, güey. Él va para allá, pero tú gánale, o sea, ponte diagonal hacia él. Ok, sí, ok. Ten cuidado con la cabeza, güey, porque ahorita ya ves que dieron un cabezazo. Hey, pégale.
Head smash there, but it was a good left hand there from Adeniji. And he controlled the decision quite well, didn't he? I think the jab, as you were saying, Barack, the jab was really good from him, but Ortega did close the gap and did that with some good quality work of his own, so is that going to be a momentum for him to go forward and be more aggressive?
So round two now underway. Carlos Ortega Arona, Yusuf Adeniji. Just to clear up some confusion, Ortega is what he typically is known as, what he refers to himself as.
Caught with a good left hand there. Ortega.
Nice right hook there from Adeniji as well. You know, we mentioned the impressive outings from Ortega recently, but there was also a little bit of a puzzling draw against the 3-6-2 Jose Lopez back in 2022. So again, we've made the reference to fighters being hot and cold at times, and perhaps that is an issue for Ortega as well, as he gets caught with a nice left hand. Make it two, nods his head in acknowledgement of both.
Break. Break. Stop.
They're both probably a little bit tired. They said, break. Said, no, we're resting. I think Adeniji uses his height very well.
Yeah, as you were saying that, he just took a nice step back and threw a left hand, didn't he? Again, for someone like him, like I said a couple of fights ago, you can keep that front foot planted. You've got so much range, you can take a step with the back foot. You don't really go anywhere. It's an illusion, really.
Stop.
He's landing a right hook as well. It's more of a slapping. You know, he doesn't turn it over. It's more of a slapping hook. Just to get out of position like that. Pivot out.
Well, this could be an issue for Ortega here tonight because typically throughout his career, he's been able to get guys out of there. 13 knockouts in 14 fights, but he's done it kind of just with brute force by running through that front door. But there's a lock in the form of that length and that jab and that nice left hand of Adeniji that in this ring, a big ring over 6 rounds, could spell serious problems for Ortega tonight.
And certainly, if you're expecting the fighter to tire, and that's usually for a long distance fight, you put the work in now. You might not be winning the round, but you might win the battle because he's going to tire. I always think about that. What if they don't?
Especially in a 6-round fight.
Yeah.
It's just the wrong game plan. And Adeniji just keeps him at the end of his punch so well. And he knows not to get caught up on the ropes. He's spinning out every single time. Hardly do you see. I guess he heard your 3-second rule.
Yeah. I make some things up.
Oh, great men make up great sayings.
Come on, let go.
Excessive holding here on the inside as Ortega trying to get free, but another good round there for Adeniji.
They're playing your playlist, Corey.
Oh, this is it. Yeah, this is it. Who hacked my Spotify?
No, this one now. Use this one, this water. This water only. This is not allowed. This water.
After 2 rounds, the score is 20-18 by 2 judges, and even 19-19 by 1 judge.
There you heard Thomas Stryber, a little bit of hope here for Carlos Ortega. Scorecards even, according to one of the judges, the other 2 giving both of the opening 2 rounds to Yusuf Adeniji. Ortega has spent a bunch of time in the Canelo Alvarez camp in Guadalajara.
Oh, good shot there from Adeniji again. Even when he's too close, he can just shorten that punch, can he? Quite effectively.
Ortega got a left hook off in that last exchange.
Stop.
You see the scorecards on your screen. His right hand over the top there from Ortega. Both men have landed some good power shots here. And nearly a colossal clash of heads there.
He just can't hit the target clean, can he, Ortega? Even when he lands with the left hook, it's more of a cuffing shot. Just can't get full-blooded.
Yeah, but he's not even trying to set up. Look, there's no jab. He's just coming in with the power shots. He's not trying to set up his shots. He's not trying to disguise those big shots. He's just coming in with the big shots. So it's going to be a little bit easier for Adeniji to see it.
Stop.
Yeah, and for a fighter with Adeniji's dimensions and his skill set, this is kind of a cozy rhythm to fall into as he gets admonished here for holding.
Yeah, this is the pace and the pattern that will suit him down to the ground.
Break. Break.
Identity thus far, I mean, he can kind of step in what he wants, but by and large, he can kind of wait, throw that shot right there, the check hook, and then spin out.
And he's using the ring really well. You know, he's not sitting on the ropes very often, and he's using the whole of the ring. With the guy with slow feet, which Ortega clearly has, that's a good tactic to use.
And I wouldn't call him a boring fighter either, even though he's boxing, because he's actually sitting down on those those straight left shots.
There's a bit of whip in the shots, huh? Isn't it?
Break. Break.
These fighters don't want to break.
Closing in on the final 10 seconds of the round here. Yusuf Adeniji making use of the big ring here as he plants and lands another good left hand. A little bit of a messy round there for the latter half of the frame as we head back into the corners.
Este round estuvo mejor, pero tienes que presionar más, güey. No te veo tan agresivo, güey. Tienes que ser más agresivo y tápale la salida, güey. Más con huevos, güey. Sí te siente, güey. Sí te siente, pero lo has dejado ser. Lo dejas a la mitad, güey.
See Ortega here trying to commit to the attacks. And with a nice, good shot, but they were few and far between, I felt. For the most of it, it was Adeniji controlling it with the long shots. See one there, lovely bit of work, and then that little step and leaning back just to avoid anything that's coming his way. Okay. He's the man who's controlling the fight, controlling the pace, and boxing really well.
Round 4 now underway. Carlos Ortega and the tricky Yusuf Adeniji.
You know, another thing about this tournament is that when you're at this level of your career, you take fights one at a time because you don't know if anything's going to be next good or not. But this is more motivation because you see what's ahead of you. You know, this is like winning a record deal, you know, winning this thing like this.
Yeah, this is one of the interesting aspects of this tournament. Obviously, by nature, in a tournament, you just opt into whatever the bracket gives you. But if you take this fight and the careers of these fighters outside of this context, as Adeniji lands another check right hook, if you're Carlos Ortega, given the wins that you have on your record, you were looking for another opponent. You saw Adeniji with this style. You would never take this fight. If you're Ortega's manager, you would never book this fight.
Yeah. Because even if you win, you're not going to look great.
Right.
Even if you had a great finish.
I mean, there's a pathway to getting Carlos Ortega to 20-0 with different matchups, but you opt into a tournament and you wind up in a tricky matchup like this.
First round.
Yeah. Again, this just hasn't got the feet to close the distance there. Ortega.
Or the skill set, because do you always need feet when you can time, when you can feint your way in?
Yeah.
Or just jab your way?
Well, the double jab closes. I say it all the time because it's true. The double jab closes the distance every time. And it's harder to defend against because it's a double punch rather than a single shot. So when someone's trying to time you, sometimes that second shot, even if it doesn't land, becomes a defensive move for you, even when you're moving forward. Not always, you know, things don't always work out, but that's the safest bet for closing the distance.
We've seen that in earlier fights.
Stop! The question moving forward for fighters like Adeniji, we've seen a couple so far in the bracket with this kind of, oh, he's going to have a point taken away.
1 point, hold it. 1 point, hold it.
Well, the warnings have been consistent. He's been admonished plenty, and that will have an impact on this fight. We'll hear the scorecards at the end of this round.
Wow, that was a big deal for Ortega. You know, I'm not even mad at that because it's not just that he's holding, but they're both kind of holding, but he's holding, and when he says break, they're not breaking.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that he singled out you know, Adeniji, but I think just because of the last one was initiated by Adeniji, he got it.
Someone had to pay the price, right? Nice check right hook there from Adeniji. And we will hold some more, which has been the story of this round that produced the point deduction.
Oh, good.
Beautiful shot there from Adeniji.
I think Adeniji thought he had him hurt, but Ortega covered pretty well.
It's a good shot, actually.
We're going to send it over to Claudia Trejos, who has been in the Ortega corner. Claudia, what are you hearing?
There's a level of frustration in that corner because Ortega has not been able to get in. So they're expecting him to be able to close the gap, win the competition of the front leg, and moreover, the punches have to come from the bottom up because obviously he's the shorter guy.
Thank you so much, Claudia. We're going to listen into the corner right now as well.
Pero tápale la salida, así como estás ahí, nomás no te avientes, güey, y combinaciones más largas, güey. Combinaciones largas. ¿Quieres más agua? ¿No? Venga. ¿Cómo andas de aire? ¿Cómo sientes la pegada? Dale, güey, nomás porque no se ha parado, me imagino que ya te
Yeah, that's the infringement there. Just wouldn't let go, would he? Wouldn't let go.
Back to action here. Just getting confirmation of the scores.
Somebody talked through the scores. Who was that?
That wasn't you. I was
talking through the action, the replay.
Yeah, you stopped in time. I just couldn't hear Thomas Triver clearly, so Claudia's going over to verify.
I apologize. Oh, he's come out. Real intense here, Ortega. Be careful, he's holding on the side of the referee there with the elbow.
There we go, we got the scorecards on the screen. See, Adeniji ahead on all three scorecards, so even with the point deduction, is still in a position of relative comfort as he lands a nice left hand to the body.
But having heard the scores, Ortega, he'll know now that if he can win these next two rounds, it puts him in the conversation.
Yeah, so he's heard the scores. He's been admonished by his father in his corner and his trainer, Abed Santibanez. We'll see if that produces something different here, or if this is just a puzzle in Adeniji that he cannot solve. And I want to return to a point I was trying to make before the point deduction about Adeniji and fighters like him, these guys who are explicit movers like this with a little bit more of an amateurish style, just for the sake of finding a term here. How does this play out against a higher level of opposition in a longer fight in the next round?
Yeah, well, we might see a better him,
right.
by the way. That's for one thing. And, you know, he might have real power in that left hand. I think he's got a bit of snap in his punches. So, you know, Ortega might take a great punch, so you never know that. But you tend to think if someone can close the distance quick, the way he holds, it means he can't fight inside. So that's, you get a guy who can slide into the distance and work the body and rip the punches through the middle, then he might be in trouble.
Yeah, and I think a tall fighter who fights tall with this level of speed that he has is just going to be a tough fight for anybody anyway.
That's what I mean. You wouldn't. You were saying, Corey, earlier, you wouldn't take it. You wouldn't take the fight. Another point.
Oh, another point being taken away here.
I'm not sure about that. That makes it a one-round fight now, this. I mean, by the way, people think you've got to have so many warnings before you get a public warning, but it's the sole discretion of the referee.
Is the referee's last name Ortega?
No, but seriously, it's,
no, but I understand.
He can give a million warnings,
Yeah.
like take a million points away if he wants to. I mean, people think you do it 3 times and get disqualified. That's not always the case.
Right.
So, that seemed a bit harsh to me, to be honest. I think the first.
Surprising, shocking.
Now this becomes a little more interesting as we head into the final round of a fight that, without those point deductions, is basically a clean sweep for Adeniji.
And it's not like Ortega lacks, you know, the desire or the work rate. He's just not doing the proper things to get on the inside to even affect Adeniji.
I understand why, you know, then if Adeniji is holding it inside, then obviously takes away what he wants to do. I understand you have to keep on him, and fair enough, but that one there just seemed a little bit harsh to me. How could he get no advantage by holding him there, really? He is holding him, to be fair.
See, but this ref, he's one of those refs that'll tap your hand and let you know, okay, stop holding. So he's giving you kind of leeway a little bit, but if you still don't let go, I guess it frustrates him to do that.
I don't think referees should touch the fighter.
I don't think so neither.
Especially like that. Well,
not slapping his hand like that.
We saw the other day in the UK, David Adelaide with Jamie TKV.
Oh, right. Disastrous results.
I mean, that referee, I feel sorry for the referee because he does that 100 times out of 100 and nothing happens. Or 99 times out of 100 when it did happen.
Oh, two big right hooks there and a huge left hand there from Adeniji. And a headbutt.
Well, he's in the fight now, isn't he?
Yes.
Huge left hook there from Ortega. That's the shot he was looking for.
Oh, his momentum pushed him into Adeniji there. Otherwise, another shot might have put him on the floor.
Yeah. I mean, if Ortega had just stepped back, I think Adeniji might have just tipped over.
I think this is the right game plan for Ortega. To just go, you know, all out right now. This is the last round.
Hard body shot there from Ortega. I mean, this has been the game plan. There's just more gumption to it
that's what I'm
in the
talking
sixth and final round.
Yeah. More pressure.
Oh, good shot, good uppercut. Ortega as well, he's having a brilliant round here.
But then he's just actually walking in, so he can get caught with something.
Half a round left for Ortega.
Oh, God, like that. That straight left. Adeniji was incredible.
See, he was using the ring really well, Adeniji, in the early rounds. Now he's just running. You know, he's using the same amount of ring, but it's a different pattern to it.
Stop.
You get another warning here.
Stop. Come on. Box.
Body shot there from Ortega.
Adeniji has to be careful. He might lose this fight from holding.
Well, the last two times it's been Ortega who the referee has been warning for the holding. I think Adeniji taking great pains to show that his hands are free right now.
So he's losing this round dramatically. Not dramatically, but clearly.
Which of the 5 boxes would you check on the scorecard that you're filling out?
Oh, that as well,
right?
Yes. Oh, wow. This level would be a majority draw now, isn't it? I think if
yeah, this is going to get very interesting. And it may come down to how clearly the judges felt the rounds were won.
Yeah. This is somewhere in between moderate and decisive so far.
How this one was scored, it could be very interesting as we take a look back at the 6th and final round. The best of the fight in terms of offensive success here for Carlos Ortega.
Well, he came out with hope after the public won in the previous round, so he knew if I can win this round, I'm in the conversation. I can maybe get the result. Certainly now with that new system of winning a round clearly, and I think he did everything right. He got close, he landed with the good shots, and maybe the feet of Adeniji slowed down a little bit, but know, that's a fight where he was walking it in many ways. And it turned out with lack of discipline and 2 public warnings and then tiring in the last round, he might have very well lost it.
Well, the second event of the DAZN and Queensbury partnership sees Anthony Kakache take on Lee Wood for the IBO Super Featherweight World title on May 10th, live on DAZN as part of our 185-plus fight nights a year.
And the only thing Ortega did different was just turn up the level of his aggression, you know, and the energy level.
All right, so just an update. We have a majority draw, so it is happening. We are going to look at the new judging system to determine who was the winner here. So who won the rounds that were won more conclusively will ultimately decide who won this fight.
You know what would be really crazy? If Ortega actually wins this fight.
I think he might, and I think
no, he probably won't, because if you think about it, all of the rounds that Adeniji won, they were
not debatable.
Right, they were at least moderate.
Right.
At least.
Yeah,
it wasn't
okay,
close, no close rounds.
But he won his last round bigger than any other round.
He did, and
that
that's
more
points, and that's more points, right. Wow. This is interesting. I like this.
Yeah, I do.
I like this. Thank you, referee.
It's cruel
now
for these two, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
But they don't know it yet.
This is.
If Adeniji loses this, that's lack of discipline. And we talked about habits. It's a habit. Hold it's a habit.
All right, let's make it official. Let's send it up to Thomas Treiber to solve this mystery.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Alexic Predrag scores it 57-55 in favor of Adeniji. And both judges, Juan Carlos Pelayo and Jude Bay Lim, are in agreement. They both scored the same, 56-56. This bout is a majority draw. We will now go to the enhanced score system. And the enhanced scores are 6-5, 6-5, 7-5 in favor of your winner, Youssef Adeniji.
So Youssef Adeniji, after some very, very nervous moments, will pick up the victory, and that one would have been shrouded with controversy, Barry, had Adeniji lost the fight ultimately after those point deductions, to then lose it as a part of a scoring system that's supposed to correct controversy.
There's the right winner there, and we're glad he's won, because he won more rounds and he was boxing really well. But he has to realise that discipline almost cost him the tournament there, right there.
So a big win for Youssef Adeniji, knocking off the more experienced Carlos Ortega, who'll improve to 15-0 and advance to the next round.
That was a close call, but stay with DAZN, the home of boxing.
Hey, listen up. Let's have it. We know you've always got your eye on the prize, the championship belt. And why wouldn't you? You're a finely tuned, well-oiled boxing watching machine, capable of consuming over 185 fights on DAZN every year.
We've gone big, we've gone global.
Churning through combinations, comebacks, and non-stop knockouts. With big fights every week, you're the best in the world. So go on, get that belt, champ. DAZN, undisputed.
DAZN is the best place for boxing worldwide. The Weekend Knockout Bundle is available to buy right now. Save on Garcia versus Romero and Canelo against Skull by buying these two mega fights as a pair. And as part of your regular subscription, 3 great fights from the UK. Anthony Kakache against Lee Woods, Josh Taylor versus Eko Osuman, and Fabio Wortley against Jarrell Miller. Meanwhile, the UK will also be the setting for Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn next week, a rivalry that stepped up a notch following their controversial first press conference.
How much do you wish that Chris was there?
I don't wish he was there at all, because there would be no fight April 26.
Really?
Yeah.
That much rage?
Yeah.
You know, when that incident happened, I've seen it in slow motion, I've watched it from different angles, and the one thing that stood out was your rage, how angry you were. And I remember thinking, Chris has either done the worst thing or the best thing. If Conor can control that rage, then it's perfect. If he can't, then maybe Chris has sort of played the game correctly.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting ironed out regardless. Whether it's... however it comes, however it gets delivered, he's going to be eating canvas April 26.
If his name wasn't Eubank, would you still feel the same about him?
Yeah, most definitely.
Really?
I think he's an idiot. I think he's arrogant. I think he's... yeah, he's not my cup of tea at all, in the slightest.
What would have happened if security weren't there? Like, seriously, knowing that there's a fight April 26, and you guys know, you're professional.
He would have been rendered unconscious. I'd have stomped on his head. I would have drop-kicked him to his head. And then I would have lashed straight into him while he's unconscious.
Did it surprise you that he did it?
Did it surprise me? Of course it did, because it's out of character from him. Listen, I know I'm a fiery individual. I know I wouldn't go as far as to putting my hands physically on somebody. But if I'd seen him now, it would have been a lot worse than that. If the security weren't there and there weren't 5 men holding me back, I would have had my hands around his neck.
Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn is live from the magnificent Tottenham Hotspur Stadium next Saturday. And don't forget, it's not just fight night we have covered here on The Zone.
Me again. Fight Week on DAZN is non-stop action. Access all areas of the biggest fights. That's fantastic. From grand arrivals and weigh-ins.
I'm not here around, I'm here for war.
To open workouts and pandemonium at the presses.
You're gonna be so much pain.
All analysed by the biggest names in boxing.
I'll end this. Get him out of boxing, it's over.
That and so much more, even before the bell rings.
Every angle well and truly covered here on the home of boxing, and the action continues right here in Riyadh with the WBC Grand Prix.
Thank you so much, Claudia. It is now time for our 9th fight of the day. It is Hector Munguia Jr. taking on Idris Badamosi. We are ready to meet the fighters. Let's send it back up to Thomas Driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Riyadh season WBC Boxing Grand Prix live on DAZN is being brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority GIA with the World Boxing Council. President Mauricio Suleiman, OPI since '82, and Sella, along with their great sponsors. Ready to Fight, Arena Fitness Innovation, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, Saudi Airlines, Saudi Tourism Authority, and STC. A big thanks to those great sponsors. At this time, we would like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and His Excellency, Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, Turkey, Ala Sheikh. Let's continue and first welcome to the ring, Idris Timmy Lane Badamosi.
I go go for my brother, now it's in the mama. Oh, Chinese customer, since I'm in the room. The little drama from Australia, kind of other one, you like. We show you
And now let's welcome to the ring, Hector Munguia Jr.
Nació cerca del potrero, donde no había ni un caballo. Recibió la luz del cielo con relámpagos y rayos. Él no conoció la escuela donde fueron sus hermanos, porque él ya tenía la fuerza.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the featherweight division. The judges are Yuji Fukuchi, Eddie Papu, and Daniel Vandeville. Our referee in charge will be Ali Ubali. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 125.7 pounds. Undefeated with 7 wins, 6 of his 7 wins come by way of knockout. Representing Nigeria, here is Idris Timilane Badamusi. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, wearing gold trunks. He weighed in officially at 127.5 pounds. Undefeated with 14 wins, 1 draw, 8 of his 14 wins come by way of knockout. Representing Mexico, here is Hector Munguia Jr.
No punch here, no punch behind the neck, okay? And the behind the kidney, okay? I want a clean fight. Make them good fight. When you heard that, 30 seconds before the end of the round, you keep fighting, okay? Good fight.
So we are set to go. It is Mexico versus Nigeria. This man, Hector Munguia Sepulturero, the Gravedigger, an ode to his father, the former Mexican middleweight champion of the same nickname, Pablo Munguia, and also an ode to the fact that he literally works as a gravedigger. He works from dusk until dawn, digging graves at the Dolores Civil Cemetery, which houses some of the great Mexican dignitaries. Idris Badamosi on the other side, 70-4 as an amateur, now living in Dubai, where he's fought exclusively as a professional thus far.
Looks quite sharp as well, Badamosi.
That's that step-in left hook that Munguia loves to throw as a dangerous shot. Put a lot of fighters away already, 8 KOs, including his most recent knockout win over Francisco Lopez in March of this year in Mexico. So no ring rust whatsoever for the Gravedigger as he bangs away to the body with the right hand.
Just seen a few seconds ago, seen Munguia throw the right hand over the top. It didn't land. That's how you throw it. Committed. It was so fast.
I want to know what you think, Barry. I've seen a lot of African fighters lately fighting more like American fighters.
Yeah, but that's the internet for you. I think. You know, I mean, you get to see fighters more than you used to before, and you can mimic their styles, and trainers learn more from other people. It's a smaller world now, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
I mean, we just watched Adeniji, who
That's
was
what I'm
almost a
talking about.
carbon copy of the Cuban amateur style, basically, right? Left hand there from Hector Munguia.
A very clever left uppercut as well.
Fight comfortably as a southpaw, just as his father did, but you saw in the early going, coming out in the orthodox stance where he can be effective as well. Badamosi could be dangerous early as well. He scored 3 first-round knockouts. Again, none at the level of opposition that he's seeing here tonight, but you know, we've pointed out that caveat many times here tonight already, and that hasn't always meant anything.
That's so true. I like his hooks. You just got to set him up, and I'm talking about Munguia. You know, you see guys tonight for some reason just walking in rather than setting those shots up, gaining that distance, getting the proper range with a jab or even a feint.
I like the way Badamosi's not being intimidated by Munguia, because he looks an intimidating figure and he's coming in and every punch he throws is sharp and heavy. But he's looking to fire back as well.
Munguia said that he likes to turn fights into a test of physical and mental endurance. He was picking up the pace here in the early going, and perhaps trying to apply some of that mental pressure that you're referring to there, Barry. But so far, Badamosi standing up to it.
See, when someone can pressurize a fighter properly, you're making them think too much, and that tires you out just as much as the physical stuff.
Last 10 seconds, Badamosi said, okay, I'm going to stand on the inside and trade with you.
Well, the FIFA Club World Cup comes to DAZN as as some of the biggest names in football battle it out to become the globe's greatest. And what's more, the entire event, every game and every goal is live and free here on DAZN. Of course, you put the football promos in front of me, and then I stop.
At least you never said soccer.
I know enough to not do that.
I would have said soccer. I might have said soccer. Face of Munguia is kind of red.
We got touched with some shots by Badamosi there in the opening round. He appeared unfazed by the pressure and the physicality that Munguia was trying to bring in the opening round. Munguia looks for a big overhand right there. Got himself out of position, and Badamosi capitalized with a couple left hooks.
But the only one so far tonight who's had a relatively easy night's work is Denson. All the others have been hard fought, haven't they?
Hard competitive fights.
And even then, Tete kept trying. It just wasn't good enough. You know, the effort was fantastic. Yes. But it's the only fight that's been an easy night's work.
Badamosi doing some good work here with these counter left hooks. Munguia trying to come over the top again, working out of that southpaw stance. And as I say that, right back to the orthodox frame.
Good head movement there, though, from Munguia. I'd like to see him punch in threes, Munguia. Shot.
Munguia looks very seasoned and comfortable on the inside.
Nice right hook there from Munguia.
And I believe this is because Badamosi just, you know, he's just agreeing to fight his fight on the inside.
Well, at some point, this kind of pressure is going to make you fight this fight. Munguia is just not letting him go anywhere right now.
It's better there from Badamosi, but there's a cut. There's a cut
Looks
there.
like, yeah, a cut on the outside of the left eye of Munguia, and there's a right hand right on it, but he comes back to the body, unfazed by what's going on, and there is a a coldness, a stoicism about the work of Munguia, and he's talked about it, and this isn't just me being heavy-handed narratively, he's talked about how his day job and the things that he has to see and do has bled into his personality in the ring as he wails away on Batamosi, who is in serious trouble.
It was a left hook that caused that. Got Batamosi a little bit wobbly, still hasn't got his legs back completely.
No, he does not. And Munguia banging away to the body, Batamosi looking away there.
But look how Munguia turns into the punches. Oh. There's a follow-through in every punch he throws. Oh, lovely body shot.
Gravedigger just haunting Batamosi all over the ring. Batamosi will make it out of the round.
He has a good poker face, Batamosi, because he didn't appear hurt if you were looking at his face, but he felt that shot. He was a little shaky, his legs.
There was one on the ropes where he got caught with a straight shot. It didn't look heavy, but he looked stunned. And then he moved, to be fair. I thought, oh, hang on a minute. But then, to be fair, he regrouped very quick there.
Yeah, the bucket. Sigue, cuando te vayas a meter, Héctor, mueve la cintura, hijo. Mueve, cabecea.
Come on. So is that a Munguia round or what, fellas?
Oh, yes.
Duro el golpe, ¿estamos? Héctor, sí, suéltale.
After 2 rounds, the scoring is 20-18 for Munguia Jr. And the other 2 judges have it even, 19-19.
Okay, 2 judges agree with us. I think the other judge was Claudia Trejos. I don't know why she did that. I'm just kidding, Claudia.
So you heard the scores, 20-18 for Munguia on one card, and dead even on the other 2. Munguia had Batamosi in some trouble in the closing moments of that round. We'll see if Batamosi is able to recover.
Good shot.
So if I'm in Batamosi's corner, I'm saying, okay, get back to the jab, using your feet. Stick that stick out. Oh,
big left hook again there from Munguia. Now rips to the body. And there's a different kind of intensity from Munguia right now. When he has a man hurt, he is relentless.
Shot. But look how he punches, how he turns, he punches inside his body frame all the time. Technique is really good.
With so much force, whether he's hurting him or not, he's shifting his whole body. He's shifting Batamosi all over the place because
and staying low. I said this earlier on, didn't we? Sorry about when you're short, just stay lower. Tough kid though, this Batamosi.
Hard body shot, and that's what Munguia's corner is asking for. They're shouting at him to stay inside and go to the body. And he is obeying orders. He comes over the top now. That body work maybe creating openings up top.
See, to get close, you could throw 1 or 2, I think, but when he's inside, he should punch it in 3s. Every time.
I think he's going to let his hands go now. He got him in the corner. It makes sense not to let him out, but good move by Batamosi.
Good little pivot on the front foot there from Batamosi. This is a hard round.
Batamosi trying to counter off the ropes there. He caught Munguia with the left hand, but Munguia just plowing through it.
Good work there from Batamosi.
A couple good uppercuts there from Batamosi as Munguia getting a little bit lower, but that body shot, you could hear that one. Oh, good uppercut though from Batamosi. Munguia explicitly targeting the body, left himself open for a good shot from Batamosi.
Again, exactly what you said, Barak. Just shifting his whole weight over to the other side.
Yes.
And really every shot that Munguia throws looks like a potential fight ender.
That's why if you punch in 3s, there's a rhythm to his work. So the first 2 are not as hard, and you finish with it. I think that just, you get used to the rhythm of a shot, the weight of the shot. Just mix it up a little bit. He had a good round too.
Now when we're thinking about rounds, we gotta also say, was it a decisive round or what? Because these shots are, you know, pretty big shots.
Showed some good resolve there as well, didn't he?
Absolutely.
Badamosi.
I mean, he ate some really good shots. What I would say to my fighter is, like I have fighters, but what I would say to my fighter is, when you're hurt like there, sometimes you want to play charades and act like you're not hurt, but then again, you're putting yourself in position to get hit again.
Yeah.
Grab them. It's okay. He already knows you're hurt, even though you're playing charades. He knows you're hurt. Grab him. Take that second or two.
Round 4 now underway. As Hector Munguia, who does his road work in the morning at the cemetery that he digs graves in, before going to the Horacio Ramirez Mercado gym where he trains and feels like he's inherited the knockout power from his father.
Oh, absolutely.
He's been all
really
over
technique.
Badamosi in this fight. Yeah, it is
really the technique. It's just
excellent
beautiful.
power punching technique
Beautiful.
from Munguia.
Yes. And when you believe in your skill set and what you have, then you don't get dismayed by the first round when you're getting outboxed by the faster guy.
Or if the punches are not having the desired effect. You know, if you believe in yourself, I'll wear
Stick to the game plan.
But also he's staying busy as well. So you know, just in case those punches not having the effect, he's making sure he's throwing enough to win some of the rounds.
Kind of like a Danny Garcia, who sometimes looks like he's getting outboxed, but he stays the course, and you never know. One left hook.
One left hand over the top from Munguia, and he is just banging away at the belt line of Badamosi. Credit to him is standing in there and ripping uppercuts and occasionally catching Munguia, who just will not budge backwards.
I mean, he's taking some shots where really you should be checking yourself first, but he's firing back off instinct.
I think we're seeing some pretty good defensive work by Munguia on the inside as well. Catching some shots, slipping and rolling under some shots.
Yeah, for a fighter of his frame, Munguia kind of does exactly what you need to do in terms of kind of the tightness of that defense, the head movement to get to the inside. He's using, in some cases, his frame to his advantage.
Well, theoretically, you should always punch inside your body frame. Your elbow should never fray outside of your body, and that forces you to turn your shoulders and your hips, as I keep saying all night.
Not all of us have that George Foreman punching power where you don't need your hips. You just need your arms to do a walk-by uppercut and knock your man out.
I know that was a dig at me, but I'm going to let it slide.
No, it wasn't. I would take credit, but I wasn't.
Badamosi nearly leaves his feet throwing an uppercut there, and Munguia just remains right on top of him.
Oh! You might see a knockdown. I mean, that was
Heavy
a flush shot
shots
he just
being
ate.
landed. I do not know how Badamosi is taking some of these.
Tough young man.
And firing back. He's not even taking them and trying to survive, is he? He's firing back.
No!
I don't know if Badamosi has the legs in him any longer to move like he was in the first couple rounds.
No, I don't think he has. I think those body shots have slowed the legs down a little bit, but he's showing great resolve, a great chin, and an appetite to fire back, which is keeping him in the fight.
Very tough.
Es el 6.
Very tough.
Round 6.
But look where he's from, Nigeria.
Yeah.
Those guys usually are tough. You got the toughest guys here, Mexico and Africa right now.
Heavy shots again. The technique's really good to get everything out of every punch.
After 4 rounds, the scoring is one judge, even 38-38. And two judges have 39-37 for Munguia Jr.
Tables have turned.
Yeah, you heard the scores there. That means that Badamosi is not out of this fight. If Badamosi were to win the next 2 rounds, we would go to the scorecards where this fight then is decided by who won the rounds more conclusively.
Yeah, but the last couple of rounds have been good for Munguia, so everything's going in his favor. So it's up to Badamosi now to try and change that pattern, which is very difficult.
You see the scorecards on your screen. Munguia taking a brief break here. Do a little pantomime. He's talking to Badamosi as well.
Oh.
Stop, stop, stop.
22-year-old Hector Munguia grew up watching his father fight. His father has not been inactive for that long. He fought Tony Harrison on US TV.
Really? Wow.
Seems like a little pocket of work here.
Who won that fight?
Badamosi.
Tony Harrison.
He was out of his
It was a
prime.
late career.
Absolutely out of his
Gravedigger Sr.
And Tony Harrison is a good fighter as well.
Good uppercut on the inside there from Munguia. Back comes Badamosi with one of his own.
Munguia has that Chavez-like relentlessness.
Yeah.
And confidence.
On the other side of this fight, listen, if there's a green belt that could be handed out for poker face, it would go to Idris Badamosi.
100%.
Oh, look at that. Hard right hand, and Badamosi looks like he might be in trouble. But we said that before, and he keeps bouncing back. As Munguia finally broken through, that's a left hook to the body that might help his case.
And the way he goes up and down with the punches as well here, Munguia. Impressive work. Still wants to fire back, it's amazing.
Hard body shot again for Munguia. The hands starting to drop for Badamosi, but he keeps throwing them. Hard body shot again. You'd have to think that's also why the hands are starting to drop on Badamosi. At some point, you want to guard against those, but how can you when he's also throwing heat up top?
Again, that overhand right, how he just accelerates into the punch.
Hector Munguia is an absolute menace as he lands 3 more power shots at the bell.
Very skillful at his style, Hector Munguia. Very skillful. Great inside work. Can't miss with these left and right hooks inside. Pushing his opponent against the ropes and keeping him, and like you said, Barry, going upstairs and downstairs. His punch placement is just beautiful.
Yeah, really good work, and just see there Badamosi starting to put just the lack of concentration, that is. And that's fatigue setting in, for sure. But he just has a fantastic chin, so he can maybe afford to get away with it.
And even on the inside, you see Munguia, he doesn't smother his shots. He knows how to take a little quarter of an inch step back just to get that right angle on that right hook.
Sixth and final round, and in a tournament that is obviously meant to crown a champion ultimately, its other goal is to expose boxing fans to younger stars, new prospects, create fan bases for some of these fighters. How could you not like what you're seeing out of Hector Munguia? And for that matter, how could you not like Badamosi on the other side?
Absolutely.
And also to get him, even the ones who are not going to go past this first round, is to get him at the work. So if you're going to go, I'll have him on my show, or maybe I won't against one of your prospects. You know, it's one of those. So everyone gets a bit of their limelight and a bit of exposure.
Me and Corey never got invited on this show. See? And we still won't.
No, certainly won't. No, not after today. You've been absolutely disgusting towards
If anything, you shouldn't invite yourself on it, the way you talk about yourself.
Parag does not speak for me, Barry. You and I can talk after. We can negotiate.
Oh, man. I'm left out here alone now.
All right, so we are hearing that in the bottom Mosi corner, as he gets ripped with another left hook, his corner wanted to pull him out of this fight, but bottom Mosi insisted that he wanted to finish.
And I was thinking last round, if I was a referee, I'd be looking to stop it, but Mosi is throwing some hard shots too, but he's taking harder shots.
Yeah,
he's
he fires back often
shots.
enough
Yes.
to give a referee reason to let him go, but these shots are becoming more and more brutal, like that one.
And sometimes you gotta
like
save
that
the
one.
fighter. Yeah.
But then he fires back, like you said, he fires back off it, so you can't, can you?
But he just has that great instinct, that fighter instinct, but he's taking a lot of punishment.
Well, it's clearly meaningful to Bottomosi to simply go the distance here. We'll see if he can do it with a minute left in this contest.
I'll tell you one thing, with the winners we've already had, there's some great matchups already.
Man.
It really is.
And we might not see Bottomosi again here, but we'll see him again.
Oh, look at this from Munguia.
He just pushes him off then.
Hard left hand to the body, and you saw the knees buckle there from Bottomosi. How in the world is he standing up?
The ref almost jumped in there. He thought Bottomosi was going down.
Oh my goodness, what a right hand from Munguia.
Oh, that's it for me. That's it for me.
Hellacious punishment being absorbed by Bottomosi. And that is it. With 15 seconds remaining, Bottomosi had to be saved as the gravedigger, Hector Munguia, finally found the finishing touch.
That's a really good win, that is, because he came up against a real, I think, a good fighter in Bottomosi.
Wow.
And a real tough guy, and he broke him down pragmatically, I would say. You know, the first couple of rounds, it was anyone's fight, but he just stuck to his plan. He punches inside his body frame, his technique is flawless. He gets everything out of every punch he throws. The only criticism I had is that he should maybe throw in threes a little bit more when he's close, but that was a really good performance, using his physical strength, his ability, and his size to his advantage.
I got a habit of comparing these guys to great fighters, but that kind of reminded me of Canelo versus Billy Joe Saunders. You know, like when you know what you got and you know I'm trying to set this guy up, and that's exactly what he's doing, setting him up on the inside. Yeah. It was just so beautiful.
Well, there was a certainty about Munguia and a belief in his power that at some point, even if it took until the final 15 seconds, he was going to get him out of there, and that's exactly what happened.
And the belief. No, you see some fights, especially some fighters earlier in their careers, when they have, especially punchers, and they hit you and it doesn't move you, they think, oh, what can I do now? They start to panic. But he thought, no, I'll just keep going, I'll keep going, I'll keep going. His engine's good, his fitness is really good, which means he can punch with authority for the duration, and that's going to be a real plus going forward.
And he made openings, you know how? Because he just knows how to fake upstairs and then hit you in the bottom. Like, oh my gosh, this is just beautiful work.
And he even got a bit of a shoulder roll, hasn't he, on his defense when he is coming forward. Yeah, so he's a...
Listen, I know we got to wait until June to see the second round with Hector Munguia in it, but as often as you want to put him on my television, I am not going to complain.
Imagine him against Yara.
Energy. Oh, I mean, just keep going, can't we?
Yeah, this is amazing.
Well, Josh Taylor makes his Queensbury debut on May 24th, live from the OVO Hydro Arena in Glasgow. The Tartan Tornado faces Echo Esseman as he fights for the first time at welterweight, and it's all live right here on DAZN. Let's make this one official. We've got the WBC Mexican ambassador in the ring, ready to hand out the awards. Send it back up to Thomas Driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 2 minutes 46 seconds of round number 6. Our referee in charge, Ali Ubali, steps in to stop the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout and still undefeated, Hector El Sepulturero Munguia Jr.
So Hector Munguia Jr. with an eye-catching knockout victory here in Riyadh as he advances to the second round.
The wonderful Kingdom Arena, not far from here, the venue for some epic fights recently, and also the home of Saudi Pro League side Al Hilal, who will be heading to America in June.
Months, join us on the world stage, where football's elite will assemble. 63 unmissable matches to decide one world champion. FIFA Club World Cup. Watch every game live on DAZN.
DAZN is the official worldwide broadcaster of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. The 32-team tournament will see the globe's biggest and best clubs battle it out to be crowned world champions, and it all kicks off live and free on DAZN June 14th. And it's not just the Club World Cup to look forward to right here on DAZN. Don't forget to check out the stacked upcoming schedule on Platform Now, Matchroom, Golden Boy, Queensberry, BKFC. All the biggest and most exciting fights are streaming live on DAZN, the global home of boxing. And here we are with Tayshaun Denson. You just took a fantastic win. When did you know you had it?
Honestly, after the third round, you know, they do it after the second round, the scorecards, but the first round, it was a little iffy just because it was a little bit closer in my opinion, how I thought about it. But when they told that it was unanimous in the second round, I knew I had him. He couldn't box with me. That's just what it was.
Well, Tete coming from Ghana, we know the kind of pedigree fighters from that country bring, and he was giving you a little bit of a talk back. He was giving you a pushback. How would you grade your performance tonight?
I give my performance, I give it a good A-, B+, around there, just because just a couple things that I need to work on, just not staying on the rope so long and allowing somebody, especially like that fighting style, to get off what they need. I could, you know, do exactly what I do best, and that's box.
Let's talk about representing Akron, Ohio, and obviously the U.S. right here, and something that could be representing the worldwide.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel to be part of the WBC Grand Prix?
Oh, it feels amazing. I love this opportunity that I was given today by God, and you know, coming from Akron, Ohio, a very, very small city. It's only really known for about LeBron James, if you know LeBron James. And
who doesn't know LeBron James? Come on, come on.
I'm just trying to be the next LeBron James from my city.
Well, I'm a Lakers fan, so I have to agree. But you know what? You're the best Tayshaun Denson.
Thank you.
So there you go. Moving on to the next round, you have had a very good opportunity to look at the kind of competition. Just to play it here a little bit interesting, where do you see yourself moving on forward?
Oh, I mean, I see myself going to the championship as always. I want to win it, of course, and that's what I'm working towards. I'm gonna work hard for it, so that's what it's gonna be.
Well, 5-0. We look forward to seeing you in the next round. Back to you, Corey.
Thank you so much, Claudia. We are ready to get back to action here. This is our 10th fight of the day. It's Piala versus Choki, and we are ready to meet the fighters. Let's send it back up to Thomas Driver.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Juma Ramajani Choki. And now let's welcome to the ring, Bryce Piala. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the featherweight division. The judges are Junbei Lim, Juan Carlos Pelayo, and Alexic Predrag. Our referee in charge will be Jürgen Langos. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 127.8 pounds. Undefeated, he has 9 wins, 1 draw, 3 of his 9 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Tanzania, here is Juma Ramazani Choki. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 125.9 pounds. His professional record consists of 9 wins, 2 defeats, 3 of his 9 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing the Philippines, here is Bryce Pialo.
30 seconds before every round stops, you will hear this, okay? So I expect a clean and fair fight. Listen at all times to my commands and protect yourself at all times. Touch glove and good luck, okay?
So we are ready with our next contest. Bryce Piala, 9-2 from the Philippines. Saw him last September in Japan, taking on Makito Nakano. He was knocked out in Korakuen Hall in that fight. Tonight, taking on Junma Choki, who you see in the green trunks. He's coming off an 8-round split decision over the 55-fight Tanzanian journeyman Nasibu Ramadami in June of last year.
I'll go for the second one, yeah.
The 10th fight in the pro career of Choki, the 11th fight in the career of Piala, and the 100th fight of the commentary career of Barack the Boxing Bully. Congratulations, Barack.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Pleasure to be here. Looking forward to 100 more this weekend.
Good work here from Choki.
Fired off with that right hook there. Piala.
Not too many feel-out rounds tonight. This might be one.
Of course, almost every fighter in the tournament has some experience with tournaments, broadly speaking, in the amateurs, but Choki actually has some pro-style tournament format experience. He won the 2019 Tanzanian King of the Ring tournament, which you will not find on BoxRec, but if you dig deep in the bowels of the boxing internet, you can track it down.
Corey, you own those bowels.
Leader man, just not willing to commit, not wanting to make a mistake. The first one to draw blood.
Good left hand to the body there from Piala.
I think Piala said, okay, I'm not going to take a step back now. I got to stay in range in order to, you know, hit my target. And that's what he did there. He didn't move back.
Piala's described his style as technical and calculated, and that's what we're seeing here in the early going. He's not going to waste punches. And frankly, he's had to fight that way on his way up because he's never faced a fighter with a losing record. You mentioned the fight against Nakano. That was in a bid for the OPBF featherweight title. If you know anything about the Asian scene, that is a serious title that you have to win over a very good fighter if you can pull it off. So Piala and Choki have had very different paths to the tournament here.
Hence the 2 losses on his record. But he came up the hard way.
Yeah, he's a well-schooled fighter, isn't he?
Tough round to score there, Barry.
Yeah, it really was. You know, Maybe Piala did a little bit better, but still, yeah, hard tentative first round.
As we watch a couple of southpaws, one of the best southpaws in the sport, Jai Opetaia, returns to headline his second pay-per-view on DAZN in 2025 after a spectacular knockout of David Naika in January. He'll take on the Italian Claudio Sequeio back in the Gold Coast this May.
Bakit? Ito ka daw gani. Lima na ka-round. Hain ako siki. Una ka, Pirmi. Kuha ka na nimo na.
Got one person in the corner, Piala. Very relaxed over there. Just a little bit of instructions.
Maybe one more would be helpful, but I mean, it's refreshing in this day and age of entourages.
Right. Or hearing 3 different voices at one time.
Oh, madness.
In the corner.
Oh, shot.
Great time.
Choki coming out much more aggressively here this round. He's had a little bit of experience dealing with bigger opponents in the past as well. He went 6 rounds. The outstanding Uzbek amateur, Uabilo Tursunov, was actually a part of our 140-pound bracket here at the Grand Prix. He's getting some good work done here in the second round.
Yeah, he's come out very assertive, hasn't he? Looking at that jab. Just stepping in with it, that's the difference.
Good body shot there from Choki as well.
And a good left hand as well when he committed to the attack. And Piala just waiting a little bit too long here. Having to play catch up.
Well, at a certain point, and maybe the second round isn't necessarily the time to ask that question, but you might want to have in the back of your mind, is this hesitance that maybe we're seeing in Piala, is it the fact that he is, as he describes, technical and calculated, or in the back of his mind are those 2 knockout losses, including his most recent loss? Is that playing into how he's looking right now?
Only he can answer that, unfortunately, but I think it could be a factor for sure. But also, if you're used to boxing longer distances and so on, then you know, working you into a fight, you can't afford to do that with 6 rounds, of course. You have to start a bit quicker. And being a thinking fight is okay, but he might have lost the first, he might have won it. It was a close round. But if he did, and he's losing this round at the minute, you're 2 rounds down in a 6-round fight. I mean, you can come back, but it's more difficult, of course.
Yeah, the first 2 minutes of this round, Choki didn't give him the chance to be first. He's being first in every exchange.
You got to just to make your miss is not enough. You got to fire back off it.
A nice left hand over the top there from Piala. Only Filipino representative in this weight class as part of the Grand Prix. There's a left hand in return there from Choki. And one right down the pipe. See Piala kind of grimacing in frustration there, getting caught by that shot. This is a very good round for Tanzania's Junma Toki.
And that's not the first time he grimaced like that. He doesn't hide his emotions when he gets hit. And all that does just gives your opponent some confidence.
Mira. Una kasumbag. Ha? Kulang ka kasumbag. Inatinati lang ni Bakimbak, diba? Pak. Ha?
See that WBC official there in the red? Just missed him on camera. My cousin.
Is that so?
That's my baby cousin.
Oh my goodness.
He's 3 times the size of me. My baby cousin Mike.
The score
True story. There he is.
20-18, unanimous for Choki.
I thought he was security standing in there.
He's making sure they don't do any
What happened to
substances.
you? What happened to your size?
Well, his dad's not that big. and my mum is tiny. Leave me alone. It's just funny when I do it. It's just cruel when you do it.
You're right. You're right. I sound like a bully.
I'll take you outside and I'll beat you on points.
Well, that's what Juma Choki is doing to Bryce Fiala right now. You see the scores on your screen, 20-18. All three judges at the moment.
And this is where it should, the open scoring should help you, because now he knows he can do more, so he has to do it, because he knows, if he loses this round, then he says that's it pretty much. He's done.
I think Fiala's trying to turn it up now. He's trying to be first with the jab.
You've got to take away Choki's confidence. So when he throws that jab, especially that one to the body there, which is a little bit slow, do that. Yes.
Good right hook there from Fiala. Fiala's brother Rodex Fiala is also a 10-1 super featherweight. He could have been in this tournament as well.
I think he felt that.
Yeah, he did. He got buckled by that left hand.
Didn't look heavy though, did it? But clean.
Choki's having a lot of success. You know, we pointed out him being first in the majority of these exchanges, but he's also being last.
Yeah.
He's setting the table and then wiping away the dishes as well.
I hate to be a stickler of small things, but
took him all the Saturday. That was good.
Fiala, when he's stepping in like he's walking with his heel first instead of on his toes stepping in, and that just makes you a little bit slower and harder to move for a counter.
What that does more than anything else, you can't retreat. Because it plants your foot straight away. Yeah.
Yep. Don't like when I see fighters do that.
He's boxing well here, isn't he, Choki? Lovely work.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think the threat of that power, some of those left hands there, it's not like they were landing flush, but they were making Fiala step all the way out. They didn't look good to viewers. Fiala respecting the power of Choki after getting buzzed earlier in this round. Now he steps to the inside looking for a body shot, but he got countered by a better right hook from Choki, who just has everything working right now.
Choki's pretty good on the back foot and moving forward. Good block.
There you go, that's better. He punch off his punches.
Yes. Got a little closer. Fiala slipped a nice left hand in there.
The more you do that, then you want to try and cloud your opponent's brain with too many thoughts. Then all those thought processes slows you down physically. And then you try to then take over the fight.
That was a quick round.
You're doing good, you're doing good. But I need your speed. Or explosive. Bang! Bang! Dale, dyan. Bang! Then move. You look to the street, punch it. You understand? Yeah. Bash like this, After then, bang! Go to the back. Then don't do it. Yeah? Don't do it.
Just got some information from the corner. There might be something wrong with the right eye there of Fiala.
And that's why every time he's getting hit, even with a jab, he's grimacing, possibly. I knew something was different. You know, after that first round, he just wasn't the same.
I feel like I'm doing your job, Corey, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Yeah, go for it.
So anyway, so the doctors checked it, and it was just a swelling, but they did say we're going to keep an eye on it. So ironically,
no orbital bone broken or anything like that. Oh!
We'll have you do a promo read after this fight. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't think it'll go down very well. I'll do it in Welsh.
Stiff jab again there from Choki. They were stressing speed in Choki's corner.
I would say rhythm more than speed.
Yeah, you almost feel like Choki doesn't have to change much from what he's been doing.
I don't think so. And like you said, Brack, he's almost as effective going back as he is going forward. Got caught with the left hand there, but even when he gets caught with shots, he almost rides it, doesn't he? Takes the sting out of the punch.
Yes, he's not taking anything flush.
Missing over the top, good counter to the body there from Choki, who just runs Fiala right into a stiff jab again. Look at this combination from Choki. Found a rhythm and a flow here in the 4th round. You know, that whole sequence we just saw and then the roll under, like that's the one you clip and put on your Instagram reels, right? You have that one pinned.
Those shots came up a little bit short by Choki.
All right, let's send it over to Claudia Trejos. Claudia, what are you hearing in the corners right now?
A lot of comfort. They're very comfortable with what Choki's doing, but they want him to even add more TNT to those punches and finish this fight before the last bell.
Claudia, that's my job.
I'm sorry.
I'm just saying.
I was summoned. I was summoned.
So interesting that Choki's corner has that level of confidence that they're even thinking about pressing for a stoppage here. Nice counter right hook there.
Well, he's sort of doing what Piala should be doing. You know, like every time he throws a punch, he's firing back off it and just taking away his confidence. You see it there, he threw the jab, he did the half step back.
Oh, there it is, beautiful right hook. And that will not be scored a knockdown. And we'll take a look at it in the replays. Maybe there was a foot entanglement there, but
Or
it
maybe
looked
the
like there
back
was a
of the
cuffing
head,
shot.
maybe?
Could be.
Could have been.
I mean, that wasn't indicated. We'll take a closer look at it nonetheless. Another good round for Juma Choki, and a demoralized looking Bryce Piala slumps onto his stool.
This will be here now. Oh yeah, something.
Definitely behind the head. Yep.
Yeah, back of the ear.
Good calls for the referee to see that in real time.
Yeah.
Just a cuffing shot, pushed them down.
That was a
to the
better
ropes.
angle of it right there.
Definitely.
You could see just kind of how far the glove came around the head.
Absolutely.
But it's amazing how just a little turn of an angle gives you a whole new perspective, isn't it?
And look where the referee is. He has the perfect angle for that.
Yep. He just didn't signal anything. You know, he didn't signal, so he was like, oh, might have been a knockdown.
By the way, this is what the judges are seeing right now as the WBC is implementing instant replay. So borderline calls like that are all being evaluated. So they are seeing.
Beautiful. 4 rounds, the scoring
As we
is
listen to the Thomas Driver for the scores.
36 twice, 39-37, unanimous for the green corner, Choki.
So here, Juma Choki comfortably ahead. (40-36, 39-37, and 40-36 are the 3 scorecards in favor of Juma Choki.
Nice little right hook there from Piala. Just can't build off any success, can he?
There's again that big sweeping right hook from Choki, the one that landed behind the head there. Landed in the appropriate place. So Piala is now aware that he either needs a collection of knockdowns or a knockout to win this fight.
I mean, you never know, but all signs would point to no. Let's be honest, he hasn't been able to land clean enough and often enough, and doesn't look like he has that natural power to do it either.
And like I mentioned earlier about his footwork, it's just was slowing him down just a little bit, even though he came in good with that left hand.
Left hand to the body.
Choki's got to get back on that jab. He's a little bit faster though.
I think he heard you, Coach Barry.
That's good, claiming commission.
Closing in on the final minute here of round 5.
Again, good right hook there from Piala.
Piala judicious in his output, but what he has thrown this round has by and large been memorable. The question, as always, throughout this fight is, has it been enough? Certainly applying a little bit more foot pressure on Choki here.
I think he's done better in this round, doesn't he? You're right. I think he might have done enough to win this round.
Closer round, for sure.
It's a good shot.
30-second horn. We haven't seen any confusion about that in a little while. I think they might have had a word with everyone backstage. Big left hand over the top there from Choki. No confusion about what that was. That's just a flush shot taken by Bryce Piala.
Right, with the referee saying it, you know, with the instructions in the beginning of the round, I guess they're getting it now.
Seconds tick away here in the fifth. Best round in a while for Piala, but Choki landing the most memorable shot of the round.
Did Piala tweak something, or is it just Choki change something?
I think Choki might have slowed down a little bit. I do think Piala made a conscious effort there, knowing that he's behind.
Might have been around that Choki took off a little bit.
Maybe, but not out of choice. I think out of necessity, probably. Or forced to. Piala, the right hook was really working for him in that round, landed it a few times, and also the straight 1-2 down the middle, had success with. The Choki there landed with a good left hand of his own, but for the most part, I thought the better work came from Piala. But he's behind, and he has it all to do.
Sixth and final round here between Bryce Piala and Juma Choki. And we're cognizant of the scores. Piala would either need a number of knockdowns here in the final round or a knockout in order to win this one. Just a quick right hook there from Choki. Back comes Piala, but he's met with an even better left hand from Choki immediately.
And that's one of the good things about open scoring. I'm not sure if I like it or don't like it, but I mean that's one of the good things is you might think you're losing, but he knows for a fact that he is. So he has to go for it.
What do you do when you're not a big puncher and you know you need a knockout this round?
In steps Barry for this one.
Barry, when you watch other fighters,
I wouldn't have got to this point. That's the trick. You don't get to this point in the fight and be so far behind if you can help it.
Yes.
And if you are, you just got to keep fighting, haven't you? That's it.
I
mean, all you can do is try and win every round.
Yeah, and I think you have to believe, right? I mean,
absolutely.
Boxing in general is a collection of audacity, basically.
That's right.
I could put people down. I couldn't keep them there.
And if you could set up a shot that they don't see, maybe we can get a knockdown or a stoppage.
Piala's gunning for it. He's walking to the inside here. He's landed a couple of hooks, one to the body, one up top there a moment ago.
But Choki also knows that he doesn't have to make any mistakes. He doesn't have to push the pace. He's just got to be safe.
That's when Piala should have made him pay. You made him miss 3 shots. Yeah. He came into you. Let your hands go.
30 seconds remaining in the contest.
Piala's picking up the aggression.
Juma Choki trying to take the victory lap.
Grimace on his face.
See, and when you step like that also, you're telegraphing that shot. He's literally, see that step? That's telling what's coming. just a bad habit.
And that'll do it. The blood coming from the nose of a dejected Bryce Piala, courtesy of that man, Juma Choki from Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Will improve to 10-0. What a moment for that man. You can see what it means to him. A big heavyweight clash coming your way on June 7th as Fabio Wardley takes on Big Baby Jarrell Miller. No love lost between these two. They will clash at Portman Road June 7th, live here on DAZN. Tough moment for Bryce Piala, and this is another interesting facet of open scoring, is that certainly when you get dominated in a fight, you probably have this moment where you know what you're about to hear, but Bryce Piala really knows that he's about to go to center ring and not have his hand raised.
Yeah. You can see the emotions on his face. You know, he's very, very hurt. I say he's a very game fighter. Go back to the drawing board and tweak some things.
As soon as the bell went, we have a saying in the UK called gutted.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that was it. You just see in his face. Oh,
as soon as the bell rang, you're right. He dropped his shoulders.
Gutted,
yeah.
You have another saying in the UK, he gave it a go.
He gave it a go. Is that exclusive to us?
It's commonly used by you. Yeah. All right, let's make it official. Let's send it up to Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Alexic Predrag scores it 58-56, and both judges, Juan Carlos Pelayo and Junbei Lim, are in agreement. They both scored the same, 59-55, all for your winner by unanimous decision, and still undefeated, Juma Ramajani Choki.
So Juma Choki improves to 10-0-1. Big win over Bryce Piala, and he will now advance to the second round of the WBC Grand Prix.
And we have got a very packed schedule for you on Saturday, including a Golden Boy Promotions card from California.
I welcome all. That's what I'm boxing for, to show them why you're the greatest.
I'm one of the best, if not the best in the division, so that's what I got to do.
Oh, and she couldn't handle that one. Down she goes. Best news.
Undisputed champion of the world, Sweet Poison.
That's all to come on Saturday, and we've just added more BKFC action to the schedule with the announcement of Mike Richmond defending his light heavyweight crown against Josh Dyer on May 10th, live from Salt Lake City. Meanwhile, next Saturday, we'll be in London, England for Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn. And in the buildup of the zone, cameras have been in camp with the Destroyer.
Oh, mate, I'm sorry. Thank you for this beautiful day.
Just have a break. With Con now stepping up in weight, we are doing something slightly different, but his weight's great anyway. He's 10, 12 pounds over exactly where we need to be, but we are putting him in a caloric surplus. Normally we go high and low on each training day, so some days are high, like the sparring days, some days are a little bit lower to tap into the weight. Thankfully, he can now be fueled for every session. We started with doing a comprehensive profile in London, so we did resting metabolic rate plus lots of other tests. We got this data to know exactly how many calories Connor's burning on a daily basis at rest, and now we use other methods like Whoop and Garmin to see what he's burning with each and every session. We add the two together plus some other things, thermic effective food, so we have a total number of how many calories are going out. We then factor the nutrition into that. Myself and Glenn are working each day in terms of making sure he gets enough fuel in and ensuring that his weight's not coming down too quickly. So we're in a great position.
Show me how you get it. Don't start with front, but stick some tunes on. Stick some tunes on. There's one thing hitting the bag, there's one thing hitting the pads, and then there's sparring. You know, to be able to implement the shots that we're working on in sparring, yeah, it's very rewarding. So yeah, always love sparring, love taking out aggression, love beating people up, love working on teams, I love a lot about sparring, to be honest. It's probably one of my favourite things to do outside of fighting.
So we go through different phases in camp, and Connor likes to be neuromuscularly ready for the session. I want him to be ready for the session as well. So we do some priming exercises. They could be power exercises, but they can also be isometric exercises. So overcoming isometrics are where you're applying maximal force against an immovable object. And Connor likes that because it lights his CNS up before he does his heavy lifting. So instead of just going in cold, he prioritises that. And we like doing that in the middle of the week as well because it doesn't mean too much fatigue as well at a muscular level. So we'll be doing lots of that later today.
Cannot wait for this one, live from the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium by Eubank Jr. versus Ben, now at thezone.com/boxing. Meanwhile, here in Riyadh, it's on with the action, WBC Grand Prix.
Thank you so much, Claudia. We've got a good one coming your way here. Two of the most accomplished amateurs in the featherweight field, the 15-time U.S. National Amateur Champion Troy Nash taking on Alexander Kovregin, who at one point was the #1 ranked featherweight in Kazakhstan as an amateur. Let's get the action started and send it back up to Thomas Stryber.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Alexander Kovregin.
Yo, get it twisted. This rest is my little stats of game. What you heard is what you hearing. It's what you hearing. Listen. It's what you hearing. Listen. It's what you hearing. Listen. Extra limit to you. Wait for you to get it on your own. Extra limit to you. Not open up the door. It's real. It's a non-stop rock. Same still.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Troy the Bank Nash.
This is gonna be good.
Go. Buzz down, AP, fuck that crack. Get the bridge, like I can't play test. I was up in the middle, just bounce on set. All robbing niggas, that's solid flex. Chat, I know these hoes be mess. Rookie ass nigga, risk wrong, red. Head tap, turns that to a bitch. Dissing on me ain't gon' bring your man back. I caught a leg shot, but you had your shit back. Got no piss, kill his mom if I get mad. And go. Bitch, wanna fuck, cause you know I'ma kill me. And Jeff got way more heads than old nigga lamp, she know that I'm real. First night I hit him. Bounce on the car, just running blessed. Standing over niggas turn to my passion. After a drill, me and Swerve just left. And for Jeff, they know that I'm crashing. If you smoke, let me know where you at. Give a little protein, he catch my head. Don't trip.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the featherweight division. The judges are Yuji Fukuchi, Eddie Papu, and Daniel Vandeville. Our referee in charge will be Joel Campuzano Jr. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 127 pounds. Undefeated with 8 wins, 6 of his 8 wins come by way of knockout. Representing Kazakhstan, here is Alexander Kovregin. And his opponent fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 127.7 pounds. Undefeated with 3 wins, 1 of his 3 wins comes by way of knockout. Representing the United States, here is Troy the Bank Nash.
Gentlemen, as you were told before, 30 seconds. That's the 30-second mark. You already got your instructions in the locker room, okay? I want a good, clean fight. Obey my commands at all times. Defend yourselves at all times. Do what you came trained to do. Good, clean boxing, okay? Touch gloves to your corners.
Where was Alexander's chief second in that instructions period?
Good question. His chief second is his father, Yevgeny. Both of these men backed by their fathers. Troy Nash Sr., the manager of his son. Very highly skilled amateurs here. The 3-0 Troy Nash, the bank. The 8-0 Alexander Kovregin.
Right.
Again, you hear those amateur accomplishments that we outlined before the ring walks, and it shows how unforgiving this draw is.
Yeah, there's no easy fight, though, is it? That's the thing. I mean, this is a hard ask for both, but I mean, there's no easy fight in it.
The only advantage Troy has is that his opponent has been out of the ring for over a year. Looks in shape, but we'll see.
Just timing coming in there, Nash.
Beautiful combination there from Nash. Ooh. Nash spends his time training in Colorado Springs, Colorado, which means he spent a lot of time around the likes of Terrence Crawford and Keyshawn Davis. And Barack, you could certainly speak to this. There's kind of like this lineage of knowledge in that Olympic Center that just kind of gets passed down from Ward to Crawford to Shakur to Keyshawn, and Nash perhaps a part of that lineage now.
One thing about having, great fighters around you, you become great, but also there's a plethora of trainers that is also involved in that camp. So you just learn so much. You have so many different eyes watching you, and anything one trainer might miss, another trainer might catch up on. So everybody out of that camp seems to either do better or just become great.
And you know what? You learn more, I think, if you're in a camp around, if you're surrounded by good fighters, you learn more from the fighters than you do the training itself. You'll see it and you just go, that's brilliant. And more importantly, you see the work they put in. That's the most important. Skill's great, but you go nowhere without effort. And you see the effort that these top fighters put in.
Right, somebody like Jamel Herring, who at one time you would say, okay, that's the end of his career, became champion being in that camp once again.
A heavy jab being pumped out there from Nash here tonight. A good body shot a couple of moments ago as well. As you hear the 30-second horn.
30 seconds, guys.
Kovregin is doing the right thing, trying to do the right thing. He's trying to go forward, and he's got fast hands, he's got fast feet. But Nash has got fantastic timing.
I was just about to say that.
I know.
I read
your notes.
They're both very, very fast. It's gonna come down to the timing. Well, we're watching the same fight, so.
Good opening round here for Troy Nash. Well, the Times Square Spectacular coming your way on May 2nd. Ryan Garcia and Rolly Romero, an absolutely stacked card. It also features Devin Haney and Jose Ramirez and Teofimo Lopez versus Arnold Barbosa Jr. Buy that now on DAZN.com/boxing. You know, I thought that Garcia and Romero would produce the most trash talk coming into this one. Turns out it's Teofimo and Arnold Barbosa.
True bad blood between those two.
Okay, Teofimo, fair enough. But Barbosa, you didn't think it, did you? Not from him. He was brilliant in the UK when he beat Cantrell. He was so much better than I thought he was.
Yes. Still a close fight.
Yeah. Barbosa is the perfect illustration of what staying busy, especially at a high level, can do. And to tie that thread back into what we're seeing here, this is a collection of prospects that by design are going to be fighting once every 2 months in tough fights.
You can argue all the fighters having success at the minute are showing being busy makes you a better fighter.
Right.
Like you used to back in the 80s when he was fighting more regular.
And I think Barbosa doesn't really have anything personally against Teo. I just think that, you know, when you think your career has been slowed down, you just take it out on your opponent.
Career of Troy Nash on a roll right now, and he's looking good here in the second round. Excellent body work. He's coming off a second-round TKO win over David De Leon in Houston at the Red Owl Arena here on DAZN in December. And you know, some of the buzz around Nash kind of cooled off after his first 2 fights because he didn't get a stoppage. And that's often an expectation in fighters' first couple of fights, that they're going to score a knockout. Reality is that, you know, he was fighting on Red Owl Boxing, where prospects get tested a little bit tougher than they would on other series. But his father, Troy Sr., said that leading up to that fight, he had a little piece of paper in his wallet that said, "Get the stoppage." And when he got it, he said that he saw a different level of confidence in his son. And I think we are seeing that here tonight, as he has Kovrigan busted up in a bad way.
But also, he's a counter-puncher. So it's always hard to get a stoppage when you box that way. He's not saying it's impossible, because he's done it and people do it. But I mean, it's just knowing when you get the right counter shot and it's a heavy shot, you've got to follow up on it.
Right, so to that point, it's maybe no surprise that the best that Nash has looked, again, small sample size here midway through the second round, is against a better fighter who's bringing a little bit of pressure.
Yeah. And if you're a counter puncher, you want someone to be aggressive. You actually want you want people to come at you, just not the good ones.
But who really fights this level of competition in their 4th fight?
Yeah, exactly.
Literally, hardly anyone.
Kovrigan trying to get some work done on the inside. Good defense from Nash, just blocking that uppercut.
Good left hook there from Kovrigan.
Yeah, Kovrigan has to maybe be feeling a little bit of desperation already, considering the blood that's pouring out of his nose and seemingly into his mouth as well, as Nash lands a nice right hand to the body.
Well, I think the way he bounces in and out, I think that would cause loads of fighters problems. Just Nash doing it, he's nice and calm, and again, his timing is very, very good.
Which is surprising from a 19-year-old, you know, getting this kind of pressure on him. And it's not a pressure from a slower fighter, it's a pressure from a guy that's just as fast as you are.
With an awkward rhythm.
Majumov's type style.
Yeah.
Breathe your mouth. Relax.
Lovely long jab there from Nash. Again, just waiting for Kovrigan just to come forward, just to commit himself so he can just land a nice little counter shot. And
you see that Nash is waiting for the counter, but he's also saying, okay, if you're going to take that much time, I'm going to release my jab, and that's a smart move by the fighter.
Don't blow your nose.
After 2 rounds, our judges have 2 for Nash, 20-18, and 1 for Kovrigan, 20-19.
I can't argue with that, because both rounds have been competitive.
Take a look at the nose of Kovrigan. You heard Cutman Mike in his corner telling him, don't blow your nose, which usually is some advice you would give to someone who has broken their nose.
Yeah.
Also, you know, when the judges is looking at that, you know, they just see blood coming out of your nose because you're blowing your nose, you know, and maybe it could sway them a little bit.
For Kovergan, even hearing that he did win a round on one of the scorecards might be a little bit of a boost for him, right?
Right, absolutely. Saying, okay, I just need to do a little bit more.
Up. Hey, time out.
No, don't take.
You were punching after I told you to stop.
Okay, take a point.
1 point.
Point taken away from Troy Nash there.
He's going to take it from both of them.
Listen, 1 point.
And from Alexander Kovergan.
I always find that
almost no need
pointless.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, warn them both. Understandable.
I guess in a way it might be saying, I will take a point from you, now you know. It didn't affect anything,
Yeah,
but I will take a point from you, now you see.
Look at the jab from Nash right on that busted nose of Kovergan. That blood now smeared across Kovergan's face and shoulders. Good uppercut there from Kovergan. He's got a lot of tools.
He's a good fighter.
This is a very good fighter who got a very tough matchup here in the opening round.
Yeah, he's got a style that doesn't suit him. He's got a guy who can sit back patient and has long arms and good timing. Some of those right hands on Kovergan haven't been far off.
I expected to see maybe the championship of this whole tournament look something like this.
Yeah.
Not the first round.
We wonder if in this particular matchup, Barack, if the age of Troy Nash and the lack of time that he spent out of the amateurs is benefiting him, because it's not that long ago that he was in the elite amateurs facing guys who fight like Kovergan, the Kazakh, Uzbek type style, that type of approach. Wasn't that long ago. He was fighting guys that look like this all the time, and it looks like he's got it all figured out.
Yeah, and also it's like sometimes it's hard to teach that resolve. Sometimes it's hard to teach that calmness that a fighter can have when you're getting pressured like that. And this right here shows a lot from a young 19-year-old.
And also, they go to training camps with other countries, so they spar as well with each other. Yeah, because this bouncy style, I think, and because he has speed and snapping his punches, would be a nightmare for most people.
How many times have you seen a young guy with 3 fights fight somebody with pressure and speed and gets kind of overwhelmed?
Or frustrated, or there's something happening.
Something.
They use their
You see
shapers.
nothing in the face of Nash.
Going down. Going down. He's going down now. He's going down. Good boy. There you go, baby. The hand moving. Your hand moving. Keep it stay tight. He's going down now. Nice touch.
Kovergan trying his best there just to force the pace. But Nash just a little bit too clever. That's both got a point deducted there for holding, or hitting after the break, sorry, I should say. Yes. Which can be fatal, of course.
Oh, pulling the elbow a little bit, Kovergan right there. All he had to do was just keep his cool the last second and he wouldn't have the point deducted, Kovergan.
All right, let's bring in Claudia Trejos. Claudia, what did the corners think of the point deductions?
They really don't understand what that was all about. As a matter of fact, they're surprised from hearing the scorecards after the second round. They're very confident that Troy is doing what he needs to do. They're very happy with his head movement and ring generalship. They just don't understand the cards or the point deduction.
Yeah, well, you heard them in the corner there telling Nash that they think that Kovergan is slowing down and imploring him, hey, add another punch to the end of your combination. Touch, then throw 2 more.
And keep it tight. That's what he said. Keep it tight.
Yeah. Body work there from Nash. Hard right hand right along the belt line, although the referee felt it might have been a little bit low.
doesn't need to be more aggressive. I mean, it's better to watch maybe, but just got to be careful he doesn't walk onto a shot here, Nash.
Hard body shot there from Kovergan. Nash missing with that uppercut. Kovergan found a nice little spot underneath the left elbow of Nash.
Well, Kovergan, he's a snappy puncher, isn't he? So you got to be, again, you got to be careful, and coming forwards always leaves you a little bit more exposed.
Stop. Get your hand off the back of his head, okay? You don't push down. All right? Box.
Kovergan tempting fate here with a point deduction already working against him.
Good body work by Kovergan.
Hey, if Kovergan doesn't win this fight, he might be the most talented 8-1 fighter in the world. Unforgiving draw here at the WBC Grand Prix. We've seen a lot of good fighters knocked off already here today. Quick three-punch combination from Nash that comes back with a fourth. A hard left hook to the body.
Yeah, lovely bit of work there from Nash. Again, it's not, again, speed's great, but again, just the timing that he has.
I got to give credit to Nash's defense because he's not getting touched too much up top.
And also Kovergan, he hasn't been deterred and he hasn't got frustrated himself. He's kept his shape really well, kept to his plan. It's not working, but he's still believing in himself.
Here, Nash's corner telling him you're too sharp.
I think if you're Kovergan, you're looking at a face that's not being protected. It doesn't seem to be protected, so I can hit it.
Yeah.
But it's just tough. Look at that. 3 punches, missed.
And also, I would guess that Kovergan very rarely misses. But he's very accurate.
With that
usually.
speed, with that speed. And you got 6 knockouts already.
Music, please.
Спокойно бей, понял? Look, okay? Get my bucket, Воду. Воду. Breathe your mouth, relax. Сань, спокойно, бей с места. Я говорю, дай малыш, спокойно пробивай, почище. И старайся не спать, спокойно вышел опять. Ты нормально, бодро чувствуешь себя, давай. Ну-ка, представь, ты зачем приехал? Все, чемпион. И передний почаще. Не падай, главное. Дыши хорошо, понял? Все, ноги нормально? Ноги нормально. Don't blow your nose, okay? Do not blow your nose.
After 4 rounds, our scoring is 39-35, twice for Nash, and 38-37, once for Kovergan.
There you heard the scores. 39-35 twice. And a 2-point differential. Excuse me, a 1-point differential. 38-37 on the third card. Trade jabs in the center of the ring. And you can see the swelling on the face of Kovergan and the consistent instructions from Cutman Mike telling him, don't blow your nose, don't blow your nose. These are all the hallmarks of a broken nose.
Yes. You can't tell in the face.
Look at that,
Kovergan.
double left hook. Kovergan has blazing hand speed that Troy Nash has been able to handle and disarm in most cases, but Kovergan still breaking through every once in a while. And again, in the eyes of one judge, if they were judging it independently, could win this fight.
He's rewarding it for going forward, for aggression, which is a part of it, but I don't think it's effective enough.
Break. Step back, listen. All right, that's fine. Box.
See, Nash can throw the jab to draw a lead. He doesn't have to land with it. Again, with his timing and speed, he can throw the jab, take a little step back with the back foot and come back with the right hand.
Break.
Foot feint there from Nash. Stab into the body with a jab, and this is that left hook to the body, right hand up top. You know, Brock, if we're looking at stylistic influences, we're looking at kind of the notes that fighters take from fighters. Again, not to say this guy is that guy, but are you seeing little inspiration from Andre Ward here?
Oh, that's very good. Definitely in the jab, definitely in that power jab that he shoots out like that, right there with his left hand.
The way he kind of goes to the inside to bump him off.
And being comfortable on the inside with his eyes wide open at all times on the inside, yes. That's pretty great. Great analysis. Comes in with his shoulder like Andre Ward. Yeah, 100%.
I flew to San Francisco to watch him box Paul Smith on my own and flew back the next day because I thought he was going to retire. I just wanted to see him live once and the little intricate movements that he makes. I mean, Paul Smith had a tight guard and the way he was jabbing, and then all of a sudden, right at the end of the jab, he turned it up, opened that defense up, and then it was his fight. But he had to work it out. It took him like about 2 minutes to do it. So clever.
Beautiful fighter. I mean, a lot of those fights he won with one hand. And also left hand. Like grab you, hook you. I mean, spin you around, just rough you up on the inside. Like, good fighter.
He was good inside and dirty, naturally dirty.
100%. Rough fighter.
But a better sort of middleweight, most of his career as well, better than Andre. Most of his career was one-handed, was Joe Calzaghe.
Wow. I was a big I was a big Calzaghe fan. That would have been a tough fight, those two. That would have been a tough fight.
And not a good fight to watch.
No, but a tough fight.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this has been a tough fight and a good fight to watch between Troy Nash and Alexander Kovrgan, two high-level prospects here. And just to illustrate the confidence of Troy Nash, when I talked to him last year, he was saying, well, my dad wants me to take it slow, but I think I could be in championship fights next year, as in this year. That might not happen because he's in this tournament, but again, taking another audacious step into just jumping into this ocean of top prospects. And look what he's doing right now against maybe one of the best fighters in the field.
Don't kids want to do everything a little bit too quickly? They want to drive the car too quickly. They want to do everything too quickly.
And I understand that because you're seeing people like, once Lomachenko won a world title, like, straight away pretty much, then all bets were off. But
that was like his 400th fight.
Yeah, exactly. And he was well, 29 or something already.
Yes, he was late 20s.
So,
beautiful work on the inside there.
You don't want to win a world title. You want to win a world title and stay there. And that's why you need development fights.
Yes. You're gonna write a book of quotes.
Yeah, I think I will.
Nash corner having a lot of fun right now.
Swag
Troy
on
swag on. Yeah, you heard that too?
Swag on him.
Good left uppercut there though, from Kovrgan.
Kovrgan has never given up belief here. You see a nice combination to the body there.
And Nash has never gotten flustered.
Even with that forearm.
That's just a lot to me. Yeah.
Yeah, that's been a continuous thing now.
Yep.
Quick uppercut there from Nash. Back comes Kovrgan with another flurry to the body with a minute remaining in the contest.
I think the armchair fan will watch Nash and go, he's all right. But I mean, if you really watch him, he's exceptionally good.
Right, they don't, because of the level of his opponent, you see how good he really is.
Seconds remaining as Nash stabs another left hand to the body of Kovrgan and then walks him into an uppercut. Back comes Kovrgan with some good work to the body.
He's doing well in this one, doesn't he?
Someone's going to have a look at Kovrgan even if he's on his way out of this tournament.
I think Nash is not as busy this round.
That will do it.
But he already knows with the open scoring,
Yeah,
you're figuring,
right.
okay, I got this.
Be smart. You know you want to sell yourself and be super exciting, but your style is to force people to make mistakes, and that's what you're good at. And if Andre Ward's a prime example of that, and of sticking to your guns and what you're good at.
Yes. I would not be surprised if we find out later that Carbergan has a broken nose.
We did receive confirmation of that. Sorry, I forgot to bring that up. I mean, we didn't. You can see.
I see Claudia shaking her head over there.
Yeah.
Wow, rounds ago.
I thought it was obvious. Sorry, Claudia.
Again, you're seeing some of the quality from both fighters here. Let's be honest, I think it was real quality-driven fight there from both.
I've seen fighters quit with broken noses. Great fighters. Great fighters. I don't want to name any names.
That's freaks me out.
Jai Opentaya would appreciate that level of grit, and he will return to headline his second pay-per-view on DAZN in 2025 after a spectacular knockout of David Naika in January. This time, he'll take on the undefeated Italian Claudio Sequeio back in the Gold Coast. That's Sunday, June 8th, live here on DAZN.
Mauricio's getting a workout today. Up and down these steps.
He's going to get his 10,000 steps just in steps. Actual steps. All right, let's make it official. Let's send it up to Thomas Tribe.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards, and we have a split decision. Judge Eddie Papu scores it 57-56 in favor of Alexander Kovrigan. Judge Daniel Vandeville scores it 58-54 in favor of Troy Nash. And Judge Yuji Fukuchi scores it 58-55 for your winner and still undefeated, Troy the Big Nash.
Straight to the bank, Troy Nash, and straight to the second round. A terrific high-level boxing match there between Troy Nash and Alexander Kovrigan. And Nash will be one to watch out for the rest of the featherweight tournament. So another winner moves on, and our Claudia Trejos is standing by with a winner from earlier on. Claudia.
Thank you, Corey. In fact, we're here with Hector Munguia, who just took an impressive win against Bademosi from Nigeria. What surprised you the most from this opponent that you had today? ¿Qué te impresionó más de tu oponente hoy?
La verdad que supo aguantar todo el castigo que le hice, lo supo aguantar, ¿verdad? Mis respetos.
I'm very surprised by the amount of punishment that he took, and he has all my respects. After watching this and the level of competition that you have now, where do you see yourself in this tournament? Después de ver la clase de competencia que tiene ahorita y esta clase de pelea que tenemos ahorita detrás de nosotros, ¿cómo te ves tú en el torneo?
La verdad, campeón. Me veo campeón ganando este torneo, primero Dios.
I see myself as a champion, and God will, I will be the champion. And of course, it was a very interesting increment of power that you showed us today. Is this the best performance you've ever had? Vimos un incremento de poder a lo largo de la pelea. ¿Esta es la mejor salida que has tenido en tu carrera?
La verdad sí, es una oportunidad muy grande y la verdad es una salida muy grande que Dios me puso en mi camino. Entonces la estoy aprovechando al máximo.
Yes, this was a great opportunity and it was a great outing, and I had to take advantage of, capitalize of this opportunity so I could show my skill. And from the competition that you've seen today, who would you like to face? De la competencia que has visto hoy, ¿a quién te gustaría enfrentar?
pues así que al que me pongan, yo estoy dispuesto. Para vencer al mejor tienes que ser el mejor, entonces somos los mejores de hoy en día.
So whoever they're gonna put me against, I'm gonna take care of that, because in order to be the best, you gotta beat the best. So we are the best right here today. So congratulations again, an outstanding win. Now you stand 15-0 with 1 draw, 9 KOs. That's an outstanding outing, and thank you for joining us. Felicidades, ahora tu récord es 15-0-1 con 9 knockouts. Es un placer tenerte aquí. Gracias por estar con nosotros.
Gracias, gracias.
Thank you, and back to Corey.
Thank you so much, Claudia. We certainly cannot wait to see the Gravedigger back in the ring. One of the most impressive fighters that we've seen thus far here today at the WBC Grand Prix. And coming up next, it is Brandon Mejia Mosqueda taking on Bashara Sabar. And we are ready to meet the fighters. It's Mexico versus Jordan. And we will send it up to Thomas Freiberg.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Bashara Sabar. And now let's welcome to the ring, Brandon Mejia Mosqueda. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the featherweight division. The judges are Junbei Lim, Juan Carlos Pelayo, and Alexis Predrag. Our referee in charge will be Ali Ubali. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 121.5 pounds. Undefeated, he has 7 wins. 4 of his 7 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Jordan, here is Bashara Sabar. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 123.5 pounds. Undefeated, he has 8 wins, all 8 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Mexico, here is Brandon Mejia Mosqueda.
Okay, caballeros, I don't want to see punch here. Here behind the kidney, under the belt. Have a good fight.
Forgot to tell him about the horn.
Yeah, you got to tell him about the horn.
It's new to the referees as well.
Well, here we go. Good-looking contest here between Brandon Mejia Mosqueda and Bashara Sabar. Mosqueda, a 3-time Mexican national amateur champion. Sabar, a well-traveled amateur himself, over 160 amateur fights. And when you look at Sabar and his talent level here, you would not believe that for large portions of his career, he trained himself for a little while in his garage and then in his own gym. He came up under Russian coach Valery Ilayev, so you'll see kind of notes of the Russian style, but until recently, he not only didn't have a trainer, he didn't have a manager.
That's just madness. It really is. Only this sport could do that, I think.
I would think so, yeah.
It's crazy.
I mean, he doesn't appear that way in his stance so far. But not having a coach can definitely derail your career.
Well, you don't know, again, talk about bad habits.
Yep.
No one's telling you to do anything wrong.
Exactly. I mean, you could develop bad habits with a coach. So imagine in your garage.
Good body work there from Mosqueda.
But what I would say, punching the bag is better than pads. People do too much pads nowadays, and I think so. Not having a coach maybe helped him in that respect, but.
Do you think that pads develop bad habits? Is it?
Yeah, a little bit, and
muscle memory with.
And the coach likes to see it, but they meet you halfway. I think the punching the bag and using the bag properly, you use the bag in many different ways. So I think that's more important.
I've seen some coaches where their pad work still looks like actual fight. You know, like an actual fight. Let's say like a Kenny Porter, the way him and Sean used to do it. It would actually look like you're in there with a fight instead of just him meeting you there. You have to come to the pad and act like you're. And then sometimes when you're using two pads, it throws the fighter off. You're not punching for the same target. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's not like the head moves. You know, when you're doing the 1-2, shouldn't be two different hands, but it is what it is.
Mosqueda's found a good target in the body of Sabar so far. Back comes Sabar.
Yeah, good right hand, wasn't it, from Sabar?
Yeah, good right hand and a quick combination. Sabar said, I've always believed that I'm one of the slickest boxers in the world, and without a doubt, the slickest Arab boxer in the world. He believes he's really born with natural talent, and I think the proof is in the pudding. If you were self-trained for this long and you look like this, there's some natural talent there.
Yeah, definitely. He's definitely the slickest boxer in the garage.
Good body shot.
Good body shot there from Mosqueda.
Mosqueda, he came out really low. I know I'm not a fan of that, but got a bit tall maybe.
Mosqueda's kind of slick himself.
Yeah.
You know?
High-level stuff here in the opening round as we head back to the school. Well, it's a born rivalry, April 26th. It's Eubank Jr. versus Ben. They will finally go head-to-head in front of a sellout crowd at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Fatal Fury, Eubank Ben, is available to buy now at thezone.com/boxing.
Good right hand over the top there. Mosqueda. It's about holding up.
It's a long hold.
Look at that, nice and low. See, you aim low, go high.
Countering the jab of Sabar.
Round 2 underway. One thing that's very interesting about, big right hand over the top there from Mosqueda. I'll pause my anecdote to figure out if Sabar is in some serious trouble here, but that clash of heads might have thwarted what was going on.
You know it's a good shot, their eyes widen when they take it.
Yes.
They're trying to focus.
Nice uppercut there from Mosqueda. I was going to point out that both these men are gym owners as well, giving back to their own boxing communities. Mosqueda helps run the Family Box Mosqueda Gym, and Sabar opened the Boxing Godfather Gym in Jordan, which he calls one of the most luxurious boxing gyms in the world. I've seen footage of it. You might not be wrong.
Beautiful to give back to the boxing community like that, both of these guys.
Now blood smeared across the face of Sabar, who's sniffing pretty heavily right now. Hard body shot from Mosqueda.
You either got, if you're going to throw single shot, you got to step in and out with him really quick.
We may have our second broken nose in 2 fights, guys. Sabar looking for a step back counter. You see the smile on the face of Mosqueda, and an acknowledgement of that idea. Maybe the hand speed of Sabar. The timing of Mosqueda coming over the top with that right hand. He's snapping the head back of Sabar once more.
And he's throwing it different. They were 2 straight shots. The one previous was a dip down right hand over the top.
There's a lunge in right hand for Mosqueda. All 3 versions landing. And a bigger one, and down goes Sabar.
3, 4, 5.
Sabar is a bloody mess right now after tasting the canvas here in round 2. Mosqueda maybe looking for the finish here in the 2nd round.
There's nothing like a perfectly timed right hand that'll discourage a fighter from shooting that jab out.
Uppercut to the body in the midst of that combination from Mosqueda. 30 seconds remaining in round 2. Sabar recovering well. That was a heavy knockdown, and he's dealing with a lot in terms of the condition of his nose. He just ate another big right hand, one to the body. Mosqueda looking fantastic right now as he rips a left hook to the body. And a right hand up top. And down goes Sabar again.
4, 5.
Blood splattering
6,
on the camera's lens.
7, 8. Okay, here. Come here. Okay.
And Sabar not looking particularly steady, but he will get some time to recover. That said, there will be some discussions in the Sabar corner, I'm sure.
I'd pull him out. And the reason why, you can't miss him with the right hand, so it's definitely going to happen again. He's a good boxer, Sabar, but you can live to fight another day.
Another fast fighter, Sabar, who did not tuck his chin at all. Look at that. That overhand right, just perfectly timed.
And it's because Mosqueda gets low, but he slides in, then he brings that front foot close. When he goes down, that front foot comes a bit closer, so then when he does throw that right foot over the top, he's punching right through the target.
Yes. Oh, look at that. And because of that step, he's positioned perfectly for the left hand to come after it.
I mean, look at that. That is just a full wind-up, 100-mile-an-hour fastball wind-up of a right hand.
He looks a bit like Juan Diaz, didn't he?
He did. 1 second, you're right.
Unanimous for Mosqueda.
No surprise, you heard the scores, unanimous in favor of Mosqueda, who has just been battering Bishara Sabar right now. Oh, huge uppercut, popping the head back of Sabar.
Yeah, I would have pulled him. The reason why, as well, he can't miss that right hand, but also, he's going to be a bit gun-shy now. He's going to be afraid to really commit to a shot. So he's throwing them out fast here, but look how they're coming back. He's all tensed. And he's readable now.
Good body shot from Mosqueda.
Some of those shots, you know, obviously it's at the wrong range. It's just an attempt to look busy sometimes.
Yeah.
There's that right hand again, the left hook immediately behind it. That was just inches away from being the same combination that had Sabar on the floor about a minute and a half ago.
Overreaching a little bit there. Mosqueda, there you go. So a little bit of patience with his work. You don't wait too long, but get that front foot closer.
Oh, massive right hand again, making another. And Sabar slumps to the canvas.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You okay? Come to me.
with no head movement and the chin is not tucked, your head is always where, you know, Moscato wants it to be.
Yeah, as long as he gets into the distance, he can throw it blind almost, can't he? That's why he's dipping the head down and just throwing the bowling right hand.
The target is always there.
Savar is brave enough and fit enough, talented enough to stay in this fight, but to your point, Barry, there are serious questions about whether that is what's best.
Yeah, and he shouldn't quit.
Oh. Big right hand!
He's trying to throw the towel in.
Right now.
And that is it.
That's it.
The decision will be made for him. He needed to be saved from himself. A dominant knockout victory from Brandon Mosqueda.
That was pretty impressive. That was. Punch perfect, you could argue. I mean, he made a few mistakes, but when he did commit and believed in it and knew he was going to land, they would put everything into every shot.
Well, and when you look at the fights we've seen today, the scarcity of stoppages to get one at all, let alone like this, is impressive.
But the way, when he throws that right hand, he takes his head, which is a heavy 8 pounds or whatever, isn't it? If that film, if you believe that film. His head goes over to the left, so he takes all that weight with him. So you get that natural rotation.
Imagine Moscato versus, who was that? Another fighter with an M. Why am I forgetting his name? Munguia. Oh, that would be an incredible fight, Moscato versus Munguia.
That was really good, that was. And I do think the corner tried to throw the towel in, to be fair. It just didn't hit, yeah.
Okay.
It hit the back of the rope and come out.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, Sheffield's newly crowned European champion Dalton Smith continues his assault on the 140-pound division as the Thunder takes on Canada's Matthew Germain live on DAZN this Saturday. What a performance from Brandon Mosqueda. Strong argument that is the most impressive performance that we've seen here tonight.
Yeah, because the weight of the shots, everything, yeah, the finish was fantastic. And like I was going to say, Savar shouldn't quit. He's in there to know he's got to keep trying to win the fight. But you have the corner referee, they're there for you to do that.
All right, let's make this one official. Let's send it back up to Thomas.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 2 minutes, 23 seconds of round number 3. Our referee in charge, Ali Ubali, waves off the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout and still undefeated, the hard-hitting Brandon Mejia Mosqueda.
Well, El Perro, Brandon Mosqueda might be the leader of the pack after that performance. He's now 9-0 with 9 knockouts as he advances to the second round.
And the Kingdom Arena setting for some epic fight nights over the past couple of years, and also the home of Al Hilal of the Saudi Pro League, who will be traveling stateside this summer for something a little special.
In 2 months, join us on the world stage, where football's elite will assemble. 63 unmissable matches to decide one world champion. FIFA Club World Cup. Watch every game live on DAZN.
And the FIFA Club World Cup comes your way in June, and it's all free on the DAZN app. Make sure you download now and keep up to date with the entire schedule on platform. Simply scroll through and set reminders for the live action coming your way. But as ever, check your local restrictions for availability. And we're here with Troy Nash, who just took an amazing win. Kovrijan was a tough opponent. Was there something that he surprised you with?
No, not really. I feel like his toughness is, I feel like they said that his nose was broken, so I feel like he was a tough opponent to keep going after getting his nose broke.
He's from Kazakhstan, and we know the quality of opponent that he could bring in to the ring. Was there any point where you entered in any type of urgency?
No. I felt calm and relaxed the whole time. I knew it was going to be a tough fight because, like you said, he's from Kazakhstan, and I know they have a great country of fighters. So, and he was 8-0 with 6 knockouts. So, no, I knew it was going to be a good fight. So, nothing really different or none surprised me.
But guys, I was talking with him behind the cameras, and he said, I could have done better. How could you have done better? That was flawless. What do you think you could have been better at?
I could have stopped him. I feel like if I pressed on the gas a little more, I could have got him out of there. It was a cool performance, but my next performance will be way better, and I'm going to show way more skills and different levels in my next fight.
Troy, you're 19 years old, and you just defeated a well-seasoned 24-year-old, yet you never lost your composure. You never went pouncing on your prey. What kept you so calm?
My coaches, I want to give a big shout out to my team. They kept me calm, gave me a great game plan, and I just stuck to the game plan and got the job done.
You just sat here with me and you just saw this type of opponent coming into the next round. Where do you see yourself when you see the wins that other opponents have taken?
I see myself just doing better. The better the competition gets, the better I get. So each opponent that I get in there with, I'm going to do better and better every time. So I'm just ready to get back into the gym, get back into training camp, and do even better next fight.
Well, we do look forward to seeing you back here. Thank you for joining us. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Claudia. We can't wait to see Troy Nash in the second round. Terrific looking 19-year-old prospect in a field full of them, including these two that we'll see in just a moment. Japet Lee Lamido taking on Guli Power. Fight number 13 of the day. Let's send it up to Thomas Treiber.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Guli Singh Power. And now let's welcome to the ring, Japet Lee Lamido. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the featherweight division. The judges are Yuji Fukuchi, Eddie Papu, and Daniel Vandeville. Our referee in charge will be Cesar Castagnon. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 126.6 pounds. Undefeated with 11 wins. 1 win comes by way of knockout. Representing the United Kingdom, here is Guli Singh Howard. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 126.7 pounds. His professional record consists of 12 wins, just 1 defeat, 4 of his 12 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing the United States, here is Jafetli Lamido.
Okay, you know the rules, so I want a clean fight. Protect yourself all the time and follow my commands all the time. When you hear this, 30 seconds left. Keep fighting. Touch the gloves.
So we are set for action here. Jafetli Lamido, we've seen on an even bigger stage against former world champion TJ Doheny with a win over former world champion Ryosuke Iwata. Taking on Guli Power, who's been waiting for an opportunity like this. He has fought nearly exclusively at the Hangar in Wolverhampton as he's built up his record. Barry, what can you tell us about the Hangar in Wolverhampton?
Nothing.
Okay.
As it goes, mate. I've never been there. Sorry to break the bubble.
Good work for Power here in the early going right after Lamido.
Yeah.
Lamido has a lot of experience, been in there with some champions, beat a couple of champions in there, like Bam Rodriguez, Scrappy Ramirez.
Lived and trained in Japan for a long period of time. He sparred Naoya Inoue ahead of his bouts with Lamido Donaire and Stephen Fulton, but you gotta like what you're seeing out of Guli Power right now, who is there step for step with a more experienced fighter in Lamido.
Yeah, you can't miss him with the right hand at the minute, Power. Again, coming forward with a high guard there, Power, that right hand again, hitting the target. Again, look at the foot placement is. When he commits to the right hand, he takes that step on the outside there, Power.
In the night of broken noses, Power is aiming for that nose of Lamido with that right hand.
Hand to the body. Good body work here from Power. Back up Lamido with a nice left hook of his own. Power's been getting some good work in the gym as of late himself. He's been sparring with the likes of Adam Azim and Conor Walker. Lamido misses with the right hand, but comes back with the left hook that connects. High tempo opening round here between Power and Lamido.
Yeah, Power's really forced the pace here, hasn't he? Good body shot there from Lamido.
Lamido doing a good job of just standing his ground in the midst of these power combinations to rip to the body like that. It's the 30-second buzzer, or horn, excuse me. Briefly freezing Guli Power. Was warned for posting with that lead hand. Final 10 seconds of a high-tempo opening round here. We've got a good one on our hands in fight number 13.
Competitive round.
So that was a good round there for Power. Power started really fast. I know the Lamido come back into it a little bit, but right at the very end there, there's a nice little combination. Again, just kept forward the pace. Keep the J going. But Lamido couldn't react too properly, I think. Lamido's going to have to sort of adapt very quickly in this next round.
Set it up. Don't rush, okay? Set it up.
That was the weapon there for Power. Whether he dipped like that, which is a real clever move, or just threw it right down the line. He didn't really miss with that right hand. Good body shot there as well, and coming back. I like that. Finishing that combination off. Not just happy with a one shot.
Set it up. Take it down. Take it down.
Round 2 underway. Whether he won the opening round or not, an impressive start for Guli Power, who's trained by Richie Carter at the Wolverhampton Boxing Club. Carter has referred to him as his dark horse. He said that once he gets to face a better level of opposition, you're going to see what he's made of.
That can sometimes be the case,
yeah.
Can't it, really?
Big left hook there from Lamido.
Power's just got to be careful standing up a little bit tall after he finishes the combinations. It's a good response here, isn't it, from Lamido?
Power's been one of the UK's busiest prospects. Fought 4 times last year. It's good body work from Lamido. And climbing the ladder with shots up top.
If Power's going to stay in range after those combinations, just slip your hand up. Just, you know, block the incoming shot.
Right hand to the body there from Lamido, just slipping to the inside, now switching to southpaw. A sharp left hand from that stance as well.
Good work there from Lamido.
Lamido, a national amateur champion in the US.
Good left hook there from Power as Lamido came forward. That's a good little fight, this.
Break.
You know, Barry, Power certainly has the temperament of a fighter who's kind of excited to have this level of opposition. And you know better than us, kind of the development system sometimes in the UK when you're fighting, you know, journeymen with 100+ losses. Sometimes there could be a repetition to those fights, and you also don't always get a good idea of how good the fighter on the other side of those fights actually is.
There's no jeopardy attached.
Right.
So they're okay not to slot in now and again to give you things to learn what you've practiced in the gym to transfer it to the ring, but you need to have competitive fights, even if you're the favorite. Someone's going to throw the shot.
Huge left hook there from Lamido, but back comes Power right back into the pocket to land to the body. This is high-speed boxing here. Lamido with the body work, but look at the hustle of Guli Power.
Yeah, he's had a good go again in this strong Power. I think Lamido's had a good round, better than the first for sure for him.
Just Power's smart to answer all of those shots that, you know, after he gets caught by Lamido's shots. And not just by 1 or 2, but 3 or 4 shots in return by Power.
Lovely deep left hand there from Lamido. There's always Power trying to respond, but then, oh, it's a good shot. Well, Power, lovely delivered shot from Lamido, and I just think he was a lot sharper in that second round.
That was the best, probably the best man to punch of that round, but then right after that, Power came back with a 4-punch combination.
Come on.
20-18 for Power. One judge has it even a draw, 19-19.
So you just heard the score, so Guli Power ahead in this one. Maybe a little bit of a surprising start, again, considering the pedigree of Lamido.
Yes, he's definitely. But he came out straight away, didn't he? You know, with the hustle.
Yes.
Didn't know Lamido to get settled in.
Yes, that is a blood droplet on the scorecards that we've just been handed, just to illustrate how physical this fight has been so far.
Give that to the examiners and see whose blood this is first.
When Fury boxed Usyk over here, I had blood spatter all over my bald head. I mean, you got Todd Grisham, 6'3".
You never washed it, huh? Still there.
Back to say bully again.
What were you saying about Todd Grisham?
He's 6'3", sat next to me. Darren Barker's 6 foot the other side. Not a spot of blood on them two.
perfectly timed blood splatter.
Got to keep that energy, no power. Oh, good shot.
Nice right hand. Perfect timing there from Power.
And the retreat back as well, because he took a big enough step back so Lamido couldn't respond.
Power says he wants to inspire his fellow Sikhs to get into boxing, to become fans of boxing, and what a moment it would be for him if he could pull off what would be considered an upset here in the opening round. He's off to a terrific start. Back comes Lamido with more of that body work that has been consistent since the opening bell.
And I know we're talking about switching stances a lot, but I think last round, Lamido did a little bit better in that little small pocket where he boxed from the southpaw position.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that's what he should do, but that's just what I saw.
But that low left hand's costing him a little bit here because Power's a little bit too accurate with our long right hands. Oh, good shot again.
Two-punch combination to the body there from Power.
And a head.
And one up top. Couple shot there from Lamido. Tries to get himself back to center ring. 30 seconds remaining here in round 3.
Lovely right hand again there from Power.
And it's smart because before Power was throwing those lunging, you know, leaping right hands, and he said, I'm gonna go straight up the middle if you're gonna switch southpaw. There we go again. Smart fighter, Power.
Vicious exchanges on the inside here.
Good stuff, isn't it?
Very.
Tremendous action through 3 rounds.
Stick that jab. Win with that jab. Okay? You understand? Jab and whack, jab straight. Okay? You understand? Chopping up, chopping up. Okay? This is the 4th round. Okay? Chopping up. So go to the body and get that jab going. And when you jab, watch out for his counters. Try to counter with that right, okay? All right? Stay sharp with it. If you go somewhere, get with that right hand jab. Okay? Get that. Okay? Take it down.
Round 4 now underway. What has been an excellent fight here between Japet Lee Lamido and Guli Power. You know, you see only 1 knockout on the ledger of Guli Power, and that's something he's addressed it in the past, he and his coach, Richie Carter, and they pointed out, you know, which is true. You know, when you're a prospect coming up and you don't have a major promoter, you're taking these developmental fights, oftentimes you're fighting bigger guys because that's just who you can get. And they felt that his power would really start to shine when he fought guys his own size. And even though he hasn't dropped Lamido, you're seeing the impact of his shots in this fight.
And the physical strength as well. And certainly, that right, plenty of pop in that right hand. But Lamido's got up his work rate. I mean, Power's slowed down a little bit here, so that's his opportunity to try and up his work rate. But he's just going to get out-hustled. Lovely work. I mean, it's just simple stuff that he's doing. He's not being over extravagant with any of his work. It's just being simple, basic work, and it's paying off.
Trading body shots here on the inside, Lamido and Power. Lamido trains out of his father's gym, EJ's Dungeon.
That's a good jab.
Stiff jab there from Power. You're right, Barry. The offense from Power Very simplistic, even that, just a nice straight, I mean, that was a chopping right hand, but not a ton of arc on it.
But it's the quickest route to the target.
Yeah.
And also, when you throw 1-2 correctly, it keeps you safe. Safer than throwing hooks.
And that's a testament to what's happened here, because this has been a fight that has been fought at mid-range to close range the entire time. It's a high contact fight, lots of fights, lots of punches being traded, but Power hasn't put himself in dangerous positions despite the proximity of this fight.
No. And Lamido can match him nowhere near for work rate. And if he doesn't up the pace, unless he lands with a fantastic shot, I think he's going to get beat. I think Power's got a real strong foot in here now.
And Power just has a better eye for defense, you know, for those incoming shots. Power straight right hand has just found a home this particular round. I love that he switched from the looping to the straight right.
Every time he throws it, isn't it?
Yeah, every time.
It's almost like a free shot.
Well, what I'm saying to you is, you've got to stay switched on for these last two rounds. Where's the bucket? Got the bucket? Yeah. Bring the back there. So, listen.
And this is the real test for Lamido here. Can you adapt now? That's it. You have to. I mean, you might be used to having things at a slower pace and dictating the pace. That's not working for you, so you've got to try and do something different. Not change your style, but be far busier, more effective, and probably more proactive for your work.
After 4 rounds, our scoring is 36-40 twice, 39-37, all for Power.
So you just heard the scorecards from Thomas Treiber, wide in favor of Guli Power at the moment.
And he's a couple of knockdowns. Lamido, or stoppage.
Yeah, 40-36, 39-37, and 40-36, all in favor of Power. So yeah, he would, once again, need a collection of knockdowns, or some handy point deductions, or a knockout. Nice body shot from Lamido.
And to get that, he needs Power to slow down. I'm not quite sure that's going to happen enough. As you said, Barack, he's defensively better. Power, just put his hands up and cover up tight. Shot again.
I thought for a moment after that right hand that the knees of Lamido might have taken a little bit of a dip. Might have just caught him in the midst of a defensive maneuver, but nonetheless, good right hand for Power. Good check hook there. Power just continues to put the better work together here.
He's boxing so well, isn't he? It's a big, massive platform for him, for where he's been boxing most of his career. Up against a good kid, he's boxed at a higher level, and he's absolutely dominating.
Dominating a skillful, very experienced guy who's been in there with some really big names.
And as he showed there, the little pocket there has ability, has potential, but got to be doing more work. He has to be doing more work.
Oh, Power just missed this short left hook. Would have been pretty damaging.
Inside the final minute of this round, let's send it over to Claudia Trejos. Claudia, what are you hearing in the corners?
Thank you, Corey. I just spoke with Rich Carter, and he says he's elated with the cards he just heard, you know, all the rounds for Gully, and he says, I remind you, he is the dark horse, and this is just the beginning.
Final 30 seconds of the round.
What we're seeing is basically some future stars, some future champions.
Power already has a big following online, particularly with the C community. And that following might be growing as he is headed towards a victory here in the opening round, unless Japet Lee Lamido can pull something off in the final 3 minutes.
Well, I'm going to have to follow him back for this performance right here. I'm stingy with my follow. I'm sorry. But I got to follow this guy back.
Following back, meaning he follows
on
you.
On Instagram, yes.
Okay, that was, I thought you meant stalking. That was really uncomfortable.
No, it was just a humble brag.
He's boxed fantastic.
Corey got it. Corey got it. Yeah, I think I'm already following him. Kid is good though. He's really smart.
Just satisfy when he lands, man. Follow up on it. He backs up. He backs up with his hands up. All right?
Call on your shot. Now or never. Okay? How bad do you want this fucking shit? Make it happen.
This is the 6th and final round.
Well, apologies for the language in the Lamido corner, but the message is the appropriate one. Lamido needs something titanic here in the final round. As Barack presses the follow back button on Ghoulie Power.
My apologies, Ghoulie.
Oh, good shot there from Lamido, lovely. And again,
Lamido's picking it up.
Yes.
Well, Lamido's found a little bounce in his step here, which might be what he needs. A little in and out footwork, a little disruption to the rhythm of Ghoulie Power.
Nothing like an old man that shoulders you. Get you going. Your dad, sorry.
What if your dad is young?
Like I was.
Okay.
I'm a teenager.
Oh, okay.
But I look 50, so. To be fair, I still look 50, so there you go.
There you go. You grew into it.
Yeah.
Oh.
So much better around here.
I mean, he needs 3 knockdowns or a stoppage. I like that he's not giving up. I wish he didn't switch it back to the right hand. I like him as a lefty.
Yeah.
What do I know?
Sharp right hand there from Lamido.
I know Power doesn't have to do anything to win, but you also got to be careful. That coasting is literally an infection in boxing. I think it's just really, really dangerous.
Corner telling him, keep jabbing, or he can throw that left hook as well. That works.
I just think Power just defends against that looping right hand so well. I say switch to the left hand and see what that does.
Good shot. Oh, counter right hand there from Power. Lamido right now just kind of framing up behind the diva, almost negative body energy here from Lamido rather than the all-out assault that he needs here in the 6th round.
To be fair, you can only box where you box, but he tried in the first half of the round.
Oh, wow. Maybe that's what he's looking for. Just hoping to trade left hooks and get the best of it like that. But still Ghoulie Power getting the best of these exchanges.
He's been a revelation tonight, hasn't he, Power? Oh, the shot.
What a performance from Ghoulie Power in the opening round of the WBC Grand Prix.
That was a brilliant last round, by the way. Really good. Whether Power wins the tournament or not, who knows? But I'll tell you one thing, after that, somebody signs him in the UK.
And he shows that he has some power.
Yeah, and that was quite the revelation. To be perfectly honest, if you hadn't seen Ghoulie Power fight before, if you had no context, you see the social media following and a record of 11-0 with 1 knockout built somewhat in obscurity, and you might think to yourself, maybe the record is better than he actually is. Turned out to be the opposite.
Yeah,
Ghoulie Power had a tough draw here against Japet Lee Lamido in terms of the fighters he's faced before. And he looked fantastic in this opening round fight.
It's just his composure throughout. And when he set a pace his opponent couldn't match very, very early. and that just gave him a really good footing, confidence, and then to change the pattern of a fight is always very difficult.
Well, if you like action fighters, you're going to love this card coming up. Gold Boy Promotions returning to California this Saturday night. Unified Flyweight Champion Sweet Poison Gabby Fundora taking on Marilyn Badillo. That card also features Charles Conwell taking on Jorge Perez. That's coming up this Saturday live here on DAZN. All right, looks like we are ready to make this one official. The scores are in the hands of Thomas Schreiber. Let's send it back up to him.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards, and all 3 judges, Yuji Fukuchi, Daniel Vandeville, and Eddie Papu are in agreement. They all scored the same, 59-55, all for your winner by unanimous decision, and still undefeated, Ghoulie Singh.
Biggest revelations thus far. What a performance, Brock.
And what happens when you get matched up really tough? First, it got to give you more confidence. Got to give you confidence, and then maybe that makes it easier going forward. I don't know. But all of the guys who won tonight, pretty special.
Oh, what a win for Ghoulie Power as he advances to the 2nd round of the WBC Grand Prix.
Day 1 of the WBC Grand Prix is in full swing. On Sunday, it's the turn of the heavyweights. And on May 17th, we've got a heavyweight rematch live from London.
Thought I deserved the decision, but I didn't get it. We move on and hopefully it happens again.
I can see why people would go with Dave winning it, and I'll have to be prepared for an even better Dave Allen next time.
His ceiling's been shown now.
And Dave Allen here is upsetting the odds.
He's lucky the fight never got stopped. I'm surprised he got the dub.
Most people felt that Dave Allen nicked it by a point, but it's 1 round away from a different decision.
Johnny Fisher versus Dave Allen 2 is amongst a host of great fights over the next few weeks. The Weekend Knockout Bundle means you can save on purchasing Garcia versus Romero and Canelo against Skull as a package. And talking of great fights, on UK soil, there's a grudge match between Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn next Saturday. Ahead of the clash, the Destroyer spoke out on his nemesis.
The reason why I respect him as a fighter is because he has a dad who's a legend. Following in your father's footsteps is hard. I respect it. You're criticised, you're knocked back, you're told you can't achieve this, you're half the man your dad. All of that talk from young. Yeah. So I experienced it. I respect him for keeping it moving, carrying on, and establishing, you could say, his own name in his own way. That's where that ends.
Do you almost, because your dad's there, do you almost want his dad to be there as well, just so it is almost like the full crew, if you like?
I personally think if Senior's there, it's just a car crash. Yeah. It's a car crash.
It's a good car crash, though.
Maybe for the viewers.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But I feel like as much as I understand Senior disliking his son, as much as I would if that was my own son, it's still not nice to see. Because the bond I have with my dad is, I could hang up the gloves tomorrow, my dad's proud of me. Yeah. I could go back to doing my painting and decorating, and you know, me and my dad's relationship will still be the same. My dad's in my corner through and through. Every decision I make, he backs. I think that's the father and son relationship you'd love to see most father and sons have, especially when you're in the same sport, especially when you're alike, especially when you're following in the footsteps of the man that made the path for you. You know, it's not nice to see. So, and I hope they sort their relationship, because outside of boxing, life is short.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, boxing's boxing. But then there's a whole life, but, you know, beyond that.
Chris Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn is live from Tottenham Hotspur Stadium next Saturday. You can buy now at DAZN.com/boxing. Meanwhile, back here in Riyadh, a little less than 3 fights to go.
Thank you so much, Claudia. Our next fight on deck, it is John Bolano, the current Colombian super featherweight champion, taking on Oklahoma City, Oklahoma's Jermaine Hardison. Let's send it back up to Thomas Driver.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Jermaine Hardison. And now let's welcome to the ring, John Dinamita Bolaño. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the featherweight division. The judges are Junbei Lim, Juan Carlos Pelayo, and Alexic Predrag. Our referee in charge will be Jurgen Langos. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 127.5 pounds. Undefeated, he has 5 wins, 3 of his 5 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing the United States, here is Jermaine Hardison. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 125.9 pounds. Undefeated, he has 8 wins, all 8 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Colombia, here is John Dinamita Bolaño.
Okay, gentlemen, 30 seconds before end of the round, you will hear this, okay? Don't stop boxing. I expect a clean and fair fight. Listen at all times to my commands and protect yourself at all times. Good luck for you both.
So John Bolano and Jermaine Hardison set to go in our next contest. Bolano, as we mentioned, the current Colombian super featherweight champion. He's only made 126 once in his career, that being his most recent fight. 7th round knockout win over Wilmer Diaz. But it's Jermaine Hardison, who only started boxing and never laced up a pair of gloves whatsoever before May of 2023, now in this tournament against some of the best prospects in the sport.
Well, just took a right hand there, though.
Yes, he did.
Legs. I tell you, we've had some fighters tonight commit to that right hand over the top, haven't we?
Yes.
It's like a pattern. Was that a condition of the rules?
It's a stipulation.
Bolano coming out firing here. Hardison has mainly been making his career in Vietnam as he lands a nice right hand to the body. Trying Saigon Sports Club. Bolaño perhaps trying to capitalize on the less experienced Hardison.
Yeah, he's got to put a bit more on that jab. Hardison's got to be fast, because if he steps with it, then he can step out. At the minute when he throws it, the feet are staying where they are. That's allowing Bolaño to throw that right hand over the top or dip down and come back with that left hook.
Hardison getting another stern warning for holding.
Did he also say something about talking to the referee?
Yes. No talking, no holding.
Double left hook to the body there from Bolaño.
Oh, this looks a little bit better by Hardison, even though he's circling, you know, into the power hand of Bolaño.
That right hand might have wobbled Hardison again.
Shot.
Again, if he can't establish that strong jab there, Hardison, he's not going to be able to keep Bolaño off. Got to make us feel something. It's better.
Right hand from Hardison there, but it doesn't discourage Bolaño, who just keeps on trucking forward.
Hardison has to bring that left hand back after he throws it to avoid getting hit with that looping right hand by Bolaño.
Be careful.
Sounds like a threat.
These referees are not playing tonight. They are keeping order.
Stern warnings.
Oh, there it was. That right hand by Bolaño.
Dangerous exchange right at the bell. And Bolaño is fired up.
I think Bolaño hurt him with that right hand at the end of the bell.
Well, the FIFA Club World Cup comes to DAZN as some of the biggest names in football battle it out to become the globe's greatest. What's more, the entire event, every game, every goal, live and free, right here on DAZN.
Vamos a brotarles ya. Cuando tú llegues ya, hagan lo que te digan y mandamos, ¿ok? Y trabajamos arriba, más acabado. Yo, a lo que hay, se las mandamos. Si le mandas el volado, pues el volado, pues lo, la están cogiendo. Pero cuídate la cabeza. Cuídate la cabeza.
Round two set to begin here between John Bolaño and Jermaine Hardison, two fighters who are used to even longer fights. Bolaño, 4 of his last 5 fights have been scheduled 10-rounders. He's trying to get this one over way before that.
You're holding. Okay? Last time. Listen to me. Understand? Understand that?
These are aggressive warnings. Once again.
It's good response for Hardison. It just feels like he's on borrowed time here, though.
Bolaño just winding up with that right hand.
That's the thing. If it wasn't for this tournament, you know, you wouldn't see somebody as green as Jermaine Hardison match up with somebody like Bolaño. But you got to take the opportunity when it comes. A tournament like this.
It's always a risk, isn't it? No, but you got to, if you're not in it, you can't win it. So you have to commit yourself.
And I think Jermaine Hardison. I think Jermaine Hardison is good for a fighter that just laced up some pair of gloves at 2023.
He won a 10-rounder over Sukarit Napricha in December of last year in Thailand. Again, he's been fighting in 10-rounders on a lower level, but still, what he's been able to do with his career thus far has been very impressive.
First time I've seen a referee help a fighter up. I've seen fighters put their hand out to try and get help from the referee, but first time I've seen one lift one up.
Well, he had to make up for absolutely letting him have it a couple of times for
He's fighting back here, Hardison, some good work, but again getting hurt every time Bolaño lets that right hand go and that left hook. And that's all it is really from Bolaño, right hands and left hooks.
And my father used to treat me real good after he whipped my butt too. Oh, there's no legs for Hardison. He's gassed out, he's hurt.
Yeah, the body language, the facial expressions of Hardison are not positive at the moment.
Arms on the hips because he's spent.
And that's another thing, heavy shots, they do drain the tank.
Yeah. I wonder if his corner's watching him saying, okay, we're going to give him a little bit more time in there. He's not giving up.
No.
30 seconds remain here in round 2.
The thing is, with the power of Bolaño that we've already shown, as you get tired, the gaps appear bigger.
That was a good move by Hardison, going to the body with the jab. Not bad.
Blood leaking from the mouth of Hardison. He's in a situation he is not used to right here as we come to the end of the round.
Very good effort by Hardison.
Yeah, he's having a really good go,
Yeah,
isn't he?
yeah, very good effort by Hardison. Yeah.
And for most of that round, he pretty much kept away from that big right hand. So, you know, that was effective. Under pressure, tired, but still trying to think his way through.
That's it. Even though he's been hurt, he's still in there thinking, trying to get out of there. Trying to get out of the way of those big shots.
Third round now underway. John Bolaño and Jermaine Hardison. Bolaño has not faced a fighter with a losing record to this point in his career, and he has knocked them all out. He's trying to make it 9 for 9 here. You heard the scores, 20-18 across the board. Fabulous start for Bolaño.
Look at the target. Look at his shoulder.
Oh, good shot. That's a stiff right hand to the body. Bolaño like that one.
Really clever as well, because he's been bowling that right hand all night, and all of a sudden, just changed tack right straight down the middle.
Don't you think Bolaño should pick it up a little bit if you had your opponent hurt last round? But I don't think he's throwing enough right here.
But he's fighting with the arrogance of a puncher, like they all do. I'm just going to knock you out at some point.
Yeah.
There's a sense of bitterness in your voice there. And with that, let's send it over to Claudia Trejos, who was standing by in the corners.
Thank you, Corey. Yes, I had a chance to listen to Hardison's corner, and there's a level of frustration because he's not moving like he usually does. And again, going back to what you guys were saying, that left hand is just hanging out there. For some reason, he's not pulling back. And in terms of Bolaño, my concern was, can he keep this rhythm up? And you just answered it. He's taking, I'm not going to say a round off, but he's going to slow down his pace. But he said, his trainer said, he's a beast. He comes from a very rural area in Colombia. He's used to doing this over and over. He just wants to make sure he can finish it just as strong.
Well, and he'll be aided by a point deduction here against Hardison for holding.
He's spent. He's tired. Hardison's tired. He's resting on the ropes. I think.
I mean, even though he's fighting back, with obvious signs of fatigue like that, that's where the corner got to think, is it worth it? Right. It's his 6th fight. So against a puncher, obviously clear puncher. I mean, he might, and he's not winning the fight.
Lives to fight another day.
Again, the fact that Hardison laced up the gloves for the first time 2 years ago.
Amazing.
To even be here.
Yes.
But again, doing it with his truncated career, where do you find the tools to deal with this, right?
Right.
Yeah, you got to, to deal with pressure, wars of attrition. You might have mini ones as an amateur, and also taking punches and being tired. How you adapt and how you don't show it. You learn that in the amateur code.
Any other fighter tonight, if they started at 2023, they'd still be an amateur. You know, so you got to give them credit.
And maybe
tonight.
not a good one. at that point. Wow. At that point. Let's be honest, you don't become great over a good amateur in 2 years. Right. Really.
Hardison's corner telling him about his body language. He said, don't give around the way by the way you look.
Listen, now we work in the body. When we counter body, face. Hey, listen to me.
Deep breath,
Listen to me. What is my name? Okay. Okay, remember. Let's go. Hey, remember, you got it. You did this good round, okay? So now we work into the body, finish to the face. Okay? Now we work in the body. No pull. Body, overhand. Jab to the body. Jab to the body. Overhand body. Okay, jab to the body. Overhand body. Remember? Okay? You got it. You got it. You got it.
Corner of Hardison trying to motivate their fighter, telling him to go to the body, and again reminding him about his body language. He's frustrated, I'm sure, by how the fight is going, but also the point deduction last round as well.
I think he's so tired. Just
That's a big right hand. That one grazed off the shoulder of Hardison. Still seemed to have an effect.
Takes a good shot, actually, Hardison. They've got to give him his credit.
There's some swelling developing immediately after that right hand. That has appeared seconds afterwards. He comes back with a good right hand of his own.
Lanio's got to put his foot on the gas here now. I think. Even if he can knock him out, if he rains punches in, I think the referee steps in. Just a consistent, constant effort.
I mean, with only 2 years of experience, the toolkit is shallow, but he's making up for it a little bit with his heart.
Yeah, most definitely. Lovely.
Three-punch combination there, that left hook. You can see that one connect. Back comes Hardison with a big left hook of his own to the body of Bolaño.
And then threw his left hand right back up to block the right hand.
He's punching with the fingers a little bit here with the hooks.
Closing into the final minute of round 4. Throwaway left hook there from Bolaño. The right hook, using the right hand connects. You see the mouse underneath the eye of Hardison, who's maybe putting together his best round here in round 4.
I'd say Bolaño was like inches away from, if he gets a little bit closer and throws that right hand, I think that's it. Good. He seems to have more energy than this round.
Yeah, and more confidence as well. I think there's a different look on the face of Hardison now. Final 10 seconds of the round. Nice shot there from Hardison, and back comes Bolaño with a right hand as well.
He's off balance, he was.
I think he might have stepped on his foot. It might have been off balance. Because that shot didn't even land flush anyway. Yeah.
But it fills you full of confidence, and that can do funny things.
No podemos caer en el juego del concentrado. Ok, te estás quedando parado y te estás bajando la mano. No podemos. Él es más alto que tú, ¿qué es lo que pasa? Muéveme el tronco y te vas a analizar. Fuera de encima, no, cerquita no quiero.
I don't think he belongs in this sort of tournament with the quality we've seen. Right. But he'll beat some fighters and give him more time to develop, and he might end up being a decent fighter or a very good fighter.
Absolutely. He has the physical attributes, and he has heart.
Yeah, and he's got the minerals, yeah.
Yeah. He's holding it. Holding Bolaño's legs up.
Vamos a caminar ahorita, con la mano arriba. Camina el ring. Ya velo.
After 4 rounds, the score is 40-35, twice, and 39-36. Unanimous for the gold corner. Bolaño.
So one of the judges gave 1 round to Hardison.
Yeah, and it could have been that last round, potentially. This round 5 is now underway. There's the scores. We now have them in front of us, 40-35 twice, 39-36. All in favor of John Bolaño.
I think it was the last one.
This is a gutsy showing from Jermaine Hardison against a much more experienced opponent, barely 2 years into his boxing career in totality. And putting up this kind of effort, it's clear there's a lot of natural talent here from Hardison, who
just having to refill the tank a little bit here, isn't he, Bolaño?
And that's not to mention the nerves that a fighter might have for boxing on TV.
Counter uppercut there from Hardison, who's fighting back, but he just got clipped again by a right hand from Bolaño.
But he hit him with 1 good shot, and to be fair to him, he went for it, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Might have went for it with his eyes closed, but he went for it.
I think I spoke about it earlier, how dangerous coasting a fight is. I think Bolaño's done that in the last couple of rounds, and that should just be a little reminder that he has to keep focused, put his foot on the gas if he has the energy, and he knows when he hits Hardison, he can hurt him.
I think Bolaño's kept close to the same pace, but I think that he hasn't come up with new ideas of what he's throwing. And at a certain point, Hardison has become wise to it and has found a few answers here and there.
The other guy who was tired, a little bit lost, and that's when you turn the screw if you have the ability. And he has the power to do that.
Like, why stop there? You know, why stop, slow down so he can grab you? I mean, maybe Bolaño don't have the conditioning to...
Possibly he's putting a lot into every shot,
put his foot on the gas right now. Who knows?
He's putting a lot into his punches.
Okay, we go back to the fact that Bolaño has only made 126 once in his career. Maybe the weight cut a little more deleterious than he would have thought, even in a 6-rounder.
Della what?
Deleterious.
Listen, we can all make words up, mate.
You're making up phrases, he's making up words. Deleterious.
Nice exchange there. Uppercut to the body from Hardison. Bolaño over the top with a right hand. And a fight that was utter one-way traffic for a little while has turned out to be quite entertaining.
I think after the second round, in the second round, I said he's on borrowed time here, Hardison. I'm so happy he proved me wrong.
Right.
I know I wanted to see the finishing line. I wanted to get to the final belt.
That counter uppercut was beautiful.
Yeah.
He landed 3 more shots after that. And was really going at it for a second with him.
And that's an instinct you can't teach, by the way. Especially when you're tired under pressure, you land with a good shot, and that's it. That's your opportunity to get in a safe place. And he's committed himself.
Last apologies, Hardison, for saying his eyes was closed. I did catch him with his eyes closed, but he was just
more of like a metaphoric thing.
Definitely metaphorical. Oh man, this is a good fight.
6th and final round. You heard the guttural scream of John Bolaño. He's fired up. Final round of this fight, and Jermaine Hardison, he's going to need to be. He'll need something special here in the 6th round.
I think Bolaño's trying to draw Hardison in for something big. You know, just taking these steps back.
When they're at the center of the ring to start the round, the deep breath that Hardison took. But look at him.
Yeah.
I mean, he took it like he was exhausted. And look at the way he's performing. Pushing the pace.
You know what it feels like when they have no energy left. And you still got to fight on. It's so discouraging. But look at this kid right here. This kid is special. His heart is special.
Shot there from Bolaño. but doing it moving backwards, not as effective.
And you can't question the resolve of a 21-year-old who at 19 moved himself to Vietnam to chase the wild dream of becoming a professional boxer when you hadn't fought before, then was going to move to Japan to try and station himself there. This is a fighter with a dream that he is willing to go to extreme lengths to chase. And even right now is chasing a knockout in the final round of a fight that looked totally hopeless in the opening 2 or 3 rounds.
Didn't it just? Can't help but root for him moving forward.
I think that round, what was it? Round 4? Yeah, it was round 4. I think Bolaño could have put his foot on the gas, or should have. I'm not saying could have, should have, and he never. And I think he coasted a little bit, looking for a breather, where he should have really committed himself, and he maybe would have got the stoppage. And then Hauser got his second wind.
I think he just got another boost of confidence right now.
Yeah, he just busted Bolaño open. Bolaño comes back with a right hand over the top.
Come on, ref. You didn't have to take that. Hardison loading up on shots. Easy for Bolaño to see.
He's lost a fight for me, but I think he's been fantastic in defeat.
Final 20 seconds of the fight that will, in all likelihood, be a Bolaño victory, but the story of the fight turned out to be Jermaine Hardison.
He's walking Bolaño down, trying to get the stoppage. Wow.
Gutsy effort from Hardison as we hear the final bell. An emotional moment for John Bolaño as well. You heard Claudia talk about his upbringing in the rural areas of Colombia.
For the first 3 rounds, he looked pretty awesome, I thought, actually. He looked aggressive, you know, brought some power on his shots, and it just looked like it was going to be an easy night, and maybe the next round he was done. And he either hasn't got the gas tank, or he took a round off to maybe, you know, coast a little bit because he was winning comfortable, and allowed the guy back into the fight a bit more.
Especially when the rest of this tournament, it's going to be uphill from here.
Yeah, of course, and it's going to get worse, isn't it? Harder. Or maybe not. I mean,
that cut right there might have been caused by a headbutt.
Yeah, that is what the replay is showing there.
Nonetheless, it sparked some confidence, you know, in Hardison at the moment.
And also, cuts become a factor.
Yeah.
You know, they're back out in June, and they should be okay. Should be okay, but that's okay. That's just a. It's not much of it. I don't think that's deep.
But what does that do with your sparring, your preparation leading up to June?
Well, on April 26th, a Bourne rivalry will be settled when Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn finally go head-to-head. There'll be a sellout crowd at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Fatal Fury, Eubank Benn is available to buy right now at DAZN.com/boxing. Tallying up the scorecards here. All right, it looks like we are set. Let's send it back up to Thomas Triber to make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Alexic Predrag scores it 59-54, and both judges Juan Carlos Pelayo and Jun Bei Lim are in agreement. They both scored 58-55, all in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. And still undefeated, John Dinamita Bolaño.
So John Bolaño Bolaño improves to 9-0. Good to see Jermaine Hardison back up and standing. He was getting a little bit of oxygen in the corner after a hard-fought loss there, as John Bolaño will advance to the next round of the WBC Grand Prix.
And thank you very much, Corey. And we're here with Brandon Mejia Mosquera, who took a massive win today. And now your record stands 9-0 with 9 knockouts. Your opponent went down once in the first round, twice in the second, and he kept coming back. How surprised were you? Bueno, ahora tu récord acaba de mejorar 9-0 con 9 knockouts y tu oponente cayó una vez en el primer asalto, 2 en el segundo. ¿Cuán sorprendido estabas de que se hubiera parado y hubiera seguido?
Mira, la verdad que en el gimnasio se trabaja en base a eso, ¿no? A la potencia, velocidad, diferentes recursos, ¿no? Entonces, no es sorpresivo que se caigan los boxeadores, los rivales, pero este rival aguantó y se levantó las 4 veces, ¿eh?
I do my work thinking about power and speed, and I'm always looking for taking down my opponents. So I wasn't surprised about him taking the punch. I was surprised about the fact that he took 3 and he kept coming back. So with that being said, you are perhaps the fastest one right here, and obviously all eyes are on you. What can we expect in the next round from you? Obviamente eres el que más rápido ha terminado la pelea y ahora eres el blanco y tienes la mira de todo el mundo. ¿Qué podemos esperar de ti para la próxima ronda?
Pues primero que nada, muchas gracias por esa atención que se me da, ¿no? Es base al trabajo y la siguiente pelea esperar a un Brandon Mosquera más fuerte, más inteligente aún más y seguir adelante en este torneo, paso a paso.
Well, first of all, I'm very grateful to be here, and for the next round, I'm just gonna keep working and getting better, and I just have to go step by step so they get a chance to see Brandon Mosquera much better and much stronger. And with that being said, how would you grade your performance today? Because we had a chance to say that we talked behind the cameras and you said there's a lot more work to be done. What do you need to work on? ¿Qué calificación le das a tu desempeño hoy? Hablamos ahí detrás de cámaras y dijiste, hay más que trabajar. ¿En qué más tienes que trabajar?
Así es, creo que cada pelea nos enseña algo, ¿no? Nos deja una enseñanza a pesar de ganar. Entonces, vamos a ver el video de la repetición de la pelea y trabajar más en movimiento de cintura, a lo mejor, más combinaciones de golpes y siempre hay algo en que mejorar y en el trabajo en el gimnasio se va a trabajar eso.
Well, I'm going to take a chance to go home and look at the tape and look at the fight. And I know I have to throw more combinations and be a little bit more agile, but there's always something to work on. There's always something to be better on. So we're looking forward to seeing you back here in the next round. Thank you for joining us. Bueno, como siempre, muchas gracias. Fue un placer tenerte aquí y te vemos en la próxima ronda.
Primeramente, Dios ha sido serio y muchas gracias a toda la gente que está ahí apoyándome y me manda sus mejores vibras. Bendiciones para todos.
Thank you to all, and thank you for sending the best vibes. Back to you, Corey.
Thank you so much, Claudia. So we are set for our next contest. Juan Manuel Albornoz taking on Iman Lee. Fight number 15. And we are ready for action. Let's send it back up to Thomas Treiber.
Let's continue. And first, welcome to the ring, Iman Lee. And now let's welcome to the ring, Juan Manuel Albornoz.
Fue deseo de Dios crecer y sobrevivir a la humilde expresión, enfrentar la adversidad, con afán de ganarse a cada paso la vida. En un potrero forjó una zurda inmortal, con experiencia, sedienta ambición de llegar de cebollita, soñaba jugar un mundial y consagrarse en primera, tal vez jugando pudiera.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the featherweight division. The judges are Yuji Fukuchi, Eddie Papu, and Daniel Vandeville. Our referee in charge will be Joel Campuzano Jr. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 126.5 pounds. Undefeated, he has 12 wins, 8 of his 12 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing the United States, here is Iman Lee. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 126.4 pounds. Undefeated with 4 victories, he is representing Argentina. Here is Juan Manuel Albornoz.
As a reminder, gentlemen, this is the 30-second mark. Continue fighting after you hear it, okay? Good, clean fight. You received your instructions in the back already. Obey my commands at all times. Defend yourselves at all times. Do what you came trained to do. That's good, clean boxing. Touch gloves. To your corners.
So we are set for action. Iman Lee taking on this man, Juan Manuel Albornoz, who was an alternate in this tournament, stepped in. Full transparency, we found out about his inclusion not that long ago when we got to the venue.
I just found out now.
This morning.
I just found out as it was announced.
Wow.
Albornoz, 4-0, typically, or at least to this point in his career, has fought at lightweight, moved down to 130 for his most recent fight, and now down again here at 126. Taking on Iman Lee, who is 12-0, coming off a 4th-round TKO win over Bernardo Gomez in Connecticut in February.
Oh, good shots.
Albornoz is shorter. He does look kind of big, though.
Yeah. And if he's come that late notice, even though you might be an alternate waiting, you still to get your mind right for a fight. You don't know if you're fighting fair enough, but you don't think you're not going to fight.
Right.
Oh, you might fight just in case. That's a horrible thing to work through your brain and get your mind right for the fight.
He's fought as heavy as 137 pounds. So I'm wondering if he feels like, oh, I'm going to be the bigger, stronger guy.
Tell you what, Lee looks big, doesn't he?
He does.
Not just tall, big shoulders.
Yeah, nearly 5'11", 5'10", 5'11", depending on who you ask.
That's massive, isn't it? I mean, in my world, that's massive.
Right hand to the body there from Albornoz. Was a little bit of a scare for Iman Lee a couple of fights ago last year. Against the 5'11" Devin Jones on Country Box in Nashville. Other than that, Lee has looked like a very, very promising prospect coming out of New York, where he's worked alongside the likes of Shoo Carrington, Chris Colbert.
I'm a big fan of Carrington.
Yeah, he fought Carrington in amateurs.
Wow.
Lost to him.
He's a real old school fighter, isn't he?
Yes.
You could take him back to the 50s, almost 60s. He's like, really good to watch.
And someone in this division who has power,
yeah,
who sits down on his shots, punches in between exchanges, amazing kid.
Settle down a bit now, Lee.
Lee doing some good work to the body here in round 1. We're inside the final 30 seconds.
Be a little more active with that left hand, but not just flick it away. Again, I've seen it all night, but step behind it. When you've got that reach like that, you haven't got to lean too much into it either.
Right.
Let them walk onto the shot.
For me, this is like the second fighter of the night that's really using his jab effectively.
Yeah.
Really using it.
Nice uppercut.
Just a tad bit short.
But you've slowed him down, haven't you, Lee? Yeah. And with that, produced some good work to finish that round.
Good round by Iman Lee.
second event of DAZN's Queensbury partnership sees Anthony Kakache take on Lee Wood. The IBO's super featherweight world title on the line in that one. That's May 10th, live here on DAZN as part of our 185+ fight nights a year.
Points. He was throwing more punches than the last 20. He was working more.
Fight nights a year.
And that one.
It's crazy, isn't it, when you think about it?
Especially when you're calling 179.
I got a big family. as we all have. But I mean, we take it for granted as well, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
We're moaning about, oh, there's no fights this week.
Your family's so big that you guys are also the supervisors here, right? Of the
Oh,
WBC,
I got my family everywhere.
Yeah.
So when I get booted out of this job, I got a job with them.
But do you remember years ago where we had to wait for boxing to come on TV? Now, literally every weekend, there's fights.
You're going to hear us call 64 fights in 4 days.
Listen, it was worse for us in the UK because all the big fights and once our fighters made it, they'd go to the States.
Yeah.
And then we couldn't get to watch them, or you had to watch them early hours in the
2,
morning.
3 o'clock in the morning.
When I was a kid, they were all recorded, played the next day.
Yep.
I'm so old.
Well, to bring it back to what we're seeing, there was a time when guys like this, Iman Lee, Juan Manuel Arbonose in particular, would not get this kind of exposure.
But I think it's more prevalent now because we have these, I've said this earlier on the show, we have these super fights and these super cards where all the fights are world title fights. We don't get to see these, they don't get the opportunities anymore to get on the undercard.
Arbonose has been a pro for 9 months and he's fighting on TV right now. Different era.
Double jab and right hand there from Iman Lee.
So my first fight was on TV, so.
Really?
Yeah.
Sky or what?
Worst ratings ever. No, terrestrial TV.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they are massive.
Wow.
And I think about 3 people turned off.
Well, much like yourself, Barry, Iman Lee is never not working. He works a job outside of boxing. He wakes up at 7, runs 5 to 6 miles, then works 9 to 6, then goes to the gym until it closes, and then gets back up and runs again.
I worked all through my career. Worked the job until I won the world title. And the worst thing I did was give up work.
Really?
Yeah.
The worst thing you did?
I think so. Yeah. Wow. I had too much time on my hands.
You got into the things you probably shouldn't have got into.
Keeps you disciplined.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, I hear you.
This is good defensive work here from Iman Lee. Back against the ropes, not getting touched with anything there from Albornoz.
In that Philly shell.
What did he just get? Again, we talked about this all night, about that rotation of his body just to get a bit more weight in the shot. But he's touching the target, lovely, and he's getting everything's accurate and working well for him.
Using that shoulder very well. That shoulder's better than a couple of fighters' right hand being up. Left hand.
Certainly has to like the ingredients that you're seeing here from Iman Lee. And we mentioned some of the fighters that he's been around through the years. Bruce Carrington, Chris Colbert, Richards and Hitchens, of course, in that same gym.
Wow. He got a win over Amado Vargas, who's doing pretty well in his pro career.
Just a quick double left hook there from Lee, comes behind it with a right hand. Excellent round there for Iman Lee of Yonkers, New York.
He just slowed Albornoz down, hasn't he? So none of his work's effective anymore. I think what's impressive as well, using his, like you said, about using the jab well, one of the only 2 fighters now who've been effective with the jab. So you've shown how well it can work for you. You can take everything around that solid left hand. And the basics are usually the best thing to do. I mean, they're there for a reason. Structure, they kind of shape all the time. But to do it correctly, you have to finish it.
Hey, hang now, what's up? I know.
He's not throwing it the same. He's not giving them the same look every single time. He'll throw it downstairs, he'll throw it upstairs, he'll feint it, then throw it, double up.
The other 2 judges have a draw, 19-19.
Which is something's wrong. Something's wrong. I don't see.
Yeah, the judges at this point seeing a different fight than the one that we've seen.
I mean, granted, there's only one round, but still, I did not see that.
But again, I think that's, I mean, good for Albornoz, by the way. But I think you're being rewarded for coming forward. And I don't understand that.
Albornoz uncorking a big left hook there, blocked by the gloves of Iman Lee. And despite the lack of professional experience of Albornoz, he's maybe made up for it in terms of high-level sparring. He was Tomoki Kameda's chief sparring partner for his last fight. And he was also the main sparring partner for Azinga Fuzile, as Fuzile prepared to face Sultan Zauerbek in Kazakhstan a couple of weeks ago.
Step back.
Now, with that confidence booster there, I think we're seeing a little different Albornoz right now.
Yes.
Seriously, like open scoring, I guess is a good thing. I gotta admit, it's good tonight.
Typical boxing people, we saw the negative, didn't we?
Yeah,
people,
we did.
People running around the ring, not having to throw a punch because they were so far ahead.
Yeah.
Rather than the opposite. Oh, good shot.
I think Lee needs to go back to that jab.
Yeah. But obviously, it's not, for some reason, not, the things he's doing well are not being noticed. So yeah, okay, clear. But he's got to. I mean, he's still got to create that space and make the shots clear to see.
I'm thinking from the perspective that I seen him win both rounds.
Yeah, that means
but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, they're not seeing it, do they?
Right. Yeah, what you're saying makes sense.
It's the first time for everything.
Well, and there is. I mean, there's. You're probably tempted to maybe overthink it a little bit because, again, two of these judges have it 19-19. Yeah. Maybe that was a close round. That doesn't mean that wholesale everything that you're doing is not the appropriate thing to be doing. As Lee lands a nice right hand over the top.
But what do you think if you're Lee, though? You're like, wait a minute, I just won. All right, I see what they want me to box on the inside.
And in a 6-round fight, there is that urgency to change everything.
Absolutely.
To try and get those points back. Oh, good counter to the body there from Lee. Catches that left hook. Immediately triggers that right hand to the body. Good way to finish the round for Iman Lee.
Eyes looking good.
¿Estás bien? Esperar. Necesitas hacer más. Trabajar, arranca con el jab, mueve la cabeza, ¿no? Sí.
Albornoz there pushing the pace, but I think Lee just, for me, the quality of his work, there's not loads of weight on the shots, but he's landing clean, clear punches and on the move.
One, speed, come on. 3, 4 punches, 3, 4 punches. Not 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay.
Back to action here, round 4 of fight number 15 in the featherweight division. WBC Grand Prix here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Corey Erdman, Barack the Boxing Bully, Barry Jones, and Claudia Trejos, who is joining us now, I believe, with some breaking information from the corners. Claudia, what are you hearing?
Had a chance to speak to the corner for Albornoz, and there's a little bit of danger in his left eye because a couple of weeks ago he fought and there's a cut. So they're looking after that. Not only that, but his trainer is very keen on keeping Albornoz doing combos and keeping the movement. But first and foremost, he's got to be the first one throwing the punch.
Thank you so much, Claudia. Yeah, again, very interesting. As we mentioned, Albornoz, an extremely late addition to this tournament, and obviously, having fought recently, just hopped into this despite, again, if this were a different situation, maybe he doesn't take a chance like this given that cut.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if you're anywhere, you know, if you're given the opportunity at this stage, like I said at the top of the show, I would have just jumped at this. Even if I weren't ready, I would have took a gamble.
Because you know how something like this can catapult your career.
Well, you do, I mean, everything do. I mean, I took a 10-round fight at a day's notice.
Wow.
That's where I got my damaged ear from. But I won the fight. But
wow.
But I mean, you got to get, when you're not a big superstar or a medalist, you have to take the risks.
Right hand over the top there from Wan Lee.
Good response there from Albanos there. Nice little combination.
Wan Lee from a fighting family. Of course, his father, Joshua, his trainer, he was a fighter. His younger brother, Emmanuel, briefly had a professional career before he entered the Air Force. Wan Lee's been around the sport his entire life. Only really started training in earnest when he was 13. Said that he only liked to watch fighters that he felt he wanted to fight. Like he liked watching Floyd Mayweather and he liked watching Andre Ward.
Wow, okay. It's a nice little 1-2 he just landed.
Good shot.
Alberno's looking for that double left hook.
But he's doing what his corner asked. They asked for 3-punch combinations.
Yes.
He is throwing them in combinations more.
He just landed another left hook upstairs, Albanos.
Lee trying to hold the phone on his right ear there, but Alberno's getting there first. As the seconds tick away here in the 4th round, and we'll get an update on the scorecards in just a moment.
I like to give Albanos a little credit, you know, not even been a pro for a year and fighting a seasoned guy, 4-year career who had an amazing amateur career, at least been around some amazing fighters.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Well, again, you learn more in the gym, right? You're on quality fights, didn't you?
Tell you what the fuck to do. Okay? Use that fucking jab. You're faster and longer than him. Punish him.
Once you catch him in the jab, 1-2, he's trying to time you. Remember I said to you move that body, you gotta snap that jab, up and down, right? You go into the high guard, watch you trying to counter, trying to step back and counter. Right? So get closer to that hook, boom. Then body, you gotta sit low, right?
That Mayweather shit's okay to pivot him. You walk him down with that high guard, he's fucking done. Come on.
After 4 rounds, 39-37 for Lee. And the other 2 scores, 38-38 of Troll.
Wow. So there we go. The scores have now flipped. Wan Lee ahead on one scorecard.
We got a majority draw so far. That was a good check left hook. Lee, get out of there.
Good right-hander there from Albanos.
Nice answer.
That's better. Change direction a little bit. Good work.
Floyd Mayweather was so great at that.
Oh, yeah.
Just his lateral movement. I mean, he'll juke you like a football player.
Speaking of which, what do you think of the advice in Lee's corner? They were telling him, hey, you know, that Mayweather stuff, to
Stop
censor
that
it.
Mayweather-ish.
Right.
Yes. Yep. I loved it. I loved it.
I remember watching when Mayweather was at his peak, and I thought there's going to be a whole generation of boxers getting knocked out trying to copy him.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Because what he does, you have to be special to master what he does.
Like when I see fighters try to emulate Roy Jones Jr., I said there will never be another Roy Jones. Stop it. There might be another Floyd, but not Roy Jones. That's just special.
Oh, big left
special
hook
movement.
there for
Barry Jones, what? No, the other Jones, yeah.
Albernos is connected on a couple good left hooks here.
There'll never be another Barry Jones name. No, because fighters are better nowadays.
That's court ordered. That's court ordered, that is, by the way.
Good reply from Wan Lee.
You're a champion, Fab.
Great right hand.
Grab. I want to know what's going through Lee's mind right now, hearing scorecards like that. Well, you just gave a little smile.
He's not winning this round, though.
See, with the Mayweather style right there. Just wrong timing. Stick the jab in his face.
Well, there he went back to that defense, but he had about a 45-second period there where he was just kind of tucked behind a guard and sort of absorbing some shots from Albornoz.
I say be first. You're the taller fighter, longer, maybe a little faster, maybe not, but be first.
He's in and out footwork of Albornoz seems to be giving Lee a couple problems. You hear the horn. 30 seconds remaining here in round 5.
Good effort from Albornoz in this round.
This is a close fight now.
Yeah.
This is a close fight.
That's a nice jab. Just keep doing that in and out with your feet all the time.
Remember, 2 of the scores, 38-38 at the end of the previous round. And if you think that Albornoz won that round, that means he could be ahead in this fight heading into the 6th and final round.
That's right. And then we can possibly have a draw, depending if Lee wins or not, and we can go to that enhanced special scoring, enhanced scoring system.
Well done, Barack. You remembered every word of it there. Lovely left hook there from Albornoz. And again, it's just the work ethic more than anything else. That got him, for me, the advantage in that last round.
Last round. Last round. 4, 5, 6. 1. Pressure. 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 I don't want you to hold him anymore, okay? Don't give away the punch.
6th and final round.
6th and final round of what has been a back-and-forth fight here between Iman Lee. The late addition to the tournament, Juan Manuel Albornoz. Claudia Trejos has been in the corners. Claudia, what have you been hearing?
Well, interestingly enough, the corner is asking for Lee to be calm, to use the check hook and stay out of range. But moreover, stay calm, not to lose control. They were very happy to hear the scorecards, so they know that they're still very much in the game.
Interesting, not looking to stray from the game plan too much, knowing the scores are going to be tight. Good left hook to connect it there from Lee, and that one was acknowledged by Albornoz.
If you're going to walk him down, if you're going to chase him, just don't move your feet till you throw the punch. I know that's usually the other way around, but I mean, you've got to keep it long. Just move behind the long shot. So it just takes away any offense that comes back. I mean, and he has to leap in the shots. That means the accuracy is less, and you've got a chance to counter in with that check. So. Nice fast jab there from Albornoz.
Good timing there from Albornoz.
You just got to keep punching in bunches now, Albornoz.
Oh, good. Hard right hand to the body there from Iman Lee, and there's a cut on the bridge of the nose of Albornoz as well.
I don't think Lee can afford to be a counterpuncher in this round. I think he has to be first. Has to have a higher work rate than his opponent. I love the way Albornoz has really picked up in this fight.
Well, and going back to the footwork, that in and out footwork, you can hear Lee's corner telling him, stay with him, follow him when he steps out. Because right now, Lee is spending a lot of time kind of waiting for Albornoz to come back in, to your point, waiting to counterpunch. Minute remaining in this contest.
The fight is just too close for that right now. The fight is too close for that. Who knows who the judges gave it to last round?
Like always, you've all mentioned it tonight in different stages, first and last. We say first and third because usually you go, he goes, then you go, then you're gone.
Yeah. See, now that's good work. 3-punch combo, keep moving.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 keep moving.
And he emphasizes the work when you move, actually.
Yes. It's like, I'm finished here.
Good counter there, though, from Albornoz.
Partially blocked by Iman Lee, but the aggression, visuals looking good here for Albornoz.
Especially to the ref who had his, Albornoz has his back to him. Who knows what he thought.
Step in left hook there from Albornoz, and that will do it. for a very high-level contest there, and you see the acknowledgement from both fighters. That was good stuff from both Albornoz and Lee. Both men more than deserving and more than talented enough for a berth in the second round.
That's almost everybody, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, basically.
I mean,
This is
you
a
could,
great,
have,
great night.
you could have another tournament with the losers, and that would be fantastic to watch.
Yes. This is a real good talent pool of fighters.
There's a real good talent pool on this card as well, as Ring Magazine will present Ryan Garcia and Rolly Romero headlining May 2nd, live from Times Square. Ryan versus Rolly, Devin Haney versus Jose Ramirez, Teofimo Lopez versus Arnold Barboza Jr. That's available to buy now on DAZN.com/boxing. Wait for scores here. This could be one of those situations, guys, where we have to go to the advanced system, as you pointed out, Barack. That close of a fight.
These are the worst and best moments. Do you know what I mean? They really are. If you win, you remember this. That's
Right.
the tingling off.
I
Oh my
mean,
God, have I got it?
You would think that open scoring takes away that suspense, but obviously it doesn't,
but
not all the time. Right.
I mean, I never got beat on points as a professional, so I was lucky enough. Some fights I was very lucky, actually.
Yeah.
But I mean, to not experience that, my last fight, when I lost, I got beat up. I didn't see the finish. But for these guys, especially with how hard they've worked, it's a really, really tricky moment for the process.
All right, well, this is that moment. Let's send it up to Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Yuji Fukuchi scores it 57-57, even a draw. And both judges, Daniel Vandeville and Eddie Papu, are in agreement. They both scored 58-56, both for your winner by majority decision and still undefeated. Iman Lee!
So Iman Lee had to gut that one out. A back and forth fight, adjustments on both ends. But Iman Lee will improve to 13-0 and advance to the second stage of the WBC Boxing Grand Prix.
That was an extraordinary fight, and now we've got a packed weekend of action here on DAZN with one of Britain's brightest prospects back in the ring on Saturday night.
The world awaits for you now, Dalton Smith.
Big attack!
I dare you.
Simply too good.
I would sling him in with anyone. I dare you to fight Dalton Smith.
Brilliant shot.
Have to give Sheffield a big fight.
Inch perfect punching from Dalton Smith.
He's too good.
Oh, tremendous.
Dalton Smith versus Matthew Germain is part of a doubleheader on Saturday from both sides of the Atlantic, because later that night in California, Gabriela Fundora puts her undisputed title on the line. On the preview of the fight, it's over to Sergio Mora and Chris Mannix.
All right, Sergio, we are here on the famous boardwalk in Atlantic City. There are people in the ocean right now. There are people in the ocean in the middle of April. Absolutely insane. We're going to talk about a great event on Saturday in front of the other ocean, so to speak.
Yeah, the nice ocean.
San Diego, California. Gabriela Fundora headlining, defending her undisputed flyweight championship against Marilyn Badillo. Badillo's got a great record, but Fundora may be a great fighter. What do you expect from this fight?
Fundora is a great fighter, especially coming off her last performance. I mean, vicious knockout. I mean, for her being that tall, that long, just like her brother, they're volume punchers. They know how to break down shorter opponents, and Badillo's a shorter opponent. She's going to be 6 inches shorter than her. It's going to be a tall task for her. I don't like her chances. Great record, undefeated, but soft opposition.
Yeah, I like that Fundora is getting a main event. She is a fun fighter, and just like her brother, is freakishly big for this weight class. She's 5'9", 112 pounds. It's remarkable she's able to cut down to that weight. I think she recognizes the magnitude of these kind of moments, right? Like, she knows the importance of being a headliner and what it can do. So I think she's going to come out there and we're going to get the aggressive version of Gabriela Fedor. And one thing I like about her is that when the competition raises up, or as it's raised up over the last few fights, so is her game. Like, she has picked up more knockouts in the last few fights than she did earlier in her career. So the power with her carries the better her competition.
Yeah, that's what champions do. That's what winners do. They need to have that adversary, someone that pushes them. Some fighters fight down to their competition, some fight up. And at 5'9" and a southpaw that we're talking about, she's above everybody in the women's boxing. She's a special fighter.
So if you're Padillo, what do you do? What do you do with a 5'9", 112-pounder? What is your game plan going into a fight like
Well, listen, not only is she that tall, she's a southpaw, volume puncher, power puncher. She does everything right. She has momentum coming off the best fight. What do? You pray and you come prepared. That's what you do.
That is not a strategy.
Well, you loop your shots. You loop your shots and you punch with that fighter because it's going to be very difficult. I'll be honest with you. It's going to be very difficult. You can't jab with them. You can't try to break them down to the body, and then it's going to be very difficult. Loop your shots, punch in between the shots. That's the best chance for a shorter fighter that's going to be slower and not as strong.
Great showcase event for Gabriela Fedor, who may be on her way 215-pound next, trying to conquer that division as well.
Fundora versus Badillo is live from California on Saturday. Back here in Riyadh, it's time for our final fight of the night.
That's right, we've got one more for you. Let's send it up to Thomas Triber to meet our final two fighters.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Michael Ordosgoiti. And now let's welcome to the ring, Angel Sauceda Hinojosa. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the featherweight division. The judges are Junbei Lim, Juan Carlos Pelayo, and Alexic Predrag. Our referee in charge will be Cesar Castañon. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 127.2 pounds. Undefeated, he has 14 wins, 13 of his 14 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Venezuela, here is Michael Ordosgoiti. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 126.8 pounds. Undefeated with 11 wins, 5 of his 11 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Mexico, here is Angel Sauceda Hinojosa.
Señores es su última pelea de la noche, que sea la más limpia. No cabezazos, no golpes debajo del ombligo, no en la espalda y no en la nuca. Cuando escuchen esto, quedan 30 segundos de pelea. Sigan boxeando. Protéjanse todo el tiempo y sigan mis indicaciones todo el tiempo. Touch your gloves.
So our final fight of the day, and this should be a good one. Angel Sauceda, the 22-year-old former Mexican national amateur champion, taking on Michael Ordosgoiti of Venezuela, the current Venezuelan bantamweight champion, moving up. Fight in this featherweight tournament, 13 knockouts in his 14 victories.
Did the Grand Prix save the best for last?
I gotta say, it's been brilliant. Yeah. I know it's been a big shift.
Amazing, man.
But it really has, hasn't it? Best fight card ever without the top of the bill.
I agree.
Most competitive.
Break. Two-punch combination from Sauceda there. Step up in opposition for him here tonight as well. He's only fought one fighter with a winning record in his career, that being the 4-2-1 Alan Grimaldo. As Ordosgoiti goes to the body with a nice uppercut downstairs.
Yeah, when you got to fight a prospect who hasn't really boxed anyone, who's competitive, it doesn't mean they can't fight, but you just haven't seen it, have you? You know, again, they about giving them too many easy fights. Yeah. They may believe that they're better than they actually are. They need to test it.
It takes opportunity to show whether you're great or not, but the guys in the gym know.
Yes.
Well, Sauceda actually expressed some disappointment and a little bit of frustration with how he was being moved, how things were going. In 2020, he said he was ready to walk away from the sport, but the Cuban national team actually visited the gym that he trained at, and he said he got hurt to the body in one of those sparring sessions, and that triggered his competitive instincts, as if to say, you know, I needed to correct that. I can't have that happen again. So not only am I not going to quit the sport, I'm going to keep plugging away.
Beautiful.
That's a great mindset, because usually that would work the other way.
Yeah, you're on the brink. That happens. One of the Cubans hurts you to the body, and you say, this isn't for me.
Right.
And now he's got Michael Ordosgoiti in front of him, trying to hurt him to the body, and he's connected there a number of times, like with that straight right hand. Hard body shot. And that will be ruled a slip. The feet came together at the same time. I think the heads came, a lot of things happening all at once. Uppercut to the body, the feet, and the heads colliding. And some swelling now on the face of Ordosgoiti, but Sauceda now picking up the tempo as if he has a man hurt.
Good job by the referee, because from my vantage point, I thought it was a knockout. Wow.
Just see there, so see there, just standing on his foot there when he let that combination go.
Okay.
Ordosgoiti's feet are just too slow, aren't they?
Coming up from bantamweight, taking a shot here in this tournament against a long, rangy southpaw Mexican national amateur champion. Tough assignment for Ordosgoiti here tonight.
That's a lovely body shot.
I don't know. I mean, when he got up, he didn't appear hurt. But look, I guess he kind of pushed his head down a little bit, but maybe, he pushed him down, pushed him down. I'm not saying that body shot didn't hurt him,
I think the momentum, the way he's coming forward with his balance didn't help, but he's just helped him on his way.
Yep.
If that hand wouldn't have gone there, even though he wasn't hurt, that would have been ruled a knockout.
He got up kind of easy.
We're getting word that the judges have not asked for the replay, so that will not be reviewed.
Okay.
As we understand it right now, the call will stand as no knockdown, but still, excellent start to this fight for Angel Sauceda.
Is that because it's the 16th fight? Well, just leave that one.
Has it been that many?
Round 2 underway. The turnarounds in Sauceda's career, every one of them seems to link back to a sparring session that went awry. His father initially didn't think that he was going to be anything in boxing, because the first time that he sparred, It was against his coach's niece, Cassandra, who really did a number on him in sparring, and he asked him, how could you lose to a girl? And he said, she's a lot more experienced than me. She works at the gym. And again, he stuck with it. He took his lumps in those sparring sessions and continued to plug forward.
It's not a good testimony, but it was enough to get him here. That's pretty good.
I tell you, I know enough women I wouldn't fight. Say that much for nothing. Because I'd be too good. I'm only joking.
I hear stories about Layla Ali really punishing guys in the gym.
I can imagine, yeah. Oh, good shot. That left
body shot there from Artis Goiti as well.
I think Goiti is just saying he got trigger happy with that uppercut because it's there, either to the body or to the head.
So say every time he throws that left hand, whether it be straight or an uppercut, they're always landing.
Right on cue. Straight right hand lands, so does that left hand to the body. Oh, you look at the musculature of Sauceda as well, the broad shoulders.
Yeah.
The trapezius muscles on Sauceda. He profiles as a puncher, and that is a hard-looking shot that has affected Artis Goiti, but it is Sauceda who loses his balance and goes down instead.
I think he just knocked him down with his face.
He knocked himself over. He's looking for that shot, isn't he?
Yeah, he is whipping that thing downstairs.
That's like 2 inches further over. That's right in the solar plexus.
Yes. Sauceda's just having trouble finding his way inside.
So you always go to, if you stand in front of him, you know, he's a real problem, isn't he? But I just think that you haven't got no, even though he's got a bit of bounce here, that's better, but he's relatively flat-footed most of the time, which means it takes him longer to get off with the punches. And even though you want to ground down onto the canvas to get some purchase on your punches, you've got to be a little bit on the balls of your feet, just so you can accelerate in and out.
Or you could do like that. He did it to end. Sauceda, move your head and punch with your opponent.
Yeah. So say they're having a success with that left hand. There it is again. That's 3 variations there. Loop in straight, and there was one through the middle as well. With an uppercut that he landed with. Yeah, just a little bit neater and tidy with his work throughout.
Hacer el pasito no me van a la derecha. Si van a hacer paso, ando en recto de una vez, ando porque tiene la distancia. A ver, ¿por qué? Tú lo haces, él va para atrás y me la tira.
See Sauceda's father, Angel Sr., giving the instructions in the corner. Asking for a little more in and out movement there. And when you look at this springy footwork, and I'll throw this to you, Barack, given your background as well, it won't surprise you to learn that the Sauceda family has a background in Taekwondo. When you look at how he bounces in and out like that and sets it up. Picture perfect from Sauceda.
Guess what hand that was?
Left hand, straight left, right down the pipe.
Well, Dad drew it up about 20 seconds ago. And we'll see if Angel Sauceda can close the show here in the 3rd round.
But it's also the way he takes a big step with that right foot, and he comes on the outside, almost comes on almost behind the left foot there.
And to respond to what you were saying, Corey, Taekwondo fighters usually have good in and out, ability and spring to their step. And that's what we're seeing in and out right here by Sauceda.
And to what Barry was saying, I mean, Sauceda so quick with that lead foot that he's almost past Artis Goiti when he's landing that left hand.
But that allows you, 1, an exit, 2, you square your opponent onto the shot, and 3, most importantly, you punch right through the target. I'm just listing things I never did.
Sometimes that's what mitts do. Gives you muscle memory, and you don't punch through the target. You just punch to the target when you're doing mitts with guys. That's just my opinion.
No, I think the bag is the best weapon, the best instrument to use.
Who started mitts anyway? I never seen Muhammad Ali doing mitts.
Yeah, it was a guy around my house, the Coleman.
Final minute now of round 3. Credit to Ordascoidu, who has recovered from what was a heavy, heavy knockdown. It's Angel Sauceda, who works at a screen printing shop outside of boxing, looking to leave his imprint on the WBC Grand Prix.
He's controlling now, and he's relaxing. So see that he have some fun.
Final 30 seconds here in the 3rd round.
Whoa. Oh, nice. Jack hook. By Gordy.
Well, Sauceda tried to throw a body shot from too far out. I think you got to take that step like he did there.
Ordascoidu just waiting for that shot, found the right mark with the right hand. As the seconds tick away in a round that it did not look like Ordascoidu was going to make it out of. We will head back to the stools.
As he comes forward here, it's a lovely left hand. He squares himself up onto it. Ordascoidu, to be fair, but still got to deliver the shot. And again, I say it all the time, but it's so true. You see the body twist with the shot. He's not just throwing the arm or losing his shape. Keep the shoulders square, twist your body into the shot.
So definitely not hurt. You see him holding his head up, making sure his head don't hit the mat. But because he was square, no balance, any force to put you down. Correct.
Perfecto, le estás pegando duro. Cuando veas que se la va a meter, me seconds out.
Round 4 begins after Angel Sauceda sent Michael Ordascoidu to the canvas for the 2nd time in his career. He was also floored in the final round of his national title win over Ernesto Martinez a couple of fights ago. Sauceda thinking uppercut there. He finds one to the body.
Good shot. And he's quickened his feet up a little bit as well. He got to take that step to the left. Ordascoidu, take that step to the left and fire the right hand right on the middle, right on the bit, right in the stomach.
Ordascoidu leaning over a little more, maybe trying to guard against that uppercut to the body, but now he's taking it directly to the face. The last two have popped the head back of Ordascoidu. Sauceda spent a lot of time in the gym with the likes of Ray Vargas, Juan Francisco Estrada, Pedro Guevara. It's interesting watching a southpaw do some of the things that guys like Estrada and Vargas, you know, that Mexico City style, the way they use their lead hand, seeing him do it from the southpaw stance with that really springy footwork. Very interesting style to watch.
And he's fighting a counterpuncher that is pressuring, rather a pressure fighter that's pressuring with his feet. But once he gets inside, he's really trying to counterpunch or punch with you. So he's not trying to actually be first. If you notice, look at all this time. All this time he's inside, he's not throwing first. He's waiting for you to throw so he can counter or punch with you. See?
Which makes all that effort a waste of time.
Yeah, he's not being first, but he's pressuring you. See? He's countering.
And that's something that could work against someone who isn't as mobile as Sauceda.
Right.
But if you give Sauceda an extra second to turn the corner, I mean, as we've seen, He's been taking that route every time. Final 30 seconds here of round 4. Uppercut to the body again from Sauceda. A right hook immediately behind it.
Be careful over Scotty there. Good shot, but he squared his feet up.
Yeah.
Got away with it.
Look good to the judges.
Yeah. It was a good shot landed. I just thought as soon as he squares up, he's got to be careful to take a shot back. Good effort, actually, that round. Over Scotty.
Yeah, it might be the best fight. Excuse me, the best round of the fight for Ordascoidi. Take a peek back into Angel Sauceda's corner.
Entonces lo que vas a hacer es anticiparlo. Antes de que él llegue, vos lo vas a frenar. Porque él tarda mucho en animarse. Entonces vas a bloquear todos sus ataques. Antes que llegue, pum pum y te fuiste. Pum pum y te fuiste, ¿ok? ¿Quieres agua? Okay. Bueno, sí. ¿Sí? ¿Tengo un poquito de agua? No, está bien. Ok, entonces eso, porque ahora lo mandan a apretar, anticipalo y andate, ¿ok? Bien. ¿Cómo te sientes? ¿Te da el aire?
We heard the scores, courtesy of Thomas Treiber, wide in favor of Angel Sauceda, 40-35 twice, 39-36. Meaning that Ordascoidi is going to need something big here in the final 2 rounds. There a moment ago, doing a little more of what you wanted to do there, Barack. He got to the inside, and he was first in that instance.
Right, correct. And that's what a pressure fighter should do. That's real pressure. That's effective aggressiveness, you know? Not just using your feet to pressure him, letting your hands go.
And just work your way up the ladder. When you get there, throw that right hand to the body. And then you want 3, 4, 5 punches after that. Just work your way up.
Like that right hand to the body might set up the left hook upstairs. It's not like the right hand to the body's not there. It's not open.
Yeah,
it's there.
But if he takes that foot on the outside, it's 100% there.
Uh-huh.
Seeing a little more movement for movement's sake here from Sauceda. I'm sure knowing how wide the scorecards are right now.
Another good right hook, but have to take one back as well there, Sauceda. The gloves down. What idea though?
That one got the Ordascoidi corner excited.
Some fighters just have to learn how to punch while moving. You know, especially if you got a guy that's moving around like that. You're cutting the ring off, punch while you're going towards him sometimes.
It's a good right hand.
Punch coming in like right now. Yeah. There you go.
Ordascoidi corner picking up its energy, just trying to motivate their fighter.
Oh.
Really, at this point, you are in desperation mode. So as much as you're giving technical instruction, you're also trying to motivate your fighter to perform beyond themselves effort-wise right now.
But he's got some snap in his shots, even though there's been no signs that Sauceda's been hurt, but he's got some snap in his punches, so if he can just get close enough, but he's got to be busier.
Oh, just missed that right hand over the top.
That one missing, catching the right shoulder of Sauceda.
That's good.
Now 20 seconds here of round 5. Second half of this fight has been much better for Michael Ordascoidi.
It has, but Sauceda's been on the run a little bit, hasn't he? Certainly in this round.
1 to go, 1 round to go here on day 1 of the WBC Grand Prix as Michael Ordascoidi slumps into his corner knowing he has 3 minutes to produce a knockout.
No water, no pouring, no water.
¿Ah?
No water.
Dicen que no tire más agua al piso, ¿oíste? Es el último round, dice todo o nada. Todo.
Está perdiendo. ¿Sí? Busca el knockout. Vamos a desarrollar. Ya sintió, mano. Ya sintió. Viene, vamos a sentirlo. Vamos a tirar golpe. Estamos abajo.
Arróllalo con un puñazo.
Bloqueado y para adelante. Bloqueado y para adelante. Con inteligencia.
Y todo, oye. Pégalo con todo. No te limites. Sixth and final round. Angel Sauceda and Michael Ordasgoidi. As Ordasgoidi lands a nice right hand. That's exactly what he's looking for and exactly what he needs here. And that will be a slip. Ordasgoidi got a look at what it would look like if he produced what he needs.
See what, took it well, Sauceda, because that was a meaty right hand from Ordasgoidi. Oh, nice little uppercut there from Sauceda.
Sneaky uppercut. He didn't follow through with it. He just tapped the chin and pulled it back.
And that's really all Sauceda needs in this round, is just to discourage Ordasgoidi enough to get out of this round. Sauceda taking the same approach he did in round 5, traversing the perimeter here.
But Ordasgoidi's not having that much success except for that right hand at the start of the round. He is following him around a little bit too much. Sauceda having a little bit too much time to move here.
I'm wondering why, I like the check hook from Sauceda, but I'm wondering why he stopped with the uppercut. It's still there and available for you with the guy coming in head first like this. I think he doesn't want to commit as much. He wants to get out of this round safely.
Inside the final minute of this contest, you're right, Rocket. I
He
think
abandoned the left hand.
Which has been his weapon.
Yeah.
safety first here for Sauceda.
And you can't blame him, to be fair. I mean, he knows he's winning the fight.
All night I've been seeing guys go at it in the last round. And it would be a surprise right now if you throw it. 30 seconds.
Final 20 seconds as Sauceda just keeps turning and turning. Enjoying what should be a victory lap here in the final 10 seconds. As he looks towards a berth in the second round.
I wonder if something's wrong with that left hand.
I mean, that could be the issue too. Nonetheless, it wasn't necessary for the final 2 rounds because of the work he put in early and, frankly, because of the knockdown.
Yeah.
If not for the knockdown, this looks very different.
I think so, yeah. But it was a good performance from Sauceda, I thought. Yeah. And it's a good quality shot early in the fight as well, when he was nice and sharp. Punches were crisp. He was moving but not running like he was in the last couple of rounds. It's a lovely left hand. Yes. Really is. Well timed. Okay. Ordasgoidi helped him out by squaring his feet.
He did.
But still, you know, again, the opportunity there, we still got to throw the shot. We still got to see it.
And it has to be enough force to put him in.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Well, once again, the face of boxing returns to DAZN on May 3rd as Canelo Alvarez takes on the undefeated William Skull for the undisputed super middleweight championship. Fantastic fight night from Riyadh is available to buy now on DAZN.com/boxing. All right, right, the scores are in the hands of Thomas Triber, so one last time, let's send it up to him for the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards, and all 3 judges, Alexic Predrag, Juan Carlos Pelayo, and Junbei Lim are in agreement. They all scored the same, 58-55, all in favor of your winner by unanimous decision, and still undefeated, Angel Sauceda Hinojosa.
So Angel Sauceda improves to 12-0, and more importantly, will advance to the second round of the WBC Grand Prix. A spirited effort from Michael Ordasgoidi in the closing rounds, but Angel Sauceda with that scintillating knockdown and performance in the early rounds will advance to the second round. And we'll take a look at the other men who will advance to phase 2 of the WBC Grand Prix and join Angel Sauceda in that second phase. A massive collection of excellent prospects getting to show their stuff here in Riyadh today. We cannot wait for phase 2 coming in June here in Riyadh. A tremendous night of action. It's been a delight to call it here from ringside. That's all for me here tonight, but let's send it back up to the stage to Claudia, Barack, and Barry.
Thank you, Corey. What a fantastic evening. 16 fights, action-packed, high octane. Was there any time that we could actually take a break? I don't think so.
No, not at all. Especially with fighters like Moscato, who is devastating puncher. He stood out the most to me, but then again, guys like Troy Nash, you don't get the knockout, but I think he had the toughest opponent and still got that split decision. It was just a beautiful night of boxing.
And let's not forget T-Sean Denton. I thought he was fantastic tonight. I really did. A platform to shine, and I thought he shut his opponent down really, really effectively and used his attributes tremendous. I got to say, they were so evenly matched, these fights. I mean, fantastically evenly matched. Every fight was exciting. I mean, whether they were outboxed or outfought, everyone was in the fight. Even if they were getting beat, they were trying to win the fight every time. It means a lot to them, and this is the platform you want. And you're given the platform, you have to produce the goods. And even the guys in defeat produce their goods.
Right. Fantastic. I mean, they sold those defeats with a very high price. I just want to bring up one name, Gully Power. The dark horse.
Yeah, brilliant.
That was the one guy we did not expect to show up in this shape and in this quality of boxing.
I might have expected him to do well, but he had such a tough opponent and still did very, very well. He kind of proved tonight that he's special, and we might see him in the finals.
I do agree.
Well, he made a good opponent look quite ordinary, I thought, to be honest. And he did it by with a bit of grit, but doing the basics well. And we talk about it all the time, keeping your shape. Hands up, elbows tucked in nice and tight. Don't give a big target to hit, and punch down the line. And he did that, and it was so effective. He was brilliant.
Well, punching down the line was definitely none other than Mosquera, coming all the way from Mexico, taking this win against Bashira. And this was outstanding performance by a young man that really came in to take it all. And this is exactly his plan, to just keep getting better every round.
I think that was the most power we've seen all night. And punch placement. That's very, very important, punch placement. But it's because he has incredible timing. Timing, power, punch placement gives you that, what, a third round knockout?
Yes, third round, and that's why he's the fighter of the night. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think so, because I thought he was really, really good, and then also, and the way he shifts his weight as well, and that natural turn with the punches. I mean, you know, he put a lot into his shots, but the technique was good, and also the belief in yourself. You know, I said that I joked about the arrogance of a puncher, but he boxed that way. I'm not rushing it. And I might let you off the hook, it looks like it, but I know when I can catch you, I'm going to hurt you. And he was right.
He was absolutely right. And we're going to continue with a lot of action in this WBC Grand Prix tomorrow with the super lightweights, 140 pounds, right here, live on the zone, bringing all the action from Riyadh. And obviously check your schedules back home because we're going to have all this action on behalf of our crew. Corey Erdman, Barack Bess, and obviously Barry Jones will be back here right there in this place tomorrow night with the super lightweights.